In his previous life, he was a modern special forces soldier. Now, he has been reborn into the 1960s. His stepmother is vicious and forced his older sister to marry an old bachelor. His younger sister is starving and has to do all the housework. Heavy snow has blocked the mountains. Toichi, in a fit of rage, took his older sister and younger sister to a dilapidated house deep in the mountains. Although they were lacking food and clothing, he was not panicked at all. The gray dogs, foxes, large boar, roe deer, large paws, and black bears in the mountains, in Toichi's eyes, were all treasures that could provide his family with meat and a good life. "You dare!" the woman behind him screamed. "If you don't come back, don't ever come back. Let's see how you freeze to death out there." Toichi did not look back. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he led his older sister and younger sister into the vast, dark night. The cold wind roared, rolling snowflakes in a chaotic dance. The world between heaven and earth was vast and white, as if even time had been frozen. An hour ago, smack! A cold wooden club came crashing down. Toichi opened his eyes abruptly. For an instant, everything went black. He instinctively raised his arm to block, and the sharp pain in his bone made him gasp. He turned around abruptly and saw a man in his 50s with a gloomy face raising the wooden club again, ready to strike. "I'll teach you to talk back, you useless brat." A cold light flashed in Toichi's eyes. His body reacted instinctively, and he kicked the man in the shin. The middle-aged man screamed and fell to his knees, dropping the wooden club from his hand. The surroundings fell silent. The whole house was terrifyingly quiet. "Brother?" A thin little girl stood in the corner, looking at him weakly. Her face was pale, and she was clutching an unfinished egg in her hand. "You're crazy!" The middle-aged woman next to him screamed and rushed over, throwing herself onto the fallen man. Her voice was sharp. "You dare hit your father? See if I don't kill you." "Shut up," Toichi roared, his voice as cold as ice and snow. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on the thin little girl and the teenage girl crouching in the corner, silently weeping. Memories rushed into his mind like a tide, accompanied by a violent headache. He finally understood what had happened. He had transmigrated. Yesterday he was a modern special forces soldier. A sudden car accident had left him incapacitated. Damn it, I wasn't taken down by enemies, only to die in a place like this. When he woke up, his soul had entered the body of this boy, Toichi. This body's father was a cold and unfeeling man. The stepmother was a snake-hearted woman. The son she brought with her ran wild in the house, while the original Toichi had been a weak and bullied boy. Because his sister Toki had stolen an egg to eat, the whole family had become a target for their venting. The scariest thing was that the stepmother planned to sell Toi, a girl who had just turned 16, to an old bachelor in the neighboring village. "A messed up place, a messed up family," Toichi sneered in his heart, clenching his fists. He was never the type to be bullied. In his previous life, he had faced life and death on the battlefield many times. In this life, would he be afraid of such trifles? He said in a low, deep voice to Toi and Toki, who were huddled in the corner. He wrapped his younger sister in a piece of tattered cloth, picked up a few simple clothes, and opened the door directly. The wind and snow rushed in, biting cold. "You dare!" the woman behind him screamed. "If you don't come back, don't ever come back. Let's see how you freeze to death out there." Toichi did not look back. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he led the two thin girls into the vast, dark night. "I'm cold," Toki whispered on his back, her small voice trembling in the wind. "Endure it, we're almost there." Toichi gritted his teeth. They had been running through the mountain forest for a night. Although he was almost numb from the cold, his mind was crystal clear. Only by surviving could they talk about anything else. Toichi leaned against Toran, whose legs were weak from the cold, and inched deeper into the mountain forest. Toki, on his back, was already drifting into sleep, her small body feeling as if it had no weight at all. He endured the exhaustion and finally discovered a dilapidated small wooden house among a pine forest. The wooden house was low and worn, the thatch on the roof had collapsed under the weight of the snow, and the door was crooked, looking as if it could fall at any moment. A shovel was stuck by the door frame, covered in rust, obviously having not been used for a long time. "Can people even live in this place?" Toran frowned. her voice exhausted yet filled with cold skepticism. "We have no choice." Toichi gritted his teeth and pushed open the door of the wooden house. Anything was better than freezing to death outside. As he pushed the door open, a stale, musty smell hit them. The room was dim, with firewood and old debris piled in the corners. In the center was a fire pit surrounded by stones. Although the environment was simple, it was much better than the wind and snow outside. Toichi set down his sister Toki, took off his own tattered padded jacket to cover Tuaren, and began to clear the snow and debris from the floor. He found some dry firewood, stacked it in the fire pit, and lit it with flint. The moment the fire flared up, the room became much warmer. "Toichi, whose place is this?" Tuaren held onto the wall, struggling to stand steady, her exhausted eyes scanning the room. Toichi, while adding firewood to the pit, said in a low voice, "It belongs to a mountain watcher." "A mountain watcher?" Tuaren raised an eyebrow. "Where is he?" Toichi was silent for a moment, finding the answer in the fragments of memory. He said slowly, "The mountain watcher died a long time ago. Last winter he was dragged into the mountains by wolves. They didn't even find his body. This cabin has been empty ever since." Tuaren's eyes flashed with shock. "Wolves? There are wolves here?" Toichi's tone was calm. He glanced at the corner of the wooden house, where an old hunting rifle, a bundle of animal traps, and some moldy corn kernels were piled up. He said in a low voice, "These mountains are not simple. In the last 10 years, 5 or 6 mountain watchers have passed through. They either lost limbs or ended up in the wolves' mouths. Villagers say this place is cursed, but the real reason is that they won't spend the effort to provide good equipment, nor do they care if the mountain watcher lives or dies." Tuaren's face changed slightly. "So we are borrowing an unlucky place now?" She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. "Are you really planning for us to live here?" Toichi threw the last piece of dry wood into the fire and looked up at his older sister. There was a touch of stubbornness in his eyes. "This place is dangerous, but at least there are no human scum here. This place is our first foothold. We'll survive this period and see." Tuaren looked at Toichi, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Before, her brother was weak and cowardly, hiding behind her and Toki whenever he ran into trouble. But the Toichi in front of her now possessed a persistence and cold sharpness in his eyes that she had never seen before. "You've changed," she said softly. Toichi chuckled. "I haven't changed. I've just seen clearly. You only need to trust me. I will lead you on the path ahead." Toki woke up, groggy, rubbing her eyes and muttering, "Are we not going home?" Tuaren looked at Toichi and did not speak. Toichi walked to his younger sister, patted her small head, his tone soft but filled with unquestionable firmness. "That wasn't home. Brother will take you to a real home." Toki nodded, tucked herself into Tuaren's arms, and soon fell asleep again. Tuaren did not say anything else. She leaned by the fire, looking at her brother's back with deep eyes. Toichi was carefully checking the animal traps and the old tools in the wooden cabin, as if he already had everything figured out. The firelight reflected on his face. That face that was once young now bore a cold hardness like iron. The northern cold night was long, with wind and snow howling. A fire barely burned in the dilapidated wooden house, casting the shadows of the three of them onto the wall. Tuaren held Toki, huddled by the fire, trying to use her body heat to keep her sister warm. Toichi sat by the door, clutching the rusty knife, his cold gaze fixed on the shaking door panel. This night, the wind squeezed in through the cracks in the doors and windows, blowing the flame until it almost extinguished several times. Toichi dared not sleep, staying vigilant for potential wolves and sneak attacks from outside. Whenever the flame grew small, he would add damp firewood, ignoring the choking smoke, to keep the fire going. Dawn arrived. When the first rays of weak sunlight pierced through the wooden house, the wind and snow finally stopped. The room was filled with the smell of dampness and burnt smoke. Toichi stood up and stretched his frozen, stiff limbs, his gaze scanning the drafty walls and the collapsed roof. "We can't keep going like this," he said in a low voice, turning to Tuaren. "You stay in the house and watch Toki. I'll go find materials to fix the wooden house." Tuaren rubbed her bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse. "Can you do it alone? Maybe I should go." "You stay and guard the fire. Although the wind stopped, the temperature hasn't risen much. Be careful that Toki doesn't freeze. Toichi said decisively. He built up the fire he started last night, threw in a few pieces of dry wood, and turned to walk out the door. The snow was blindingly white. Every step crunched loudly. Toichi adjusted his cotton jacket, grabbed the shovel, and followed the mountain slope near the cabin to look for dry branches. He saw some small bushes buried under the snow, so he raised his shovel and dug hard, pulling out the thick branches by their roots. After piling up the branches, he tied them into a bundle with twine, dragged them back to the house, and took the rusty hunting knife to cut the straighter branches into appropriate lengths. Next, he dug a pile of frozen soil from the corner, mixed it with snow water into mud, and smeared this mud onto the cracks in window frames to secure the branches. Tuaren poked her head out from the house and saw him sweating profusely, his frostbitten hands still smearing mud. She couldn't help but ask, "Take a break. You've been busy all morning. If I don't fix the drafts, we'll be freezing again tonight," Toichi said without turning his head, continuing to prop up the roof with branches. He bent down to pick up a broken wooden board, hammered it flat with an iron hammer, and nailed it over the largest hole in the roof. The sunlight shone on him, reflecting a bit of brightness. His movements were rough but precise. Once the cracks in the walls and windows were blocked, the temperature in the house finally stopped escaping with the wind. Toichi did a final check, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a rag, and turned to say, "This house can hold up for a few more days." Tuaren looked at his frostbitten face, pursed her lips, and didn't speak. "The fire is lit, the house is fixed, but we don't have a single bit of food." Tuaren looked at the fire pit, her voice very light but filled with helplessness. Toichi didn't answer. He closed his eyes, searching for useful information in the original owner's memories. Mountain chickens and rabbits in this area usually move around the bushes deep in the forest. "If I can make a trap, maybe I can catch something. You watch her, I'm going out for a while." Toichi stood up, grabbed the rusty knife, and shouldered the rope to go out. "Damn, it's cold." Toichi hunched his shoulders, exhaled a white mist, and tightened his tattered cotton jacket. The wind drilled through the holes in the sleeves, cutting his skin like knives. Under his feet he stepped on thick snow, each step making a crunching sound. His hands were almost numb from the cold, but he forced himself to walk forward. The surrounding mountain forest was lifeless, with withered branches and frozen bushes covered in snow everywhere. The only sound he could hear was the wailing of the wind blowing through the trees. "It shouldn't be like this," Toichi muttered to himself. The midwinter in the northeast was extremely cold. Walking on the snow, the sound of his footsteps made him feel panicked. He carefully observed the traces on the ground and soon found a string of messy small prints. Those were the claw marks of a mountain chicken, extending along the bushes in the forest. He held his breath and followed carefully. He found a place where mountain chickens often appeared. There were many snow pits on the ground where they had dug for food. He squatted down, checked the terrain, and soon had an idea. He pulled the rope from his waist and quickly wove a snare trap. This kind of trap for catching wild chickens mainly uses the principles of leverage and the conversion of elastic potential energy. When the wild chicken triggers the mechanism, it will be quickly bound and unable to escape. The main structural part of the trap is a Y-shaped forked branch, firmly fixed to the ground. Prepare another long, slender, and elastic branch, like bamboo, and carve a small notch at one end with a knife. Next, take a shorter branch. Place one end on the fork of the Y-shaped branch as a fulcrum, and cross the other end with the long, notched branch. This forms a simple leverage structure. At the notch of the long branch, tie a slipknot made of sturdy rope. The height and position of this slipknot are critical. It must ensure that the height is about right for the wild chicken's head to pass through during normal walking. But when it continues to move forward and its body hits the crossbar connecting the long branch and the short branch, it will trigger the mechanism. Once the crossbar is knocked down, due to the lever, the long branch with the slipknot will snap up, and the slipknot will instantly tighten, firmly strangling the wild chicken's neck or body. The panicked wild chicken will struggle desperately. However, the more it struggles, the tighter the slipknot will become. This mechanism seems simple, but it is not easy to operate in practice because wild chickens are naturally alert, and any abnormality in the surrounding environment will arouse their suspicion. Furthermore, finding a suitable location to set the trap in the wild also requires effort. It must be a place where the wild chickens often come to forage, and at the same time, ensure the trap is not easily discovered. Throughout the production process, his hands were frozen red, and his joints felt stiff as if they were frozen solid. But Toichi knew this was not practice. It was a life-or-death survival battle. After setting up the traps, he carefully followed the pheasant tracks in the mountain forest, placing them in several key positions and covering the mechanisms with dead grass and branches. After finishing all this, he stood up, moved his stiff body, and mentally estimated the time. Toichi braved the biting cold wind and walked alone into the vast mountain forest. The thick snow was knee-deep. Every step he took made a crunching sound. Each step was slow and difficult, but his gaze remained calm, firmly fixed on the tracks at his feet. This forest had already formed a map in his mind. He used the clues pieced together from the original owner's memories to judge the activity range of his prey. His goal was very clear: survive, catch enough prey, and buy time for this difficult winter. His movements were swift and decisive. His fingers were frozen red, but there was no hesitation. The design of this trap was very sophisticated. The rope was camouflaged under the snow, and the opening of the snare was aimed exactly at a snow pit. And the moldy corn kernels were scattered into a guide path, extending from the edge of the snow to the very center of the snare. It was simple, but effective. Toichi stood up and patted the snow off his body. He gently covered the surrounding tracks with his feet, and after confirming that no flaws were exposed, he hid behind a tree and waited patiently. The cold wind roared, and time passed bit by bit. The surroundings were so quiet that only the wind and the occasional sound of falling snow could be heard. Toichi squatted behind the tree, holding his breath, his eyes fixed steadily on the direction of the trap. About half an hour later, his eyes lit up slightly. A grayish-brown pheasant appeared in his line of sight. This pheasant was plump with thick, shiny feathers. It took cautious little steps, looking around on the snow. Its small, black, bright eyes turned from time to time, as if confirming whether the surroundings were safe. "Here it comes." Toichi's heart tightened, but his body was incredibly relaxed, like a fully drawn bow, waiting for the best moment to strike. The pheasant approached the trap slowly, pecking at the corn on the snow. It would stop and look left and right after pecking each grain. It seemed unprepared, but it could run away at the slightest disturbance. Toichi waited patiently without making a sound. Even his breathing became extremely light. The pheasant walked step by step to the center of the snare, and finally lowered its head to peck at the corn in the trap. Just as the pheasant lowered its head to peck, the mechanism was triggered. The rope tightened sharply, and the pheasant's neck was instantly held fast. It let out a panicked cluck-cluck sound, flapping its wings wildly in an attempt to break free. But the more it struggled, the tighter the rope became. A moment later, it could only hang its wings powerlessly on the snow. Toichi rushed over quickly, grabbed the pheasant's body with one hand, and drew his knife with the other to deliver a swift final blow, ending its struggle. He looked up, took a deep breath, and scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming there were no other dangers did he hold his prey in his hand. "Finally caught one," he muttered to himself, a smile appearing on his face. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity, this was his first pheasant, caught in the ice and snow. Just as he returned to the wooden cabin and was enjoying the delicious chicken soup, a low howl came from the distance. "Wolves!" Toichi frowned and stood up, walking to the door. The wind blew in through the cracks in the wooden door, carrying biting cold. He pushed the door open and stuck his head out to look. The night was pitch black, but he keenly caught sight of several faint, glowing green dots in the distance. "Shut the door quickly!" Toichi ordered, turning his head. "Toki, get under the blanket! Sister, keep the fire burning!" Tuaran nimbly stuffed firewood into the stove, and the firelight became brighter. She looked up at Toichi, her eyes full of worry. "Are those wolves? Will they come in?" "They're coming," Toichi said, while taking a wooden stick from the wall, wrapping the front end tightly with twine to make a temporary torch. He lit the torch, his gaze cold as he stared at the door. "Don't be afraid. I'll block them." Toichi pushed the door open and stepped outside. The cold wind hit him instantly, making his ears ache. He glanced around and found several wolves slowly approaching, not far away. One large, lone wolf was growling low, while the others kept their heads down, sniffing the snow as if testing for danger. He quickly set up defenses around the cabin, dragging several long wooden stakes from behind the house and laying them across the front door, securing them with rocks and stakes to form a simple barrier. He stacked debris from outside under the window to block any places where the wolves might break through. He stuck several sharpened sticks near the stakes to form a simple defensive position. After finishing all this, he retreated to the doorway and waved the torch to drive away the approaching pack. The lone wolf stood at the front, growling low, a threatening sound coming from its throat. The lone wolf walked slowly around the cabin, its eyes fixed on Toichi. It suddenly lowered its head and lunged at the cabin's stakes, hitting them with a loud crash. Seeing this, the other wolves followed suit, tentatively charging forward, but upon seeing the torch in Toichi's hand, they quickly backed away a few steps. "Try coming any closer." Toichi stared coldly at the lone wolf and threw the torch hard. The flames burst on the snow. The wolves were frightened and backed away, but the lone wolf was not entirely intimidated. It just stared at him, pacing back and forth, looking for a new point of attack. Tuarin inside the house was so nervous she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "They won't leave, will they? They're hungry. Maybe we didn't handle the blood well when we killed the chicken, and they followed the scent." Toichi's voice came from the doorway as he picked up a second torch with a stick and lit it. He kept his eyes locked on the wolf pack. "But I won't let them in." The lone wolf suddenly exerted force, charging from the side in an attempt to bypass the stakes. Toichi acted quickly, swinging the torch in his hand. The flames nearly burned the tip of the lone wolf's nose. The lone wolf retreated 2 steps with a growl, but its eyes revealed an even stronger, murderous intent. The pack's patience finally ran out. The leading lone wolf let out a low roar, kicked its hind legs, and threw up a large amount of snow, pouncing toward Toichi like a white bolt of lightning. The sharp wolf claws shimmered in the moonlight, aimed straight at his throat. Toichi's pupils contracted, and he quickly took a step back. The snow crunched under his feet as he turned his body to avoid the sharp edge. At the same time, he swung the torch in his hand at extreme speed toward the side of the lone wolf's face. The light illuminated the gray-white fur of the wolf, and the torch hit its cheek precisely, producing a smell of burnt hair. The lone wolf let out a miserable shriek, its cheek burned by the flame, and it rolled twice on the ground. However, its ferocity was not diminished. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow mixed with the burnt fur only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. Toichi panted, taking a step back cautiously. The torch in his hand swayed with the cold wind, making a popping sound. His peripheral vision scanned the back of the cabin, trying to find more weapons, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. The lone wolf crouched low, saliva dripping from its mouth, its sharp fangs shining in the cold wind. With infinite killing intent in its eyes, it pushed off its hind legs and pounced on Toichi again. This time, the target was his chest. Toichi quickly held the torch horizontally to block, but the lone wolf's force was too great, knocking the torch away and sending hot sparks flying. Toichi retreated 2 steps, tripped on the ice and snow, and nearly fell. He quickly steadied himself, bent down, and grabbed a wooden stick. The moment he gripped it, the lone wolf was already in front of him. He held the stick across his chest. The 2 forces collided fiercely with a muffled bang. Toichi gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms trembling as he held off the wolf's claws. The lone wolf opened its bloody mouth, the fishy hot air rushing toward him. Its fangs were less than a foot from Toichi's face. The lone wolf exerted all its strength. Its claws left deep marks on the stick, while one hind leg kicked hard at Toichi's shin, trying to pin him down completely. "You're really tough," Toichi snorted coldly and suddenly raised his knee, striking the lone wolf's abdomen. The lone wolf felt the pain and let out a short howl. Its body swayed, but it refused to let go. Taking advantage of this, Toichi quickly adjusted his posture and delivered a side kick, hitting the lone wolf right in the chest. The lone wolf was kicked and rolled twice on the snow, growling low in its throat, but there was no sign of giving up in its eyes. The lone wolf stood up again and shook its head, snow covering its face and limbs. The next second, it attacked again, faster than before. "Want to bite me to death? Then give it a try," Toichi muttered, gripping the wooden stick, aiming at the lone wolf's throat, waiting for the moment it charged near. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, Toichi ducked under the wolf's claws, took advantage of the momentum, and swung the wooden stick with all his might, smashing it hard against the wolf's lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and a sound of bones snapping echoed. The lone wolf staggered back on its knees, whimpering angrily. Toichi gave it no chance to breathe, stepping forward, grabbing the other end of the stick and thrusting it hard into the lone wolf's throat. Toichi stood in the snow, panting, the blood from the wound on his right arm dripping onto the ground. The bright red blood and the pool of blood under the lone wolf intertwined. His hand was still clutching the stick tightly. It was only after a few seconds that he slowly let go. Seeing their leader fall, the other wolves stopped and ran into the dark forest while whimpering. Toichi braced his body, bent down, grabbed the lone wolf's carcass, and dragged it back to the wooden cabin step by step. The firelight from the room spilled onto his blood-stained face. Seeing him enter, Toki immediately rushed over, her small face full of worry. "You're hurt. It must hurt a lot, right?" Tuarin also put down the firewood and ran over quickly. Seeing the deep claw marks on his arm and the sleeve soaked in blood, her eyes immediately turned red. "Brother, why are you hurt like this?" "It's a small injury." Toichi twitched his lips, dropping the wolf carcass on the ground. "The pack has retreated." "Retreated." Tuarin's tears fell uncontrollably. "Why do you have to risk your life like this? If something happens to you, what will we do?" Toichi sighed at her tears and gently patted her shoulder with his uninjured hand. "Sister, I am a man. This is my responsibility. As long as I'm here, we don't have to fear these beasts." But if this continues, how can you hold on alone?" Tuarin asked through tears. "Why don't I just get married? Then we won't have to suffer like this anymore." "Absolutely not." Toichi's tone became stern, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. "I said you must not sacrifice yourself for us. You will suffer even more if you marry over there. This is not the solution." Tuarin lowered her head, tears falling to the ground as she choked and could not speak. "Brother, you are really amazing." Toki, standing to the side, suddenly grabbed Toichi's hand, her eyes full of admiration. "You fought off the wolf pack all by yourself and killed this big wolf. I want to learn skills from you in the future. I also want to protect sister." Toichi looked at his younger sister's tired but determined little face and couldn't help but smile. "All right, but you'll have to grow a few more years first." That night, the firelight still swayed in the cabin. The lone wolf's head hanging outside looked ferocious in the moonlight, but no more wolf howls broke the silence. As dawn broke, the cold wind found its way into the cracks of the cabin, making a whistling sound. Toichi climbed up early from the straw-covered wooden bed and touched the wolf hide that had been hung up last night, determining it was half dry. He picked up his knife from the corner and crouched by the door to start processing the wolf carcass. The knife flipped flexibly in his hands. He used the back of the blade to scrape off the bits of meat remaining on the leather and cut off the excess parts along the edge of the hide. In the snow, the discarded bones and internal organs were steaming. He didn't stop, using his hands to dig a deep pit in the snow and throwing the wolf's organs into it. Then he quickly covered it with snow and flattened the ground to ensure no scent was left behind to attract other beasts. The wolf hide was rolled up and tied tight with twine. He took 2 pieces of cut wolf meat from the cloth bag nearby, placed them inside, and packed them carefully. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and walked back into the house with the cloth bag and the wolf hide, the floorboards creaking under his feet. Leaving so early? Tuarin was sitting by the fire, knitting straw sandals for Toki. She looked up at him, her eyes full of worry. "Go early, come back early." Toichi threw the cloth bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. Tuarin followed him to the door and reached out to straighten the collar of his fading cotton jacket, her tone lowering slightly. "Brother, when you get to the village, don't get into conflicts with people, especially those who love to gossip. You are only one person." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Toichi patted her shoulder and said with a smile. Toki rushed over from the fire and hugged Toichi's leg, lifting her little face, her mouth pouting. "Brother, don't let anyone bully you. Come back quickly. Sister and I are waiting for you at home." Toichi squatted down, patted her head, and said, "Don't worry. If your brother can fight off a wolf, what is there to fear from people?" He stood up, strapped on the wolf hide, picked up the cloth bag, and pushed open the door. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit his face. He took a deep breath and stepped out into the snow, his back casting a long shadow in the morning light. The small path down the mountain was covered in thick snow, sinking past his ankles with every step and making a crunching sound. Toichi, carrying the heavy bundle, kept his head down and watched the path, his steps steady and firm. He glanced at the forests on both sides, seeing a thin layer of ice hanging on the branches. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow through, shattering the ice and making it fall to the ground with a tinkling sound. He reached out and touched the cloth bag against his chest, where the wolf meat was tied tight. He reminded himself not to be careless on the way down, as losing the goods would mean the trip was in vain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he stopped to catch his breath, adjusted the wolf hide on his back, and gripped the cloth bag tightly. His gaze fell upon the village visible in the distance, and he silently vowed to himself, "This trip must be successful." The old wooden door of the brigade office had a tattered wooden sign hanging on it, with Kinshi Brigade written in paint. Toichi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Hearing a voice from inside, he pushed the door open with his shoulder, the door planks emitting a harsh creaking sound. The room was not very large. There was an old office desk against the wall and a middle-aged man wearing a gray military overcoat. Seeing the wolf hide hanging on Toichi's shoulder, his eyes brightened visibly. "Who are you? Is that a wolf hide?" Toichi placed the cloth bag on the floor, took the wolf hide off his shoulder, shook it out, and laid it flat on the desk. "Captain Kaito, this is the wolf I killed last night." Kaito set down his documents, stood up, and reached out to touch the hide. "You killed this." He looked up and sized Toichi up, his gaze lingering on the wounds that had not yet fully healed. "Yes." Toichi nodded and briefly recounted the wolf attack from the previous night. His tone was not rushed, nor did he deliberately exaggerate the danger, but his words were clear and his logic precise. After listening, Kaito couldn't help but nod. "You alone were able to deal with a pack of wolves and even kill the alpha? You've got talent." Captain Kaito patted the wolf hide on the table, his tone filled with a touch of admiration. "Young people like you are not often seen." Captain Kaito listened to Toichi while stroking the hide on the table, his eyes flashing with thought from time to time. He pondered for a moment, tearing the hide slightly to feel the smooth surface of the fur. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Young man, since you have this skill, why not just become the village's mountain guard?" In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. Toichi accurately slammed a torch onto the lone wolf's face. It brought up a wave of charred smell. The lone wolf shrieked in pain. Its cheek was burned by the flames. It fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished by this. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow, mixed with the burnt fur, only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. The next second, it attacked again. Its speed was faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, Toichi ducked to dodge the wolf's claws, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed the wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and with a crack and a muffled thud, it fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Captain Kaito from the village was very impressed by Toichi's skills. "Young man, since you have this ability, why not just be our village's mountain guard?" "Mountain guard?" Toichi frowned slightly, looking up at Captain Kaito, his tone probing. "What does that involve?" Captain Kaito smiled, casually picked up a pencil from the desk, twirled it, and pointed toward the window. "A mountain guard is responsible for patrolling the forest, driving away fierce beasts, and protecting the village's crops and people's safety. Simply put, the forest around the village will be under your care." As he spoke, he paused and lowered his voice. "However, there is a condition. You must hunt regularly and hand the prey over to the village. That is the responsibility of the mountain guard. The commune supplies grain to our village, and we can't just let you occupy the mountain's resources for free, right?" Toichi pursed his lips, not rushing to reply. He lowered his eyes, his fingers tapping gently on the edge of the desk, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, he looked up and asked, "Then, if I take this job, what will the brigade provide?" "Don't worry about that." Secretary Kaito smiled, folded the wolf hide twice, and placed it back on the table, his tone becoming softer. "The mountain guard is recognized by the commune, so your subsidy is guaranteed. Salt, clothes, and grain coupons. All of these will be provided." Toichi nodded slightly, but his brow didn't fully unfurl, his voice becoming deeper. "The mountains are not a place to play around in. If I don't have a gun, even the most skilled person might not be able to come back in one piece." Captain Kaito's hand paused, his expression showing a bit of amusement. "So, after all that talk, your boy was eyeing a gun all along?" "Captain, the wolves in the mountains don't show mercy," Toichi said, his tone neither humble nor pushy, a slight smile on his lips. "If I don't have that, I'm afraid I can't do the job well." Captain Kaito picked up the rolled-up wolf hide and tapped the table with his pencil, as if weighing the decision. He pondered for a moment and said, "There are indeed no new hunting rifles on hand, but there is an old-fashioned hunting rifle in the warehouse. Although it's a bit old, it's still good enough to use. Take it for an emergency first. Once your status as a mountain guard is officially approved, I'll get you a better gun. How about that?" A smile appeared on Toichi's lips and he nodded slightly. "Captain, this hunting rifle is enough. I will definitely do this job well and will not cause any trouble for the village." Captain Kaito couldn't help but nod, his smile more genuine. "Young people with courage? Fine, it's settled. I will report the mountain guard matter to the higher-ups. Once it is officially approved, you will be the official mountain guard of Qingxi Village." Captain Kaito turned and instructed an assistant in the office. "Go get some things. A bag of salt and those few padded jackets. Don't let those siblings freeze." The assistant agreed, and soon brought a bag of coarse salt and a few tattered padded jackets. Secretary Kaito personally handed the salt and fabric to Toichi. "Take these back first. Let your sister add a few layers. It's cold in the mountains, and you can't let them freeze." Toichi took the items, his eyes flickering slightly, then he gripped them tightly. "Thank you, Captain." "No need for thanks." Captain Kaito waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "Just do your job well. Remember, you are not guarding the mountain for yourself, but for the whole village. Once you take on this identity, you cannot be lazy." Toichi nodded. "Captain, don't worry. I understand the weight of this role. Since I've accepted it, I will definitely get the job done." Captain Kaito patted his shoulder. "Young man, it's a good thing to be hardworking, but the mountains are dangerous. Don't push your luck. If you run into something you can't solve, come back and find me, you hear?" "I will," Toichi said, looking up with firm determination. When he left the office, a light snow was falling outside. Toichi looked down at the bag of salt and the clothes in his hands, his clenched fists slowly relaxing and then tightening again. He took a deep breath and gazed toward the mountain forest in the distance, silently making up his mind. Being a mountain guard is no joke. Since I've taken this path, I have to walk it well. I absolutely cannot fail. For my sister and younger sister, and for our livelihood, I must carry this burden. As he stepped out of the village gate, he tucked the bag tighter and headed toward the mountain, the shotgun on his back emitting a slight rattling sound. His back cast a long shadow on the snow, his pace steady, filled with silent determination. By the time Toichi returned to the wooden cabin, it was already noon. Firelight shone through the cabin's windows, and he could vaguely see Tuaran bent over, adding firewood to the stove. As he pushed the door open, the cold wind rushed in, and the bundle on his back shifted slightly, revealing the padded jackets. "You're back!" Toki rushed over, her eyes instantly falling on the bag, reaching out to rummage through it. "What is this? Are these things you traded for?" Toichi set down his bundle, hung the salt on the wall, and patted his younger sister's head. "These are supplies for our family. The clothes and salt are for pickling meat. It's enough to keep us going for a while." Tuaren walked over, frowning, her eyes filled with hidden worry. "Brother, this, mountain guard, role is not something a normal person can handle." She looked up at the items he brought back, her tone becoming heavier. "The last few mountain guards either died in the mountains or came back missing an arm or a leg. You know how dangerous the mountains are. Don't worry." Toichi rolled up his sleeves, took the wolf meat out of the bag, and rinsed it simply with snow water. He placed it on the cutting board and began to slice it. "We want to live, we have to pay a price. Besides, I have the skills. I won't let you and Toki suffer anymore." "But," Torin wanted to persuade him further, but Toichi interrupted. "No more buts. Only when we are full do we have the energy to worry about such dangers." He turned to his younger sister and shouted, "Toki, build a fire. Brother is going to stew wolf meat for you all tonight." Toichi found a sturdy iron pot from the corner, wiped the dust off the rim with his sleeve, and placed the chunks of wolf meat into the pot, one by one. The white meat blocks clattered against the iron walls, sounding as if the heavy burdens of their days were being laid down bit by bit. He turned and took a small pinch of Sichuan peppercorns from a small jar on the wooden shelf, rubbed them with his fingers, and sprinkled them into the pot. The distinct peppercorn grains fell between the meat, slowly sinking and floating in the clear water, like nimble black spirits. Next, he scooped a little salt with a spoon, sprinkled it gently into the pot, and added a small ladle of water, letting the surface just cover the meat. "Sister, add some firewood." Toichi squatted down, reached into the stove, and pushed a few dry sticks into the fire. Toki squatted by the stove, resting her chin in her hands. "Brother, this meat smells so good. When can we eat?" Toichi looked up and smiled, rubbing her hair. "Soon. Wait a little longer. It only tastes good if it's stewed thoroughly." He stood up and stirred the broth with a spoon. Even thicker steam rose from the pot, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that hit their faces. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of meat, gently pressing it with his hand. The texture had already become soft and tender. "Sister, try it." Toichi picked up a rough ceramic bowl, scooped a ladle of hot broth, and took a piece of perfectly stewed wolf meat, handing it to Tuaren. Tuaren took the bowl and glanced down. The wolf meat was stewed red, and the broth was clear with drops of oil floating on top. She blew on the heat and took a cautious bite. "How is it?" Toichi asked with a smile, picking up a piece of meat to feed Toki. "It tastes very good." Tuaren nodded gently, but her brows remained slightly furrowed. She set the bowl down and looked up at Toichi. "Brother, our days are better than before, but this job is too dangerous. Can you really handle it?" "Don't worry." Toichi smiled and picked up a piece of meat to put in his own mouth. "Brother, it's so delicious." Toki looked up, her small face full of satisfaction. "This meat is so chewy and fragrant. It's much better than the wild vegetables and cold rice we used to eat." Toichi smiled and added another spoonful to her bowl. "Eat slowly. Don't shout." "Brother, can you really hold on?" Tuaren looked down, using her chopsticks to nudge the meat in her bowl, her voice low. "Our days used to be hard, but at least we didn't have to worry about these dangers. Now, being a mountain guard is so difficult." Toichi picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Only after finishing it did he look up at her, his gaze firm. "Don't worry about those things anymore. Since I dared to take this job, I will definitely do it well. Having wolf meat to eat is better than starving, right?" Tuaren lowered her head and didn't speak again, but tears shimmered in her eyes. The next morning, the news of Toichi killing the wolf spread throughout the village. "Did you hear? The boy from the two family killed a wolf all by himself? He really has some skills." Under the big locust tree at the village entrance, a group of old farmers sat together smoking dry tobacco. Hearing this, an older man knocked his pipe. "That little brat? He can deal with a wolf? Do you believe it?" Captain Kaito even admitted it, and gave him the mountain guard job. Another person interjected. "Mountain guard? That job isn't for just anyone. How old is he? There are things in those mountains fiercer than wolves. How long can he last?" A young man chimed in, his tone full of disdain. "Whether he can handle it or not, at least he's full and living well now. I heard the prey he hands in can be traded for salt and grain coupons." A woman passing by with firewood sneered. "He used to be too poor to make ends meet, but now he's occupying the mountain resources and living a good life." The door of the brigade office was pushed open with a bang. Kaito, who was organizing documents, looked up, seeing a woman wearing a tattered padded jacket storming in aggressively, followed by a series of chaotic footsteps. "Captain Kaito, I don't accept this." The stepmother put one hand on her hip and slammed the table hard with the other, her voice shrill and ear-piercing. "That little brat Toichi, what can he do as a mountain guard? He's privately occupying mountain resources, not only failing to hand over game to the family, but hiding in the mountains to eat it all by himself. This is not acceptable." Kaito set down his fountain pen, frowned slightly, and kept his tone steady. "Sister-in-law, Toichi's current status is that of the village's temporary mountain guard. His duty is to hunt and protect the village. According to the rules, he turns over a portion of the game to the commune and keeps the rest for his own use. This is his job description. How has it become private occupation of resources?" The stepmother widened her eyes, tugged at her padded jacket as if trembling with rage, and shouted, "What rules? What nonsense! He is an ingrate who drove his mother to an early grave, and now he wants to stand against me? Secretary Kaito, how can you let a person like that be a mountain guard? I'm telling you, he's an unfilial wretch." As she spoke, she raised her hand to slam the table again, pointing at Kaito's nose and yelling, "If this gets out, what will the villagers think of you? Why should a person like him be allowed to take advantage of the mountain?" Kaito looked at her angry face, his frown deepening. He set down his file, leaned back in his chair, and stopped being polite. "Sister-in-law, don't you feel embarrassed making such a scene?" Toichi is the mountain guard because he has the ability and the courage. We judge people by their competence, not by what you say they are. Seeing that her soft approach wasn't working, the stepmother's face darkened and she suddenly changed her tone, feigning a look of wronged grievance. "Is it easy being a stepmother? It's one thing that he ran off, but now he's out there ruining my reputation every day. Saying I beat his sister, saying I forced his other sister to marry. I am so wronged." Kaito stared at her for a few seconds, his tone turning colder and harder. "Sister-in-law, I don't care how your family lived in the past, but don't bring your domestic affairs into the village to make a scene. The mountain guard is a village matter. The village needs someone to work. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for not giving you any respect." The stepmother's lips trembled with rage. She glared fiercely at Kaito, kicked the ground, and stomped out of the door while cursing. After leaving the village, the stepmother grew more and more unwilling to let it go, feeling she had suffered a great loss. Along the way, her eyes scanned back and forth, looking for another opportunity to deal with Toichi. When she reached the entrance of the village, she happened to see Toichi walking out of a villager's house, carrying a cloth bag on his shoulder and holding a polished wooden stick in his hand. "The mountain guard is back." The stepmother curled her lip, sneering as she stood in the middle of the road with both hands on her hips. Blocking his way, she said, "Getting bold now, aren't you? Even forgetting you have a home, right?" Toichi stopped and gave her a cold, dismissive glance. "You're right. Home? That was a hell. I only regret that I brought my sisters and ran away too late." The stepmother's face stiffened. Her mouth opened, and she immediately changed her face, saying vindictively, "So your wings have grown strong, have they? Now that you're benefiting from the mountain, you're talking quite righteously. I think you've just forgotten your father is still at home." Toichi took a step forward, the wooden stick tapping lightly on the ground, making a low thud. His gaze pierced the stepmother like a knife, his voice icy. "If you really considered us family, would you have let Toki get beaten? Would you force my sister to marry an old bachelor? Stepmother, how do you even have the face to mention home?" The stepmother was left livid by his words. She reached out to point at his nose, her mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't say a word. She stamped her foot and yelled in frustration, "You ingrate! One day you will kneel and come back to beg me." Finished, she flicked her sleeves and left quickly. As the stepmother walked and cursed, a group of villagers by the road watched everything, whispering among themselves. "Is this stepmother too much?" An older man spat out some tobacco smoke and shook his head. "If she treats her own family like this, does she expect others to give her a good look? I heard she even went to the commune to complain, saying Toichi was occupying mountain resources. How shameless. Toichi is capable, he really doesn't care for that home. But having said that, being a mountain guard isn't easy either." Someone else chimed in, "This job is dangerous, who knows if he can last long. Let's just wait and see." In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. Toichi accurately slammed a torch onto the lone wolf's face. It brought up a wave of charred smell. "Oh!" the lone wolf shrieked. Its cheek burned by the flames. It fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished by this. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow, mixed with the burnt fur, only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. The next second, it attacked again, its speed faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, Toichi ducked to dodge the wolf's claws, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed the wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and with a crack and a muffled thud, it fell to the ground. Night fell. Moonlight, like cold blades, slashed through the snow-covered mountain forest. The air was filled with a biting chill. A small wooden cabin stood alone in the woods. From the distant forest came the rustling of wind blowing through the treetops, as if something was approaching silently. Toichi sat by the fire, holding a small knife in his hand, vigorously shaving a thick wooden stick. With every cut, wood shavings tumbled down under the firelight. His movements were crisp and decisive. With every shave, the tip became sharper. He looked down at the point of the stick, nodded with satisfaction, and placed it in the pile of tools next to him. A long, low wolf howl came from afar, like an invisible hook, tightening the silence of the night. Toichi's hand paused, his eyes immediately turning alert. He slowly looked up, his gaze passing through the window and staring outside. In the moonlight, the reflection of the snow made it difficult to see things in the distance, but his intuition told him that danger was approaching. He stood up, tucked the small knife back into his waist, took the hunting rifle from the corner, quickly checked the chamber, and picked up a torch to light it. The smell of dry wood being lit quickly spread, and the orange fire illuminated the room. Another wolf howl, this time significantly closer. Toichi walked to the door, his hand gripping the torch tightening slightly. He didn't rush to open the door, instead looking out through the crack first. Sure enough, fresh wolf paw prints were clearly imprinted on the snow in front of the cabin, as if they had extended from the woods and stopped 10 meters away. Toichi slowly pushed the door open. The cold wind rushed in, causing the torch flame to flicker constantly. He held the torch high and walked slowly under the eaves, his eyes scanning the surrounding snow with vigilance. Not far away, the figures of 7 or 8 wolves were vaguely visible at the edge of the forest. They were half-crouched, their tails tucked behind them, their eyes shining with green light in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. The one in the middle was the largest, with white fur around its mouth stained with blood that seemed to be fresh. It was clearly the leader. Toichi stood still and stomped his feet on the snow, making a dull sound. He swung the torch forward, the fire sweeping through the air, forcing the pack to retreat a few steps. But these wolves stopped quickly, and the lead wolf let out a low growl. The other wolves moved forward again, their front paws gently touching the snow, their movements cautious and careful. What a troublesome beast! Toichi gritted his teeth and quickly scanned the defensive perimeter around the cabin. The traps he had set during the day were still intact, with sharp wooden stakes and gravel distributed all around, just in time to block the pack's path of attack. He took a step back, held the torch high, and threw it forcefully toward the wolves. After it landed, flames flared up, scaring a young wolf into jumping to the side. The lead wolf growled low, signaling the pack not to act rashly. Toichi, seeing the wolves' movements, quickly drew the small knife from his waist and hammered it against the iron pot hanging at the door. Clack-clack sounds. He knew that sound could temporarily disrupt the nerves of the pack, buying him more time. Back in the day, Toichi had anticipated that the wolves would return for revenge, so he had sent his sisters to the villagers' house early. After all, wolves are pack animals. As the wolf pack's territory is encroached upon by human activities, and the scope of forest logging expands, the wolves' habitat continues to shrink. The pack would exhibit high alertness and hostility toward intruders. They remember the human activity trajectories that have destroyed their territory, and if they find similar activities approaching again, the wolves will emerge from their hiding spots, let out low growls, and through this intimidation behavior, try to prevent the territory from being encroached upon again. Not to mention the starving wolves in winter who cannot find food. Toichi recalled every detail he had learned in his past life's wilderness survival courses, his eyes calm and focused. To survive in this dangerous mountain forest, courage alone is not enough. One must use sufficient wisdom and experience to cope with the challenges at hand. He took several thick branches from behind the small wooden cabin, about 1 meter long, with a diameter just right for holding in his hand. He sat by the fire, picked up a sharp small knife, and cut off the extra branches and skin on the tree branch, revealing the smooth wood inside. Toichi's movements were skillful. Every cut was crisp and neat, and wood chips tumbled and fell to the ground with the sliding of the blade piling into a small pile. He used the knife to polish one end of the branch bit by bit until it was shaved into a sharp cone, the tip shining with a cold light. After sharpening one stake, he stood it under the firelight to check carefully, confirmed the tip was sharp enough, nodded with satisfaction, inserted it into the snow, and began to sharpen the next one. The pack is not easy to deal with. I need to make a few more, he muttered to himself, his tone revealing a hint of vigilance. After sharpening all the branches, he carried these sharp stakes and began to set up a defensive circle around the cabin. He thrust the stakes into the ground with force and stomped on them hard to ensure they were firm enough. To increase the defensive effect, he shortened the spacing between the stakes to 2 fist widths. This way, no matter which direction the wolves approached from, they would find it difficult to avoid these sharp obstacles. For every stake he inserted, he kicked it to confirm it wouldn't loosen before continuing to the next. After a flurry of activity, a circle of dense, sharp stakes had been erected on the open ground around the cabin, like a low barrier firmly protecting the cabin inside. Then he took a coil of thick hemp rope from the corner of the cabin, untied it, and placed it on the ground. Using both hands, he quickly wove active loop snares. He first tied the hemp rope into a slip knot and then pulled it tight. Then he fixed the other end of the rope to a wooden stake buried in the snow to ensure the snare could withstand the struggle of a wolf. After weaving the first snare, he took it to an open space in front of the cabin, buried the active loop gently into the snow, leaving only a short piece of rope as a lure. To increase concealment, he covered the rope with surrounding fine snow, leaving only what looked like a flat, even piece of snow. At first glance, there was no abnormality at all. Wolves have light footsteps, but they have to step on the ground. If they step here, they won't be able to run away. Toichi looked at his setup with satisfaction, turned back to get more hemp rope, and continued to weave the remaining snares. He scattered these snares around the cabin, especially in several places near the door, because the wolves' goal was likely to raid from the front door. To divert the pack's attention, Toichi also specially utilized some bait. He picked out several pieces of bloody internal organs and broken bones from the residue left by the wolf he had killed last night, put them into a cloth bag, and carried them toward the edge of the woods. He found several low trees, used a knife to shave a few small notches on the trunks, and then hung the flesh and residue on the branches, letting them emit a strong, fishy smell. The placement of these baits was carefully calculated. They were exactly on the path the wolves would take to attack the cabin, but at a certain distance from the cabin. Wolves' noses are too sensitive. If they smell this, they'll definitely go around it. Toichi hung up the last piece of organ, kicked the snow on the ground with his feet, and covered his own footprints slightly, to avoid exposing traces of human activity. He stood under the tree and looked around, confirmed that all the baits were conspicuous enough and the smell was strong enough, then nodded with satisfaction. As long as they chase these scents, they won't get too close to the cabin. After finishing all this, Toichi dragged his slightly weary body back to the cabin. He stood at the door and carefully looked around the defensive circle, checking each stake and snare one by one, ensuring there were no omissions or negligence. Wolves are the most troublesome beasts, but they are also afraid of pain. As long as it is set up carefully, no matter how smart they are, they will step into the pit, he said in a low voice, his tone filled with confidence and a hint of anticipation for the battle. Finally, he took several spare torches from the corner of the cabin, wrapped them tightly with cloth strips, and soaked them in an oil can for backup. He knew that fire was one of the most effective weapons against a wolf pack. In case of an emergency, he could light it at any moment to drive the enemy away. Toichi stood at the door, looking at the traps and defensive line he had set up, his gaze firm. He looked up toward the distant forest. The woods under the moonlight were silent, but he knew that behind that silence lurked a danger that could not be ignored. "Just let me see how much ability you have," he muttered to himself, hung his bird gun back on his shoulder, turned and walked into the cabin, and gently closed the door. A long, low wolf howl was spat out from its throat, echoing through the silent woods. This was not an ordinary howl, but a signal urging the other wolves to act. Several gray wolves approached slowly from the forest. They kept their bodies low, their movements so light they were almost soundless. Sharp claws left shallow marks in the thick snow, their noses constantly sniffing the scent of meat wafting through the air. The alpha wolf stepped forward, leading the way toward the cabin's defensive circle. Its pace was steady, every step filled with a sense of probing. It stopped near the sharp wooden stakes, lowered its head to sniff the scent on them, and looked up at the cabin again. Its body arched slightly, front legs crouched on the ground, tail swaying, as if ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, the alpha wolf took another step forward. Its front paw stepped lightly on the snow, and the snare hidden beneath the surface immediately sensed its weight. With a snap, it tightened rapidly, the hemp rope instantly snaring its right front leg. The alpha wolf jumped back violently, trying to break free from the restraint, but the snare held its leg tightly. Sharp claws frantically clawed at the snow, kicking up large piles of powder. Its low growls turned into angry howls, and its fangs bit at the hemp rope, yet it could not bite through it. The other wolves, hearing its howling, immediately stopped in their tracks, alert, and turned to look at the trapped alpha. They swarmed over, pawing at the snare and trying to bite the rope with their teeth, but to no avail. "My chance has come!" Toichi leaned out from behind the door, his gaze locked firmly on the trapped alpha. He did not hesitate, aimed at the alpha's hind leg, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot exploded in the quiet mountain forest, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air instantly. The bullet hit the alpha's hind leg precisely. Blood bloomed on the snow, dyeing the white ground red. The alpha let out a shrill howl, its body struggling violently, its hind leg twitching on the snow as it tried to escape the sudden pain. A piercing cry, the alpha howled with all its might. It was a command and a summons. The other wolves immediately rushed to its side, shielding the alpha from Toichi, warning this, quote, two-legged beast not to come any closer with low growls. Toichi was not intimidated. He put down his rifle and quickly grabbed a torch from the side, lighting it with the fire pit. With a whoosh, flames flared up. He gripped the torch tightly and moved toward the pack, brandishing it. He kicked a few stones away, making a clattering sound, trying to use the firelight and noise to disrupt the pack's focus. Several gray wolves were startled by the firelight and retreated a few steps. The alpha pulled with all its might, dragging its snared leg until it finally snapped the rope. Dragging its blood-soaked hind leg, it let out a short, low growl, commanding the other wolves to retreat immediately. Toichi stood in place holding the torch, watching as one wolf after another retreated back into the forest. The last to leave, the alpha, stopped on the snow and stared at him one last time. In those dark yellow eyes was intense resentment, as if it were memorizing this human who had injured it. "Come and try again next time." Toichi stared at it coldly, the torch in his hand still held high. The alpha let out a low growl, dragging its injured leg as it hobbled into the woods, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The surroundings returned to silence. Only the cold wind and snowflakes drifted through the air. On the snow around the cabin lay chaotic wolf paw prints and a patch of dark red blood, as if everything that had just happened were merely an illusion. Toichi stuck the torch into the ground. His hand holding the rifle relaxed slightly, but his eyes remained vigilant. He glanced at the blood on the snow and the damaged traps, understanding that this pack of wolves had only temporarily retreated and would not give up so easily. Tonight was just a probe. Next time they might bring more companions, he muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He turned and returned to the cabin, reloaded the rifle, picked up some rope, and began to repair the traps damaged by the pack. By the fire, the leaping flames reflected on his face, the shadows constantly shifting on the walls. His movements were nimble and decisive. The rope passed quickly through his hands, and the traps gradually returned to their original state. Wolves hold grudges too easily. They won't let it go at that. Toichi fixed the last snare on the ground and stomped on it to ensure it was secure. He straightened up, walked to the fire, and added a few pieces of dry wood. The flames flared up again, dispelling some of the chill in the cabin. "Since you won't give up," he said in a low voice, his gaze firm. Toichi sat down, leaning against the wall, the rifle within reach. The firelight flickered in his pupils. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Although exhausted, he remained highly vigilant. He knew this contest between man and wolf was far from over. The morning sun sprinkled through the treetops onto the snow, and the traces of the night's battle appeared particularly obvious in the light. The snow around the cabin was trampled into a mess. Scattered wolf fur hung on the sharp stakes. Bloodstains dyed the snow dark red, and some flattened snares lay scattered outside the defensive circle. Fuerin carried a small water bucket, pulling Toki with her as they walked back along the forest path. As soon as they reached the cabin, Toki was startled by the scene and gripped Turin's hand tightly. "Did the wolf pack come here last night?" "Don't be afraid. Brother is definitely fine." Although Turin's voice was calm, her gaze locked onto the wolf fur at the door and the blood on the snow, her brow knitting involuntarily. Pushing open the cabin door, Toichi was sitting with his back to them by the fire, using a cloth strip to bandage a small wound on his arm. He heard the movement, turned his head, and saw the two sisters standing at the door. "Why are you up so early?" Toichi lifted the corner of his mouth in a smile, waving his bandaged hand at them. "I was busy for a while last night. You were scared, weren't you?" As soon as Toki saw that her brother was fine, she ran to him and stared wide-eyed at his arm. "You're hurt. Was it a wolf bite?" "It's nothing. A trifle." Toichi ruffled her hair. "Those wolves didn't get the better of me. I guess they won't come back again. Tuaran walked to the center of the room, her gaze sweeping over the scattered ropes, her face full of worry. Brother, it's too dangerous in the mountains. Can you handle it alone? Toichi sorted the ropes while smiling to comfort her. Sister, last night was just a minor scene. We rely on these mountains to survive now. We have to pay a price. Besides, don't you believe in my skills? Tuaran bit her lip and didn't say anything more, simply tidying up the room silently, organizing the scattered items into the corner. After tidying the room, Tuaran opened a small wooden cabinet, took out a pinch of crushed corn, some dried wild vegetables, and a few pieces of sweet potato that were as hard as stones. She glanced at these meager rations and sighed. That's all we have. We'll just have to make some porridge to get by today. She poured the corn into the tattered little pot, rubbed the wild vegetables in water a few times, and then broke the sweet potato into pieces and threw them into the pot. After lighting the wood in the stove, she added firewood while stirring the ingredients in the pot with a wooden spoon to prevent burning. The steam with the faint fragrance of grain permeated the room. Soon, bubbles began to gurgle in the pot, and the porridge became slightly thicker. Tuaran looked down at the food in the pot and couldn't help but mutter, "When will we ever get through these days?" Toki had been squatting by the stove, tugging on Tuaran's clothes. Sister, cook it fast, I'm starving. Wait, it'll be ready soon. Tuaran patted her head impatiently. After the porridge was cooked, Tuaran set aside a bowl for Toichi, gave another to Toki, and finally kept a bowl for herself that was so thin one could see their reflection in it. As soon as he picked up the bowl, Toichi looked at the piece of wolf meat hanging in the corner. Can we eat some meat today? Just drinking this thin soup, I won't have the strength to go into the mountains. Tuaran rolled her eyes at him, picked up a chopstick, and tapped Toichi's hand lightly. What kind of person eats meat every day? Do you think wolf meat is endless? It has to be saved and eaten slowly. Just make do with the porridge today. Toki chimed in from the side. Yeah. Brother, you should make do with it. The porridge is pretty tasty too. The two of you are ganging up on me, Toichi muttered, taking a large gulp of porridge and smacking his lips. Though, this porridge is actually quite good. Tuaran pursed her lips, but while holding her bowl, she secretly added a spoonful of porridge to Toichi's bowl. Don't be stubborn. Finish it quickly. Eat your fill before you go out. After breakfast, Toichi wiped his mouth and went to the corner to check his equipment. He picked up the snares he had retied the previous night. Then, he stuffed several sharp wooden stakes into his back basket and loaded 2 bundles of torches and a sharp dagger into his basket. Tuaran watched his busy back and asked in a low voice, You're going into the mountains again today? You just fought with a wolf pack all night last night. Can't you take a day off? The mountains are full of prey. It's cold, so they have to come out to forage. If I don't hunt at a time like this, when the snow gets even heavier in a couple of days, it will be even harder to catch anything. Toichi slung his basket on and turned to smile at his sister. Don't worry, you know what I'm capable of. Besides, with these items, I'm enough to deal with ordinary fierce beasts. Tuaran sighed, took a small cloth bag from the cabinet with some dry rations, and stuffed the only wool scarf in the cabin into Toichi's hand. Take the food. It's cold. Don't freeze. Toki also tugged on her brother's clothes, saying in a baby voice, Brother, you must be careful, okay? Come back early. I'm waiting to eat the meat you catch. Brother will definitely bring back big game. Toichi squatted down and tapped his younger sister on the forehead. Listen to your sister at home and don't make her worry. Tuaran watched her brother walk to the cabin door and couldn't help but urge him again. Toichi, it's freezing in the mountains and there are too many dangerous things. Be careful in everything and don't push yourself. Toichi nodded, pushed open the cabin door, and stepped into the snow. His back was cast long by the morning light, and the snow under his feet made a crunching sound. As he walked deeper into the forest, his figure was gradually swallowed by the shadows of the trees. Stepping onto the forest path, Toichi took a deep breath of the cold air filled with pine scent and looked up at the canopy above his head. Sunlight spilled through the sparse branches, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. He did not rush to go deeper, but lowered his head to carefully observe the marks on the ground. On the snow, some shallow tracks caught his attention. He squatted down, gently touched the edge of the footprints with his hand, and whispered, These are goral, wild goat, hoof prints. They shouldn't be far. He He followed the footprints and walked forward slowly, holding the hunting rifle, his gaze scanning the surroundings at all times, his ears capturing every sound of rustling grass. In the silence of the deep forest, the occasional sound of birds and the distant wind made him even more alert. "Hope I have good luck today and catch a big one." Toichi curled his lips in a smile and continued walking forward. His figure merged into the forest, and suddenly he encountered. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. It brought up a wave of charred smell. "Oh!" The lone wolf shrieked. Its cheek burned by the flames. It fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished by this. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow, mixed with the burnt fur, only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. The next second, it attacked again, its speed faster than before. The speed was faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, Toichi ducked to dodge the wolf's claws. And then, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed the wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and with a crack and a muffled thud, it fell to the ground. Picking up from the previous episode, Toichi followed the wolf tracks in the snow, walking step by step into the deep forest. He kept his head down, observing the direction of the footprints, his feet stepping on the thick snow making a clatter-clatter sound. The sporadic bloodstains on the ground shimmered with a dark red light in the sunlight. The footprints were clearly shallower than normal wolf paw prints, and the pace was uneven. "Injured pretty badly?" Toichi muttered in a low voice. He squatted down and touched the edge of the footprints with his fingers. Feeling some already frozen blood, he followed the direction of the tracks for about 20 meters and finally saw his target in an open clearing. Not far away, a gray wolf was hobbling through the snow. Its hind leg was dragging on the ground, its pace very slow. It had several torn wounds on its body, and its fur was messy. The wolf's nose was kept low, constantly sniffing the ground, as if looking for food. Toichi raised his hunting rifle, his gaze locked tightly on that wolf. "Last night's little brother wolf, huh? Looks like you were driven out of the pack," Toichi said softly. He knew the survival rules of the wolf pack. Injured wolves are abandoned by the group, wandering alone in the forest, and eventually, they either starve to death or are finished off by predators. The lone wolf perceived the strange scent in the air, raised its head, and stared vigilantly at Toichi. It crouched down low, a low warning growl emitting from its throat, showing a small portion of its sharp teeth. "Still could fetch a good price," Toichi said softly, slowly leveling his rifle, aiming at the lone wolf's chest and holding his breath. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot pierced the silence of the mountain forest. The bullet struck the lone wolf in the chest. The wolf let out a sharp howl. Its body fell backward violently, and after twitching a few times in the snow, it went completely still. Toichi walked up with the bird gun, kicked the wolf's carcass with his foot to confirm it was dead. He crouched down, took out his dagger, and prepared to skin the wolf. Wolf skins and bones could be traded for quite a lot in town, especially a large adult male wolf like this one, with its large size and intact fur. Just as he sliced through the wolf's hide, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind him. He immediately stopped, his ears catching the slightest movement in the surroundings. The footsteps drew closer, so light they were almost traceless, but each step carried a sense of oppression. He turned around slowly, his gaze sweeping through the shadows of the forest. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of yellowish-brown eyes. It was a wolf with dark, mottled fur. It was crouching low in the snow, its sharp claws gently pawing at the ground as if testing its firmness. Its tail was tucked between its legs, and a low growl emanated from its throat. Soon, several more wolves darted out from the forest, surrounding Toichi in a fan shape. They moved closer, step by step, each with a cold and fierce look in its eyes, clearly attracted by the smell of blood from the lone wolf's carcass. Toichi's heart skipped a beat. He stood up quickly, gripping his gun while carefully observing the wolves around him. He knew the cunning of wolves. These animals preferred to attack in groups and would never easily give their prey a chance to escape. The lead wolf stood 5 or 6 meters away, crouching low with its sharp teeth bared, ready to pounce at any moment. The other wolves spread out, attempting to surround Toichi from different directions, their steps slow but full of pressure. Toichi took a deep breath, trying hard to keep calm. He knew how cunning wolves were. They would constantly test the prey's weaknesses. If he showed the slightest panic, they would attack instantly. He didn't rush to flee, but slowly bent down, grabbed a handful of pine needles from the ground, and made a low sound. Ha ha! The pine needles scattered on the snow held no threat, but Toichi knew that the gesture of crouching low intimidated wolves. This action was enough to make them wary and afraid to pounce rashly. Sure enough, the lead wolf stopped in its tracks, stepped back slightly, and a hint of fear entered its gaze. The other wolves stopped as well, forming a Iui circle, locking Toichi inside. Toichi seized the moment of the wolves. Hesitation, quickly retreated a few steps, and approached a tall, red pine tree. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, grabbed the trunk with both hands, stepped on the bark, and began to climb rapidly. Toichi retreated to the trunk, quickly slung his rifle over his shoulder, grabbed the rough bark with both hands, and stepped on the trunk to climb upward. His movements were nimble, each step quick and steady, and he climbed to a horizontal branch 5 or 6 meters high before stopping to catch his breath. He reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The wolves looked up at Toichi in the tree, circling below, occasionally letting out a low growl, trying to intimidate him with sound. But Toichi sat steadily on the branch, watching them coldly without showing a trace of panic. They kept circling the trunk, some pawing at it, trying to climb up, but the bark of the pine was too slippery, and they couldn't reach the heights. Just then, a low roar came from not far away. Toichi turned his head to look and was momentarily stunned. A wild boar. The wolf pack was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the boar. They all turned their heads, growling at the boar and approaching it tentatively. The lead wolf bared its fangs, attempting to use sound to intimidate the massive creature, but the boar wasn't buying it. Boars spend a long time rolling in mud and rubbing against pine trees, so a layer of thick, hard armor had long since accumulated on their bodies. Let alone these wolves, tentative attacks, even a machete, wouldn't easily break through that defense without a strong, clean strike. In just a moment, the wild boar tossed the now silent wolf to the side and changed direction, charging toward the other wolves. The 200-plus-pound armored boar was like a mountain terrain tank. The wolves were lucky if they dodged it. If they didn't, they were sent flying 4 or 5 meters away with a heavy crash. Within moments, the wolves were scattered and fleeing in embarrassment. Toichi saw the pack being suppressed and breathed a small sigh of relief. But then he felt something was wrong. The boar raised its head to sniff the air, its gaze locking onto Toichi in the tree. It let out a low roar and walked toward the tree with heavy steps, its tusks carving 2 deep grooves in the snow. Damn, it's eyeing me. Toichi's heart tightened. He quickly took the gun from his shoulder, aimed the muzzle at the boar's head. He couldn't kill it. He had to make it go berserk so it would drive the wolf pack away. He held his breath, aimed for a moment, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot exploded, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air rapidly. The bullet grazed the boar's head, hitting the edge of its ear, and blood sprayed out instantly. The boar let out an angry roar, spun around wildly, its tusks digging into the ground, crashing everywhere, as if looking for the enemy that had attacked it. The boar roared and crashed into a small tree, snapping the trunk, then rushed to another tree, digging up the snow with its tusks. It sniffed the blood in the air, trying to find the attacker, but whenever it looked up, it couldn't see Toichi hiding high above. After a while, the boar's emotions seemed to gradually calm down. It panted heavily, turned direction, picked up the wolf carcass on the ground, shook its head, and slowly disappeared into the woods. It wasn't until the boar's shadow completely vanished into the shadows of the forest that Toichi dared to release his grip on the gun. His chest heaved with rapid breathing, and cold sweat slid down his temples. He reached out to wipe the sweat, feeling a sense of lingering fear. "These mountains are really damn dangerous," he muttered, his voice slightly trembling, though a sense of fortune welled up in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this armored boar wouldn't have had much trouble dealing with either the wolves or him. Toichi looked down at the snow. The carcass of the lone wolf still lay there, its blood partially covered by white snow. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, slung his bird gun, clamped his legs tight against the trunk, and slid down slowly. As soon as his feet touched the snow, he subconsciously looked around confirmed that no other beasts were nearby, and crouched beside the wolf to begin processing it. Toichi pulled out his dagger and flipped the wolf over, keeping the wound facing up. He used the dagger to slice from the wolf's belly, his movements clean and decisive, without a moment of hesitation. The wolf's fur shimmered with a dark gray luster in the sunlight. He carefully peeled the hide off, his technique steady, without damaging a single bit of the fur. "This hide is good. It'll fetch a good price," Toichi murmured. But his movements didn't slow down because of the quality of the hide. He remained focused. Once the wolf skin was completely removed, he carefully rolled it up, tied it with hemp rope, and put it into his basket, then moved his gaze to the wolf's internal organs. He frowned, pulled out the bloody intestines and stomach, picked up the organs with his hands, and walked to a tall red pine tree nearby. Toichi looked up at the red pine. The trunk was straight and thick, with branches extending in all directions. He stepped on the indentations in the trunk, holding the wolf organs, and climbed slowly onto the branches. Finding a thick branch, he hung the wolf's organs on it, ensuring they could be seen from a distance. Then he stepped back 2 steps, put his hands together, and bowed slightly toward the tree, whispering, "Mountain God above, this hunt was not out of disrespect, but for survival. Please protect me and my family." These were some customs of mountain folk he had learned in his previous life, using the prey's organs to sacrifice to the mountain forest. It was both a reverence for nature and a plea for peace. He looked at the wolf organs swaying in the wind, exhaling a breath. "I hope you can make this mountain forest slightly friendlier to me." After doing this, Toichi returned to the carcass and simply stripped off the remaining wolf meat, putting it into a cloth bag. He looked up at the sky and found the sun had already passed west, the light beginning to dim. The shadows of the forest elongated and the temperature dropped several degrees from noon. The white mist of his breath became more visible. "Can't delay any longer, must get back quickly," Toichi said to himself, slung the basket, carried the bird gun, and walked quickly toward the direction he had come from, treading on the packed snow. Every few steps he would look back to confirm no beasts were following before he could feel slightly at ease. He left a string of deep, clear, and powerful footprints on the snow, but he knew the mountain wind and snow could erase these traces at any time. His pace grew faster, and he gripped the bird gun tighter, staying vigilant the whole time. While passing through a low thicket, he stopped and squatted to carefully observe the marks on the ground. A string of faint claw prints extended to the other side of the woods, but Toichi quickly judged that these were just the footprints of a small animal, and didn't stop for long. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of the wind around him became deep, as if the entire forest were sleeping in the night. Toichi walked with long strides along a familiar forest path, occasionally pressing down on the wolf skin in his basket, fearing that the rapid walking would cause the prey to fall out. He saw the silhouette of his small wooden cabin appearing at the end of the snow. The faint smell of firewood wafting from the house made Toichi breathe a sigh of relief. He slowed his pace, the last few steps almost forced onto the snow, crushing it with a crunching sound, as if to remind his family inside, "I'm back." He pushed open the wooden door and saw Toki leaning against the table, holding a bowl of porridge with her small hands, while Torin was busy in front of the stove. The firelight reflecting on their faces looked exceptionally warm. Toki saw Toichi's figure and immediately ran over happily, tugging at his clothes and asking, "Did you catch anything today?" Toichi smiled and patted the basket. "A good hide and some meat. We can stew something delicious tonight." Torin put down her bowl and spoon, walked over to look at the wolf skin in his basket, a flash of worry crossing her eyes. "You came back quite late today. Nothing happened in the mountains, right?" "Ran into a small bit of trouble, but it's all resolved. The wolf pack won't be coming back for a while." Toichi took off the basket, put the wolf skin and meat on the table, and said in a relaxed tone, "This wolf skin can be traded for quite a lot of things." That's good, that's good. Eat some meat porridge while it's hot. I boiled the wolf meat, it's so fragrant." Torin picked up a bowl with 7 or 8 chips in the rim and handed it to Toichi. Night had completely fallen, and the wind and snow continued to blow outside, but the firelight inside the small cabin dispelled the cold. A gust of wind blew, and the red pine outside the cabin swayed gently. The wolf organs on the tree swayed in the night, as if the mountain god were responding to him. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. Toichi accurately slammed a torch onto the lone wolf's face. It brought up a wave of charred smell. The lone wolf shrieked, its cheek burned by the flames, and it fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished by this. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow, mixed with the burnt fur, only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. The next second, it attacked again, its speed faster than before. The speed was faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, Toichi ducked to dodge the wolf's claws, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed the wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and with a crack and a muffled thud, it fell to the ground. Toichi stood in front of the cabin, gripping a hemp rope in his hand, with the other end tied to that heavy, large gray wolf. The intense fight last night left him exhausted, but this considerable income forced him not to stop his pace. He covered the wolf carcass with a piece of cloth, checked the knots repeatedly to confirm there were no problems, and then he took a deep breath, shouldered the wolf carcass, and stepped onto the mountain road leading to town. Clean up the snow stained by wolf blood, dig it away along with the soil underneath as far as possible. Before leaving, he left only this instruction to Tuaran, then hurried away from Qingxi village. He didn't need to explain more. Tuaran understood this was a precaution. It was fortunate he was bold and careful. "This thing is too eye-catching. I have to be low-key," he muttered to himself, finding a piece of cloth to cover the wolf carcass more tightly. The thick snow was knee-deep. Toichi expended a huge amount of effort for every step he took. The wolf carcass tied to his back was so heavy his shoulders went slightly numb, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to continue forward. Along the way, he carefully avoided any villagers he might meet and tried not to leave too many traces. From the village to the town, he had figured out the route. It would take half a day. Along the way, other than the sound of the wind, there was only the sound of his own footsteps. His heart was full of vigilance. In this environment, any mistake could plunge him into danger. Around noon, Toichi finally arrived in town. The town wasn't large, but it hid various undercurrents of power. He walked down the street for a stretch, according to the information he pieced together from the original owner's memory. He found a hidden earth house. This place had originally been a wartime watchtower, but now it had become a famous black market in town. A few earth houses were connected together, dilapidated and low, and the atmosphere within the walls was exceptionally gloomy. The roadside was filled with all sorts of strange items, from wild beast furs to rusted weapons, everything imaginable. Outside the watchtower, several sturdy men stood guard, their gazes scanning the people coming and going like hawks. Toichi sized up these people selling goods. Every single one of them had a sharp, shrewd look in their eyes. At a glance, they were veteran black market players. He had served as a mercenary for a time in the past, and was all too familiar with the scent of blood and urine. Half the people in this black market were not good-natured people. Their hands were stained with blood. Therefore, as soon as Toichi stepped into this place, he felt a murderous aura. This is a place where all kinds of people mingle. I must be careful, Toichi calculated in his heart. He squeezed through the crowded throng, walked straight into the depths of the black market, chose an empty space against a wall, and put down the wolf carcass. Toichi acted with crisp, clean efficiency, pulling away the tattered cloth covering the carcass to reveal the wolf's sharp fangs and sturdy frame. A beastly smell permeated the air instantly, and the gaze of several men nearby was drawn over. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble stared at the carcass, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. "Where did you get this?" "Hunted in the mountains last night." Toichi pointed to the bullet hole in the wolf's belly, his tone calm. "One shot. Fatal. The meat is still fresh. This guy is fierce enough." Another man nearby crouched down and reached out to pry open the wolf's mouth. Looking at those snow-white fangs, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "SS's. This tooth is big enough, this hide is thick enough. This thing is all treasure." The crowd gradually gathered around. Many were attracted by this wolf, whispering among themselves. For a time, this corner where Toichi stood became the busiest place in the black market. A man with an eye patch over one eye pushed through the crowd, walked over, looked down at the carcass, and asked, "Kid, how much?" Toichi smiled slightly and held up 2 fingers. 50. The surrounding crowd broke into an uproar. 50? Someone sneered. "This is the black market, kid. You probably don't know the market rate, do you? Who would buy it? You dare ask for 50? Do you really think a wolf is worth 10,000 gold?" Another person joined in the laughter. Toichi calmly stated, "I hunted this wolf with my own life. If you think it's not worth this price, then who will? If you think it's expensive, you can go into the mountains and hunt one yourself." Toichi's eyes were cold, but his tone remained steady. "Whether you have the skill or not, you can try, but let me warn you, you know the rules here. If you come to snatch it yourself, you take the consequences." Once these words left his mouth, the people around him fell silent. The black market had its own rules, and no one dared to break them easily. The one-eyed man was rebuked until his face looked terrible. He snorted and stopped talking. Toichi saw that everyone was quiet and took the initiative to introduce it. A wolf is an extremely difficult thing to capture. We were able to succeed this time purely by good luck. A wolf is a treasure from head to toe. Take the fangs, for example. They are excellent items for warding off evil spirits and keeping a house safe. Some children are born with weak fates. Their families have to inquire everywhere and are willing to spend a lot of money to buy a wolf fang to hang around the child's neck as a necklace to keep them safe and protect their life. Wolf meat is even better. The wolf is full of lean muscle, a highly nutritious item. This wolf is an incredibly fierce beast, definitely not one of the old, weak, sick, or disabled. In the mountains, it was majestic, a veritable king of the hills. If children eat the meat of this wolf, they will grow tall quickly. If the elderly eat it, they will be strong and fit, walking with a spring in their step. And this wolf skin, look at this thick fur. It looks warm just by looking at it. Wolf bones are also excellent tonics, highly beneficial to the body. Not to mention anything else, this hide alone is worth at least 70 or 80. Except for the small bullet hole here in the chest, everything else is intact. Send it to a skilled tailor, and it will definitely make a top-notch wolf fur vest. When Toichi introduced these things, his expression was vibrant and colorful, layer by layer. Some of the people listening were entranced, while others were moved by the value. As soon as Toichi mentioned that he could sell it in pieces, several people were tempted. They expressed their interest one after another. "How much are you selling the wolf meat for per pound? I want the skin. How are you pricing that? I want a front leg. Name your price." Toichi was just about to quote them, one by one, when he suddenly heard a sneer from the crowd. That one-eyed, middle-aged man walked out again, his voice not loud, but exceptionally grating. "Kid, you're bragging, aren't you? This wolf wasn't killed by you at all. It might even be stolen." Toichi lifted his eyes and swept a light glance at the one-eyed man, without answering. The one-eyed man raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Toichi didn't respond, he pushed his luck and continued. "One-shot kill? Who do you think you are, some heaven-sent sharpshooter?" While he was talking, he kicked the wolf carcass gently with his foot, as if trying to find some flaw. Some people around couldn't help but laugh, and then the laughter grew, the atmosphere becoming mocking and derisive. Although no one said it directly, their eyes revealed the meaning. This kid doesn't look like someone who has done big things. Even so, the wolf carcass still attracted their gaze. No one could deny the value of this wolf. Whether it was the skin, the fangs, or the meat, they were all rare treasures. The one-eyed man laughed even more arrogantly. "Kid, you bring a wolf here and brag to the high heavens. Do you dare explain how this wolf died?" Toichi smiled indifferently, his tone calm. "The wolf was indeed killed by me. One bullet, one shot, fatal." The one-eyed man was stunned, then snorted coldly. "You sure know how to brag. Think you're a sharpshooter?" The people around whispered among themselves. Some seemed to be pondering, while others were simply watching the show. Toichi remained unhurried. These people had never seen the scene of hunting a wild wolf, so their doubts were not malicious, but rather out of fear and curiosity about the unknown. When he was in the army in the past, he had faced such scenes countless times, and he had long since practiced the patience of using stillness to control movement. "Since you don't believe me, I'll show you right now," Toichi suddenly said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Is there a gun here? Lend it to me for a shot, I'll let you see." The one-eyed man raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Toichi's calmness. He touched his waist, pulled out a handgun, and tossed it to Toichi, sneering. "This is a Type 54 handgun, 7.62 mm caliber, effective range 50 meters. Didn't you say you're a sharpshooter? Then take this and try. Toichi took the handgun, checked the chamber casually, skillfully disengaged the safety, and pushed a bullet into the chamber. He didn't say any more nonsense. He just looked up and scanned the surroundings, pointing to a flagpole on the watchtower. "Big brother, you tell me where to hit." The one-eyed man hummed lightly. "See that streamer on the flagpole? Hit it." Hearing this, the crowd gasped. That flagpole was at least 50 meters away and had a thin streamer attached to it, swaying incessantly in the wind. Moreover, it was snowing constantly. The difficulty of hitting such a small target could be imagined. Someone muttered, "This is just too difficult for him." Toichi was not moved at all. He raised his hand, gripped the handle of the gun steadily, settled his mind, adjusted his breathing, and entered his state rapidly. His world seemed to contain only the target and the muzzle. The noisy discussions in his ears were left behind. A gunshot pierced the air, and the entire black market fell silent instantly. Everyone looked up at that flagpole. They saw the streamer had been pierced by the bullet and was hanging powerlessly in the wind. After a few seconds of silence, a burst of applause erupted from the crowd. "Good marksmanship, a hero among the young." The one-eyed man's expression changed slightly, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth vanished. He stared at Toichi's hand and then at the hit streamer. His eyes gradually took on a hint of warmth. Toichi put the gun down and handed it back to the one-eyed man, his tone indifferent. "You should see clearly how my marksmanship is, big brother. I killed this wolf. If you want it, you can make an offer now." The one-eyed man took the gun, stared at Toichi for a moment, and finally nodded. "Kid, I'll give you that. You've got skills. I'll take this wolf." The people around were in an uproar again. This was definitely a sky-high price in the black market. But no one mocked him. The marksmanship just now had made everyone understand that this kid was no ordinary person. The one-eyed man took out 5 big unities, 10 yuan bills, and handed them to Toichi, his tone flat. "Money and goods cleared. The wolf is mine." Toichi accepted the money, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. He knew this questioning not only hadn't caused trouble, but on the contrary, it had won him more recognition. "Do you need help delivering the wolf to your home?" Toichi asked proactively. The one-eyed man shook his head coldly. "No need, I have my own way." Having said that, he signaled his people to carry the wolf and left the black market with the wolf carcass. Toichi tucked the 5 big unities into his jacket and breathed a small sigh of relief. This was the first time since coming to this world that he had exchanged his strength for money in an upright manner. Although this money was not much, it was an important guarantee for the 3 siblings to survive this winter. He didn't leave immediately, but circled the black market, looking for stalls where he could trade money for resources. The black market wasn't large, but the items displayed on the stalls were varied. Bills, cloth, food, everything was available. Toichi soon saw a small stall selling bills in a corner. The vendor was a thin, middle-aged man, sitting on a broken chair with no expression, hugging an old thermos. On his stall, several stacks of bills were scattered, with prices clearly marked. Toichi glanced at the price tags, his heart aching a little. He picked up a few food ration coupons, hesitated for a moment, grabbed 2 cloth coupons, and then looked up and asked, "Can the milk powder coupons be a bit cheaper?" The vendor didn't even lift his head. "No. If I made it cheaper for you, would you still see my stall here tomorrow?" Toichi didn't say anything more, silently took out the money, bought several food and cloth coupons, gritted his teeth, and bought 3 milk powder coupons. Thinking of his younger sister's hunched thin body, he vowed secretly in his heart, no matter how poor, he must get her body healthy. 1 big unity. After paying, he tucked the coupons carefully into his jacket, glanced at the other stalls, and seeing nothing special that he needed, he left the black market quickly. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the center of town was one of the few formal shopping locations. Toichi pushed open the door of the cooperative, but instead of warm service, he was greeted by a faint smell of sunflower seeds. There weren't many people in the cooperative. Several sales clerks in old uniforms were sitting behind the counter, chatting while eating sunflower seeds. On the wall was a red banner with white characters that read, "Prohibited from beating customers." "That's quite considerate." Toichi curled his lip and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Shopping?" a slightly older sales clerk asked lazily, without even raising her eyes, continuing to peel sunflower seeds in her hand. Toichi walked to the counter, lowered his voice, and said with a smile, "Big sister, please get me some things. Buying some food." It's quite tiring for you to be eating seeds like this. Remember to take a rest when you're tired." The sales clerk was stunned for a moment, looked up and glanced at him. "Your mouth is sure sweet. What do you want? Say it fast." 20 caddies of grain, 2 feet of cloth, and some cotton. Also give me a can of milk powder and a can of malted milk." Toichi handed over the coupons and said with a smile, "Big sister, be quick with your hands and feet. Don't let others see it as a joke." "All right, wait." The sales clerk curled her lip, reached out and took the coupons, and began to weigh the grain and measure the cloth without haste. Toichi kept a smile on his face, occasionally adding a few good words, and finally got the things 10 minutes later. He packed the things into a cloth bag, shouldered it, and prepared to leave. As soon as Toichi stepped out of the cooperative's door, carrying the bag, his path was blocked by a sharp, grating voice. "You little brat, stop!" He looked up, and his heart sank. He saw Kyoko wearing a cotton-padded jacket with patches, standing at the door of the cooperative with a gloating smile on her face. What a narrow path for enemies. Toichi frowned secretly. He subconsciously wanted to go around her, but was blocked directly at the door by Kyoko in a few quick steps. "What are you holding?" Kyoko's sharp gaze swept to the cloth bag on his shoulder, a glimmer of greed appearing in her eyes. Then her tone changed, and she screeched, "Where did you get the money to buy these things? Did you steal money from home to run away?" Toichi looked up, his tone indifferent. "Don't block the road. The things are my own." As soon as Kyoko heard this, her voice rose instantly. She pointed at his nose and cursed loudly. "You little brat! Our family is so poor we can't even peel the bricks off the heated floor. Where did you get the money? Give me an honest account. Did you steal money from me and your father?" While cursing, she suddenly lunged over and grabbed Toichi's cloth bag with such strength, as if she were afraid it would grow legs and run away. The bag was snatched away by her. She opened it to look openly, and when she saw the food coupons and fabric inside, her eyes almost popped out. "There's even food coupons and cloth. You little brat, your heart is truly big, daring to take my money out to squander. You lot haven't been part of this family for a long time, and you still dare to come back and steal things." She held the cloth bag and kept cursing relentlessly. The surrounding passers-by were attracted by this scene and stopped one after another to watch the excitement. "What's going on? It seems like this woman's stepson stole money." SS's. This woman can really curse. She simply doesn't give people a way to live. Seeing more and more people gathering, Kyoko's voice became even more piercing. "Everyone, judge this! This little brat stole family money and ran to town to buy and buy. These things are all mine, and he still dares to talk back to me. You tell me, who could stand such an ungrateful wolf?" Saying this, she threw the cloth bag to the ground and sat at the door of the cooperative, throwing a tantrum. "Oh, why is my life so bitter? To burden us with such a heartless brat, stealing money and then daring to talk back. Everyone, come and judge this for yourselves. A person like this should be thrown in jail." Toichi watched her performance with cold eyes, his fists already quietly clenched, but he was struggling to restrain himself in his heart. He knew very well that this place was crowded and full of gossips. If he made a move himself, he would only let her claim the moral high ground. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, with some pointing fingers and others whispering and debating. "She's scolding so fiercely. Could it be that this young man really stole the money? Doesn't look like it. This young man looks quite honest. How could he do such a thing? Who knows? Let's just watch the show." An old man selling sunflower seeds couldn't help but interject. "In this day and age, goods are so hard to come by. How could he have bought so many things if he had stolen the money? Stop acting." Toichi suddenly spoke. Although his voice wasn't loud, it carried a chill that brooked no doubt. He stepped forward, staring coldly at Kyoko. "The items are my own, not stolen. This is money I earned from hunting a wolf in the mountains. No one is going to take it from me." Kyoko was stunned for a moment, then jumped up as if hit on a sore spot, pointing at Toichi's nose. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? You don't even blink when you lie. With those thin arms and legs, let alone hunting a wolf, you couldn't even kill a chicken." Toichi did not continue to explain, but instead swept a glance over the crowd and said flatly, "She snatched my things. Everyone saw it, right?" During the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. which brought up a wave of charred smell. The lone wolf shrieked, its cheek burned by the flames, and it fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished by this. The lone wolf shook its head. The blood on the snow, mixed with the burnt fur, only further fueled its irritability and killing intent. The next second, it attacked again, its speed faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth open, he ducked to dodge the wolf's claws, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed the wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and with a crack, a muffled thud was heard. Picking up from the previous episode, just as Kyoko wanted to scold him some more, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The police are here!" The crowd of onlookers stirred and quickly cleared a path. Two police officers in old-style uniforms walked over, frowning as they looked at the scene before them. Blocking the door of the supply and marketing cooperative with so many people, and making such a ruckus, one of the older officers asked in a deep voice. As soon as Kyoko saw the police, she immediately lunged toward them, shouting, "This little brat stole family money and ran to town to buy a pile of things? You must help me uphold justice." The officer glanced at the cloth bag on the ground, and then swept his gaze over Toichi. His brow furrowed even deeper. "Is this really stolen?" "No," Toichi replied calmly. "The money is my own earnings. I am a mountain guard from Qingxi village. I killed a wolf yesterday, and these items were exchanged for it. You can check. Speculation and profiteering." The officer's face darkened further. Toichi immediately added, "I just exchanged meat for some ration coupons. The money was earned by hunting in the mountains. You can ask the sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative to testify," another young officer whispered. "This young man doesn't look like he's lying." The older officer nodded and turned to Kyoko, saying, "All right, stop throwing a tantrum. If you really have doubts, come with us to ask the sales clerk at the cooperative and see where these items really came from." Upon hearing this, Kyoko's face turned extremely ugly. She knew how sharp-tongued the sales clerk at the cooperative was. If they really went to ask, her lies would definitely be exposed. Forget it. I don't care anymore." Kyoko gritted her teeth and spat out the words. She turned around, squeezed out of the crowd in a sorry state, and ran away. Seeing that the matter was settled, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The older officer looked at Toichi and cautioned, "Stay away from such speculation and profiteering in the future. I'll let you go this time since you're young, but it's not good to have items of unknown origin." Toichi nodded in agreement, picked up his cloth bag, and left the entrance of the cooperative calmly. His gaze was like a knife, staring at Kyoko's receding back in the distance, and he swore in his heart that there would be a time for a final reckoning. The sky had turned dark, and the cold wind whistled through the mountain forest. Toichi dragged his exhausted body back to the wooden cabin. The moment he pushed the door open, the firelight came into view. His sister Twarin was roasting her soaked shoes by the fire. Toki was curled up beside the fire, staring longingly at the broken pot hanging over it. There were only a few boiled wild vegetables in the pot. The soup was pitifully thin. "Sister, I'm back." Toichi put the bag on the ground, took off his snow-covered cotton jacket, and said to them with a smile. The moment Twarin turned around and saw the cloth bag, her expression changed drastically. She stood up, grabbed a broom from the side, rushed to Toichi, and began hitting him relentlessly. "Are you crazy? Hey, what are you doing?" Toichi dodged quickly, shielding his head with both hands, laughing and shouting at the same time. "What am I doing?" Twarin's eyes were red, and tears streamed down like broken beads. "You tell me, what are you doing? Did you steal things? Do you know that stealing things will land you in jail? There is no head of the household left, and I don't know how Toki and I will live. And you're still laughing?" Toichi dodged while shouting, "Sister, stop hitting me! It really wasn't stolen. It was money I earned from selling a wolf in town. I killed the wolf in the mountains." "A wolf? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? A wolf is worth 20 yuan at most. How could it buy all these things?" Twarin stamped her feet in anger, feeling more wronged by the second, and cried while scolding him. "No matter how poor and bitter our family is, we cannot do such shameful things. Mom is watching us from heaven. How could you?" Toichi quickly took out the remaining money from his jacket and handed it to her. "Sister, look, this is the money left over from selling the wolf. I really didn't steal it." Tuaran paused for a second, staring at those bills through tear-blurred eyes, and her sobbing quieted slightly. Really? Really? Toichi nodded quickly. Would I lie to you about such a major matter? Tuaran took the money, clutched it in her hand, and looked at it for a long time, her face still tear-stained. You better not dare try to lie to me again. She wiped her tears, stuffed the money into her jacket, frowned, and said, This money cannot be spent recklessly. It must be saved for you to marry a wife in the future. Sister. Toichi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Leave at least some for me. Let's split it 80-20. Tuaran ignored him and squatted down. Opening the bag that Toichi had wrapped in rags, she took out the items one by one, her expression softening gradually with the appearance of each item. White flour, fabric, cotton. When she saw the milk powder and the malted milk, her expression turned cold instantly, staring fixedly at Toichi. Was this money wasted by you? It wasn't wasted. These are all daily necessities, Toichi explained hurriedly. The white flour is to get us through the winter, the fabric is to make us clothes, the cotton will keep us warm, and this milk powder is for Toki to supplement her nutrition. Supplement nutrition? Tuaran's brow was still tightly locked. Our family is too poor to have enough food. What nutrition are we supplementing? Do you know how expensive milk powder is? We could have bought so much more grain and fabric. Sister, I know you are distressed about the money, but we cannot let Toki suffer. Toichi looked at Toki curled up by the fire and said in a low voice, She is still young and cannot endure like the two of us. When Tuaran heard this, her expression finally softened a bit, but she still glared at him ungraciously. You certainly know how to care for your sister. Just then, Toki suddenly leaned over and carefully picked up the milk powder coupons. Her eyes widened like copper bells, full of surprise. Is this malted milk? Yes, malted milk. Toichi nodded with a smile. I'll have sister brew you a cup later. I guarantee you'll love it. Toki's eyes lit up, and she swallowed her saliva excitedly, her voice trembling. Brother, can we really drink malted milk? In the northeast of the 1960s, milk powder was a rare commodity, especially things like malted milk. Toki had once watched longingly as Kyoko made milk for her son. That was a sweetness she would never forget. Now, to actually have her own milk powder was like a dream. Tuaran watched Toki's excitement, her heart filled with complex emotions. You really spoil her. Tuaran sighed helplessly. With our family situation, she should be the first to enjoy such rare things. Toichi smiled, his tone relaxed. Toki held the malted milk carefully, a satisfied smile on her face, as if she were holding the most precious thing in the world. Looking at the flour, fabric, and coupons in the bag, Tuaran finally felt relieved. She wiped away the remaining tears at the corners of her eyes and organized the items bit by bit. She then took out the money from her jacket and stuffed it into a small cloth pouch. I will keep this money for you. If there is anything left, it will be used for you to marry a wife, Tuaran said sternly. Sister, the most important thing now is to survive the winter. When conditions improve later, you should also plan for yourself. Toichi smiled helplessly. Tuaran did not answer, but just quietly tidied up the things. Her eyes softened with a touch of tenderness. It was a complex emotion mixed with comfort and stubbornness. Brother, can I drink the malted milk tomorrow? Toki held the coupon and asked in a low voice. Of course you can. Toichi reached out and ruffled her hair, saying with a smile, Our family has good things now. Both you and sister will drink your fill. In the dead of night, the village was so quiet that only the rustling of wind blowing through branches could be heard. Suddenly, a rush of dog barking came from the east end of the village. With a loud crack, the wooden fence broke, and the livestock let out screams, breaking the silence of the night. A group of wild boars broke into the village. The lead boar, with its thick skin and long brown hair, shimmered with cold light under the moonlight. It swung its head, and its two long tusks sent the wooden boards flying. The wild boar charged into the village's livestock pen, its front hooves stomping, and the sheep pen collapsed instantly. A few piglets scampered everywhere, desperately trying to crawl out of the crashed fence. The lead wild boar rushed in front of a straw pile, lowered its head, and rooted, causing the straw to fly everywhere. It continued forward, its nose pushing open the lid of a cellar, its large mouth opening to gnaw on the sweet potatoes hidden inside. The sweet potatoes were bitten with a crunch, and the juice splashed on its snout. "Hurry! Beat the gongs and call people!" A light turned on in one of the households in the village. A man wearing a cotton jacket ran out, lit a torch, and ran toward the center of the village while shouting. The sound of gongs soon rang out in the village. Villagers from the houses ran out one after another. Some grabbed shovels, others carried wooden sticks. They also rushed over quickly. A hunter carrying a hunting rifle ran quickly to the front. "Light the torches! Don't let them run!" the hunter directed. The torches were quickly lit, and the villagers formed a semicircle, forcing the wild boars into a corner. The lead wild boar raised its head, chewing the sweet potato, and suddenly let out a low roar. It kicked its 4 legs and charged toward the nearest torch. The flame of the torch was extinguished, and the wooden stick with sparks flew to the side. It then turned suddenly and charged straight toward a hunter holding an iron spear. Bang! The hunter raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A bullet hit the wild boar's shoulder, and blood sprayed onto the snow. The wild boar roared, shook its long hair, and continued to charge forward. "Dodge!" a villager nearby shouted. The hunter hurriedly retreated, but his foot slipped, and he fell into the snow. The wild boar charged over, its tusks slamming into his shoulder, knocking him and his rifle flying. The hunting rifle fell to the side, and the man rolled a few times in the snow, with half his body buried in the snow. He clutched his shoulder, his face full of pain, trying to get up. "Fire!" another hunter shouted, raising his rifle to aim at the wild boar. Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the bullets flew straight toward the led wild boar. The first bullet hit its front leg, and the second grazed its flank. The wild boar's body swayed violently, stomping its hind hooves on the ground, staring fiercely at the hunters. It opened its mouth, letting out a low roar. Puffs of white mist sprayed from its nostrils, and its body crouched slightly. "This beast's skin is too thick." A hunter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His palms were sweaty from nervousness. Bang! 2 more gunshots echoed. The bullets struck the boar's flank and hind leg, splashing a spray of blood. The led boar let out a shrill howl. Its hind legs gave way, and its body tipped slightly. The other small wild boars were terrified and turned to run toward the forest. The led boar turned and dragged its injured body, limping along behind them. It ran. A hunter raised his gun, wanting to give chase. "Let it be. If you hurt it, it will eventually come back." A man next to him stopped him. The hunters stood on the snow, watching the herd of boars disappear into the night. Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others quickly helped up the injured. The ground was covered with crushed boards, scattered straw, and chewed up sweet potatoes. Carrying torches, the villagers began to inspect the damage around the area. "This lead boar holds a grudge. It left today, but it will definitely come back tomorrow." "We must prepare early," an older hunter said in a deep voice. "But guns alone aren't enough," someone said in a low voice. "This thing is too ferocious. You can't kill it even if you shoot it." At the first light of dawn, Captain Hideo led several villagers through the thick snow to the east end of the village. His footsteps were urgent, his soles covered in wet snow. Captain Hideo stopped and scanned the messy scene around him. The grain on the ground was rooted up everywhere, and the straw stacks had collapsed to one side. Several sections of the fence were scattered, with broken boards lying in the snow. Captain Hideo walked to a cellar, reached down, and picked up a chewed-up sweet potato that had fallen into the snow. He squeezed a handful of debris mixed with mud, clenched his fist, stood up straight, and turned to look at the villagers behind him. "These beasts are truly destructive," Captain Hideo cursed. A villager squatted down to rummage through the grain on the ground. Pointing to several sweet potato roots still buried in the snow, he said with a frown, "These can't be eaten anymore. We only have this much grain left in the village. If this happens again, what will we eat this winter?" Hearing this, the lines on Captain Hideo's face tightened even further. He looked up at the surroundings and turned to walk toward the damaged sheep pen. The stakes had been pulled out and tossed aside, and the few remaining sheep inside were huddled in the corner, shivering. More prominently, there were several deep hoof prints leading toward the forest. Standing there, he gave a hard kick, and the soles of his shoes pressed deep into the snow. He looked back at the hunters. The lead wild boar from last night wasn't killed. A hunter standing nearby nodded. "We fired several shots. It ran fast, and the bullets hit it, but they didn't bring it down," the hunter said, looking up. "That guy's skin is as thick as iron. Ordinary bullets can't penetrate it at all. If it didn't die, it will definitely come back," Captain Hideo muttered. He cast his gaze toward the forest again, his voice low. "Relying just on our few guns is not enough." He stood there in contemplation for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and looked up. "Go, head up the mountain to find Toichi. He has a way. If he can hunt a wolf, he can hunt a wild boar." Captain Hideo took 2 men and headed straight from the east end of the village toward the forest. With thick snow beneath their feet, every step sank deep, and their soles made a crunching sound. The mountain road was steep. Captain Hideo stumbled several times and almost fell. He steadied himself by holding onto a nearby tree trunk and looked back at his companions. "Hurry up. We can't let this boar issue drag on any longer." The wind whistled through the forest, blowing the branches until they shook incessantly. After climbing all the way, they finally found Toichi near a pine forest. Toichi was squatting on the ground, using his hands to adjust the mechanism of a beast trap. His fingertips gripped the rope on the iron trap, carefully tucking it into a slot. In the snow nearby, there was a pile of long wooden poles and several segments of iron chain. Captain Hideo took 2 steps forward and shouted urgently, "Toichi, we have a situation." Toichi looked up, glanced at them, and stopped what he was doing with his hands. He stood up, clapped the snow off his hands, and asked, "What is it?" Captain Hideo caught his breath and walked quickly to him. "The village was raided by wild boars last night. The lead one weighed at least 200 pounds. The hunters fired several shots, but it still managed to run away." Toichi frowned and asked calmly, "How big?" Captain Hideo stretched out his hands to gesture. "Not only big, but its strength is terrifying. Last night it broke a hunter's iron spear and almost sent him flying. Ordinary bullets just scraped off some skin. They were completely useless." Toichi listened quietly, then looked up at him. "Where is it now?" "Ran back into the forest," Captain Hideo sighed. "But it will definitely come back. These beasts are vengeful. Once they hold a grudge, they must get revenge." Toichi did not ask any more questions. He bent down to pick up a long wooden pole, placed it into the rope, and tied it securely. He turned and walked into the wooden cabin, pulling out 2 more beast traps from the corner. "Guns alone won't work. Wild boar skin is thick, and they are agile. We must use traps." He took his hunting rifle down from the wall and strapped it to his back. He tied the wooden poles and ropes into a bundle, secured them with hemp rope, and hoisted them onto his shoulder with ease. "Take this." He threw a roll of wire to Captain Hideo and turned toward the door. "Where was their activity range last night? Are there any low-lying areas?" "The area near the forest at the east end of the village is low, and there's a patch of bushes nearby," Captain Hideo said as he caught the wire and followed. "Good. That place is suitable for setting traps. We can finish setting them while it's still early." Toichi bowed his head to tighten the gear on his shoulder and quickened his pace. The mountain wind blew harder and harder, slamming the snow against their faces. Toichi carried the poles and walked quickly down the mountain, stepping firmly on the ice and snow with every step. Captain Hideo followed behind, jogging while asking, "Are you sure you can do this alone?" "Yes," Toichi replied without turning his head. "No matter how fierce a wild boar is, it is still a beast. As long as you find the weak point, once the leader is taken care of, the rest will have no threat." "They lost a lot last night. They might not dare to come out today," Captain Hideo said, looking at the forest ahead. "Exactly. Set the traps today, and when they come back, we'll finish them off directly." Toichi didn't stop walking. The tools on his shoulder made a slight clattering sound. Toichi followed Captain Hideo into the village. The ground was a mess, grain was scattered over the snow, and sweet potatoes were chewed to shreds. The livestock pen had half collapsed, and the sheep were huddled in the corner, shivering. A few hunters were resting against the wall, some with blood-stained cloth strips tied around their legs. Toichi stopped and scanned the destroyed items with his gaze. He pointed to the hunters lying on the ground and said to Captain Hideo, "First, have someone carry them back and properly treat their wounds. Don't let them move anymore. Leave these things to me." Captain Hideo nodded and arranged for people to help up the injured hunters. Toichi walked to the cellar, crouched down, and brushed away the grain and sweet potatoes scattered in the snow. He observed the traces in the soil closely, scraped off a bit of the overturned mud with his fingers and rubbed it. He looked up at the footprints and rooting marks around the cellar. These hoofprints look fresh. They must have been left last night. Toichi stood up and followed the tracks for a few steps. He stopped by a tree and pointed toward the forest. The wild boars retreated to the hillside last night, but these footprints in the muddy snow indicate they might not be full yet. Your grain is their target. They will definitely come back. The villagers gathered around were in an uproar upon hearing this. What should we do? They almost destroyed our entire village last night. If they come back tonight, how will we survive? Is this kid any good? He looks so young. Does he know how to hunt wild boars? Enough! Captain Hideo walked into the crowd and waved his hand to interrupt their discussion. Toichi is our village's mountain guard. A few days ago, he killed a wolf with his bare hands. Who among you has that kind of ability? The crowd went quiet immediately. Someone swallowed hard and whispered, Killing a wolf with bare hands? Really? No matter how skilled he is, these wild boars are harder to deal with than wolves, right? Another villager muttered. Toichi ignored the gossip. He bent down and placed the beast traps, ropes, and wooden poles on the ground. He looked up at Captain Hideo and said calmly, Don't worry about what they say. Let's get the traps set first. The next time the wild boars come back, I guarantee they won't be leaving. Toichi walked around the granary, his feet making a crunching sound on the snow. From time to time, he would crouch down and brush away the snow covering the ground, revealing the frozen, hard soil underneath. He pinched a bit of mud and rolled it between his thumb and index finger. He nodded slightly, then stood up and continued walking forward. He walked to a bush, bent down, and parted the snow layer. He observed along a clear trail. These footprints led straight to a low-lying area near the forest. He stopped and scanned the surroundings. The low-lying area was covered with bushes on both sides, and in front was a natural cliff. The terrain was narrow. Once the wild boars entered, there was no turning back. He kicked the ground with his boot. The soil was soft, obviously suitable for digging a pit. This is the spot. Toichi stood up, pointed to the low-lying area, and said to Captain Hideo, This is the only way for the wild boars. We'll set the traps here and lure them in. From the distant woods came a creaking sound. Accompanied by low breathing, Toichi raised his hand to press down on the hunter next to him who was about to move. The front sight of his rifle moved slowly, aiming at the brown-furred lead boar. It was moving step by step along the line of bait laid out with grain, walking toward the death trap. Toichi had the hunters bring over the wooden poles, traps, and ropes. He then bent down, grabbed a wooden pole with both hands, and thrust it diagonally into the ground. He pressed his foot on the base of the pole several times to ensure it was buried firmly enough. Next, he picked up a length of wire and tied the trap to one end of the pole. After tying it, he crouched down and pulled on the wire to test the tension, nodding in satisfaction. Then he wrapped the rope around the other end of the pole, tied a slip knot, and carefully checked the security of the connection. One end of the rope was fixed to the pole, and the other connected to the trap. Once triggered, the trap would instantly tighten, the pole would pop up at the same time, and the boar's leg would be lifted off the ground. This is the first mechanism. Toichi patted the trap and pressed the buckle with his hand, signaling the hunters to see clearly. Once the wild boar steps on it, the animal trap will directly bite its front leg, and the rope will pull the wooden pole, pinning it to the spot. The hunters gathered around, looking down at the design of the trap and the ropes. An older hunter reached out and touched the iron teeth of the trap, exclaiming, "This clamp is strong enough. The wild boar won't be able to break free." Toichi looked at him, gestured to the rope, and added, "Don't underestimate the strength of a wild boar. Clamping the leg only limits its movement. There must be follow-up measures." Toichi walked to the front of the trap, pointed to an empty space, and said, "Dig a pit here to create a second mechanism." After he spoke, he picked up a shovel and began to dig. The shovel dug into the ground with a clack, breaking open the hard, frozen soil to reveal the slightly softer mud inside. He swung the shovel, digging mud out one scoop at a time. As he worked, chunks of earth were flipped to the side, and a conical deep pit began to take shape. After the pit was deep enough, he stood up and signaled for the hunters to pass him a few sharp wooden stakes. He took them, grabbed the ends with both hands, and drove them vertically into the bottom of the pit. He squatted down and used his feet to stomp the stakes tight, ensuring they stood firmly in the pit. Once finished, he grabbed a few thin tree branches, laid them across the mouth of the pit, and used them to create a simple support. Then he scattered dry grass over the branches and grabbed a handful of fine snow from nearby, sprinkling it evenly on top. The entire trap was camouflaged to blend in with the surrounding ground. Toichi stood up and gently stepped near the camouflaged pit, checking the weight-bearing capacity of the branches. Satisfied that they were weak enough, he nodded. This pit is the second mechanism. Once the wild boar breaks through the camouflage and its front leg is clamped, its hind leg will drop directly into the pit and be pierced by these stakes. The hunters stared at the two-part mechanism. A young hunter asked tentatively, "Will it really step into so many mechanisms?" "Wild boars are impulsive. They only run after the bait and don't look at their feet," Toichi said, standing straight and pointing at the trap. "As long as it's trapped by the first animal trap, its hind legs will definitely thrash about, and the second pit will be its road to death." An older hunter stepped forward, squatted by the pit, pressed his hand on the camouflaged branches, and picked up the iron teeth of the trap to examine them, sighing in admiration. "Your method is much more clever than the snares we usually use. We've been hunting for decades and have never seen such a complex design." Toichi picked up a length of rope from the ground and began connecting the animal trap, the pit, and the surrounding large trees into a complete trigger chain. As he tied the knots, he said, "A single trap won't hold a wild boar. It must rely on a serial design. This way, if it hits one, it can't avoid the second." His hands didn't stop, and the rope zipped quickly through the wooden poles, the trap, and the tree trunks in his hands. He tightened the last knot, gave it a firm tug, and after confirming there was no slack, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, now we just wait for them to walk right into the trap." Toichi stood up, scanned the completed trap layout, and checked the tension of the ropes and the sensitivity of the trigger mechanism once more. He wiped the mud from his hands, looked at Captain Hideo, and said, "Move the grain and sweet potatoes over. Scatter them in front of the trap to make a bait line and lead them here." The hunters nodded and quickly moved the grain that had been scattered by the boars the night before, scattering the sweet potatoes and rice along the path from the trap toward the pit to create a clear line. Just as Toichi was tightening the last rope and carefully checking the trap's buckle, a hunter standing nearby stared at the old rifle at his waist and couldn't help but shake his head. "This gun is about to fall apart. Are you sure you can use it?" Toichi didn't stop what he was doing, reached out to pull the tension on the rope, and said calmly, "As long as it works, that's enough." The hunter clearly didn't believe him. He took the hunting rifle off his back and handed it over. "Use mine. It's an old piece left behind by the Japanese invaders, the Arasaka Type 38. The aim is good, and the power is high. Don't let this broken thing ruin the mission." Toichi took the rifle, his gaze deepening, and skillfully pulled the bolt to check if the chamber was clean. His fingers brushed lightly along the barrel to wipe off a bit of rust. Then he raised the barrel, aimed forward, and gently pulled the trigger. Hearing the mechanical click, he nodded with satisfaction. "This gun is good, better than mine. I'll use this one." Seeing his skilled movements, the hunter felt a bit more respect and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Have you played with guns before?" Toichi looked at him without much explanation and just said calmly, "It's all right." After the traps were set, Toichi took a few people back to the granary and moved the sweet potatoes and rice that had been overturned by the wild boars the night before. He personally grabbed a few handfuls of grain, scattered them on the snow in front of the trap, and then squatted down to arrange the sweet potatoes in a small pile. He slapped the snow off his hands firmly and, pointing to the route from the granary to the low-lying area, said, "Scatter these grain scraps into a line from the granary to the trap to guide them." The hunters immediately acted separately, using baskets to carry the grain and sweet potato pieces, scattering a clear bait line along the direction where the traps were set. The sweet potato chunks were evenly spread on the road, and the grain extended like a thin line near the trap. Toichi stood by and watched, confirming that every step was done with precision, and then signaled for the group to retreat behind the bushes. He glanced back at the carefully laid traps and whispered, "The wild boars didn't get enough to eat last night. They will definitely come when they see this. When that happens, we'll solve it with one shot." The cold wind, mixed with snow pellets, swept across the low-lying area. Toichi and a few hunters were half-crouched behind a cluster of bushes. The snow on the ground was knee-deep. Everyone was shivering, but their eyes remained fixed on the trap area ahead. Toichi held the Type 38 rifle, his hand supporting the barrel. the stock pressed tightly against his shoulder. His line of sight through the front sight aimed at the end of the bait line. His breathing was steady, and his finger rested lightly on the trigger without a hint of tremor. The hunters hid beside him, holding rifles or long spears, their expressions tense and focused. They whispered, "Will this method work? Will the boars really take the bait?" Toichi didn't turn back, his gaze still fixed ahead. His voice was low but determined. "They will definitely come, just wait." The wind passed through the bushes, causing the dead branches to shake gently. Snow dust was whipped up into a thin layer, drifting onto the faces of the group. Toichi ignored these minor distractions. His eyes were glued to the trap area, his body as still as a block of frozen iron. A hunter quietly shifted his body, trying to change his posture. The snow made a slight crunch. Toichi signaled gently with his hand and said in a low voice, "Don't move around. They are very alert. Any sound will make them turn back." The hunter quickly stopped his movement and held his breath. The night grew deeper. Moonlight spilled onto the vast white snow, and the low-lying area appeared exceptionally quiet, as if all things were holding their breath. Toichi lay behind the bushes, the Type 38 rifle resting on his shoulder, his eyes fixed ahead through the sight. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, his body motionless, like a solid iron plate. Suddenly, a heavy creaking sound came from the forest in the distance, accompanied by low snorting. Toichi's gaze shifted, and he listened intently. "They're here," he whispered, his voice calm and cold. Several wild boars slowly walked out of the forest, the lead boar being particularly striking. Its build was as sturdy as a small cow, its brown fur gleaming under the moonlight, and its two long tusks were slightly curved, like sharp scimitars. It lowered its head, following the bait line, sniffing the rice and sweet potato chunks on the ground. Every step it took left a deep pit in the snow with its hooves. The lead boar suddenly stopped, lifted its head to look around, and sprayed 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils. It seemed to have smelled something unusual in the air. It inhaled and exhaled, testing the area. Toichi's gaze remained fixed on its movements, his finger applying slight pressure, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The boar paused for a moment, lowered its head, and continued to move forward along the bait line. Its nose pressed to the ground, curling the rice grains into its mouth one by one. With every step it took, it got closer to the trap zone. "Don't move," Toichi whispered to the hunter beside him, his gaze never leaving the lead boar. The lead boar finally stepped into the trap zone. It stopped cautiously, sniffing the scent in the air, its eyes scanning the surroundings. It stepped forward with one front leg onto the trigger mechanism of the animal trap. The trap closed instantly, its iron teeth biting deeply into the boar's front leg. The lead boar let out a sudden roar, its body twisting violently in an attempt to shake off the trap. But the rope on the trap was instantly pulled taut. The wooden pole mechanism was triggered, and the thick hemp rope tightened rapidly, firmly looping around its neck. The pole sprang up, lifting the boar's upper body off the ground. The lead boar struggled desperately, its front legs stomping within the iron teeth of the trap, its hind legs scratching wildly against the ground, its 4 hooves kicking up a large spray of snow. Its roar was low and hoarse, shaking the branches of nearby bushes. Toichi gave the boar no chance to breathe. He raised his rifle, aimed at the boar's exposed hind leg, and pulled the trigger with a bang. A bullet shot out, hitting its hind leg accurately. Blood gushed from the wound, flowing down its leg into the snow, staining a large area bright red. "It's injured!" the hunter beside him shouted in a low voice. Because of the wound on its hind leg, the boar struggled even more frantically. Its neck was tightly choked by the hemp rope, and its flesh was cut until it began to bleed. Its 4 limbs flailed wildly. Its tusks swung left and right, trying to bite the rope, but with its body lifted off the ground, it was powerless. "Keep an eye on the others," Toichi quickly reloaded, his gaze sweeping outside the trap zone. The remaining wild boars, attracted by the roars of the leader, stopped and raised their heads to look toward the trap. Puffs of hot air sprayed from their nostrils, their eyes glinting with ferocity, and they began to approach step by step. "The torch!" Toichi reached out his hand toward the hunter beside him. The hunter immediately lit the torch and handed the burning flame to him. Toichi took the torch, held it high, and waved it vigorously while letting out a low roar. "Get out!" The firelight illuminated the low-lying area. The burning wood emitted a crackling sound, and a burnt smell filled the air. Several wild boars were clearly afraid of the fire and the burnt smell. Their footsteps stopped hesitantly, but they didn't retreat immediately, instead letting out low growls and testing the ground as they continued to approach. "Don't let them get close," Toichi growled, and together with the hunters, they waved their torches, using the heat of the flames to force them back. The wild boars finally began to retreat, spraying heavy hot air from their nostrils, and unwillingly grunting as they turned and ran into the forest. "They've retreated," a hunter breathed a sigh of relief, speaking in a low voice. The sweat and snow mixed on his face, dripping down. Inside the trap, the roars of the lead boar gradually weakened. Its front leg was tightly bitten by the trap, its hind leg was covered in blood, the hemp rope on its neck was getting tighter and tighter, its breathing was becoming more rapid, and its struggles were gradually becoming powerless. "Go up and finish it," Toichi whispered, handing the torch to the hunter nearby and drawing the hunting knife from his waist. He walked to the pole hanging the wild boar, peered at its wounds, and then looked up at its throat. The boar's eyes were bloodshot, its mouth emitted intermittent low growls, and its limbs twitched as it struggled, having almost exhausted its strength. Toichi did not hesitate. He gripped the hunting knife tightly, leaped up to the pole, aimed the blade at the boar's throat, and thrust it down with force. The blade sank instantly into the flesh, and blood gushed out, splashing onto the snow, staining the white ground red. The boar's body twitched once, then fell completely silent. Toichi pulled out the knife and took 2 steps back, catching his breath and wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve. He looked down at the fallen boar, confirmed it was completely dead, then turned to Captain Hideo and said, "It's done. Take it down." The hunters quickly surrounded them, untied the ropes on the trap, and lowered the boar from the pole. Its massive body hit the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. "This guy is really huge," a hunter said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, unable to help but exclaim. "It's a good thing you had this method. If it were us, we would have been gored and sent flying long ago." At dawn, the village square was crowded with people. Men, women, young, and old squeezed into a circle, surrounding the suspended lead wild boar. The carcass of the boar still carried the chill of the night. The brown fur was frozen stiff, its tusks were curved and sharp, emitting the unique fishy smell of a wild beast. Several strong men in the village were pulling a thick rope, fixing the boar's body onto a horizontal branch of a large tree. They pulled hard, and the heavy body slowly left the ground, swaying for a moment before stabilizing. In the crowd, an old man in a thick cotton jacket touched his white beard and said with emotion, "A wild boar this big? I've never seen one like this in all my life. It must be at least 200 pounds, right?" "You said it! This beast was rampaging in the village last night, and now it's a dead pig. It feels so satisfying." Another person responded, staring up at the hanging boar and muttering. On the other side of the square, a group of children were chattering together. They were not very old. The youngest was only 5 or 6, and the oldest was about 10. A few children stood on their tiptoes, wanting to see more clearly. A little boy widened his eyes, pointed at the boar's tusks, and shouted, "Wow, those teeth could poke a hole right through a person, couldn't they?" A little girl tugged on the boy's sleeve and whispered, "My grandma says wild boars are the fiercest things, even meaner than wolves. Yesterday, it scared my dog so much that it didn't even dare to bark." The children became more and more excited as they talked. Finally, a child standing on the side clapped his hands and began to sing a nursery rhyme. Boar grunts, rooting up the crops, sharp tusks stand tall, pushing bulls and sheep. Uncle Toichi raises his gun, 2 loud bangs, turns into meat. The children clapped and laughed as they sang. Some even imitated the boar, grunting twice, which made the adults in the crowd laugh. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity. On a night when the heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a pack of wolves. Toichi accurately smashed a torch onto the face of the lone wolf. It brought up a scent of burning fur. Awoo! The lone wolf let out a scream, its side burned by the flames, and it rolled on the snow. However, its ferocity did not diminish. The lone wolf shook its head. The bloodstains on the snow, mixed with charred fur, only intensified its irritability and murderous intent. The next second, it attacked again, even faster than before. Faster than before, the moment the lone wolf lunged with its mouth wide open. Toichi leaned down to dodge the wolf's claws, and immediately took the opportunity to grab a wooden stick, using all his strength to smash it against the wolf's lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked up, and a dull crack sounded from its jaw. Picking up from the previous episode, Toichi ignored the gossip of the crowd and walked under the suspended carcass of the wild boar. He patted the boar's belly to feel the hardness of the carcass, confirming that the blood had already congealed. He drew his hunting knife from his waist. The blade was polished until it shone, emitting a cold glint in the sunlight. He braced the boar's abdomen with his left hand and gripped the knife tightly with his right. He aimed the tip at the middle of the belly and pushed inward with slight force. The sharp blade easily broke the skin and flesh, emitting a slight hissing sound. As the tip went deeper, Toichi's wrist remained steady and forceful, slicing a long cut down the belly. The cut's skin and flesh flipped to the sides, and a strong, pungent stench rushed into the air. It was so pungent that the onlookers instinctively took half a step back, and some even raised their sleeves to cover their noses. Toichi seemed not to notice at all. He looked down at the wound, reached his right hand inside, grabbed the boar's intestines, and pulled hard. Squish! The wet intestines, liver, and other organs were ripped out in one go, sliding into a large basin prepared nearby. Mucus from the intestines dripped along the edge, and the stomach, still slightly bloated, made a faint, gurgling sound. Toichi wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, flipped the stomach over a couple of times, and cut it open directly with his knife, spilling out undigested food and foul-smelling liquid. He frowned and threw the stomach into a second basin nearby. "Quick, water!" Toichi shouted to a villager standing nearby. A villager ran over with a bucket of water and poured it into the boar's abdominal cavity. The clean water washed through the opened belly, carrying blood and debris down, dyeing the snowy ground a murky, reddish-brown. "Keep pouring. Wash it clean," Toichi said, knocking on the boar's chest with the knife handle to shake out blood clots. Once clean, he set down the bucket, picked up the hunting knife, and walked to the boar's shoulder. The blade glided gently along the fur. He grabbed a corner of the skin with his left hand and pulled hard with his right, tearing the entire hide off. The sound of skin separating from muscle made one's scalp tingle. Toichi tossed the entire skin aside, stepped on the edge of the fur, grabbed the other end, and pulled again with all his might to tear away the remaining stubborn patches. "This skin is still useful. We'll dry it later," Toichi said, pointing to the pelt on the ground and waving at the villager. After skinning it, Toichi turned and walked to the boar's hind legs. He aimed the knife at the knee joint, gripped the handle with both hands, raised his arms, and smashed down hard. Crack! The sound of the joint snapping was clearly audible. He easily removed one of the boar's hind legs. He squatted down, stuck the blade into the root of the thigh, and pried outward with force. The muscles and fascia separated bit by bit, and the entire leg was successfully detached. He placed the hind leg on the ground, turned to the other side, and repeated the same action. Next, he attacked the large muscles of the boar's back and abdomen, chopping the thick chunks of meat into evenly sized pieces, one by one. His movements were clean and efficient. Every time the blade fell, it was precise, leaving the separation between bone and meat neat and tidy. The crisp snap of breaking joints and the crunch of the blade cutting into muscle were mixed together. The villager stood by, watching his every move without blinking, even forgetting to speak. Finally, Toichi cut off the boar's head and set it aside. He wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve and pointed to the largest pile of meat. "These are to be shared with the village. Take them to the warehouse." "You got it!" Several villagers stepped forward, loaded the meat into baskets, and carried them toward the warehouse. The children in the distance watched this scene with wide eyes. One little boy stood on his tiptoes, trying his best to lean forward to see more clearly. He pointed at the pig's head on the ground and shouted excitedly, "These teeth are so long, it must hurt a lot to get poked by them." Another little girl held her nose, frowned, and whispered, "But it smells so bad, and the intestines were moving, just like a snake." One of the children on the edge suddenly clapped his hands and began to sing in the usual tune. "Rooting up crops. Uncle Toichi kills with one blade. Meat is shared, skin is dried, We'll have meat for the new year, ooh. The children clapped and imitated the movements, some even using small branches to mimic Toichi's motions, pretending to cut the pork. Hearing this, the adults couldn't help but laugh out loud. The surrounding villagers watched the scene and began to whisper. This wild boar alone provides enough meat for the whole village to eat for several meals. It solves a pressing problem. You said it. This mountain guard really has some skills. That gun and those traps really work. Not far away, an elderly man sat on a stone and sighed. The Toichi family has produced such a talented hand. It's a pity, though. A villager nearby leaned in. What's a pity? The old man leaned on his cane and shook his head. I don't need to say much about the state of the Toichi family. A boy with this much ability would be a treasure for any family, but he lacks good parents. Sigh. Someone listening to this sighed, lowered their head, and nodded silently. Just as the crowd was whispering, a middle-aged man with a face full of fat walked out of the crowd and stood directly in front of Toichi. His voice was cold. It's not like there's nobody else in the village. You occupy the mountain forest all by yourself and take all the benefits. Is that fair? Toichi was wrapping the remaining pork with a piece of old cloth. Upon hearing this, he paused, but didn't look up. His tone was calm. Who gets what in the mountain depends on skill. If you have the skill, you can come and try too. The man sneered. I think you're taking this too lightly. There are so many hunters in the village, yet you dominate it all alone. Calling yourself a mountain guard, it's clear you're just taking advantage of us. Only then did Toichi raise his head and look at him coldly. He put down the knife, stood up, and knocked on the hunting rifle at his waist. Taking advantage? The pack of wolves in the mountain last night, and the wild boars the night before. If you aren't afraid, you can go up and guard the mountain anytime you like. The man stepped back after being stared at by Toichi, but he still stubbornly said, We're not afraid of wild boars, it's just the rule. You can't just keep things for yourself. Toichi suddenly took a step forward and spun the knife in his hand. The blade shone coldly in the sun. His voice was deep. Cut the crap. The wolves in the mountains have an old score to settle with me. They still remember my scent. If you want it, go ahead and do it yourself. Come on then. The man was forced back repeatedly by Toichi, muttering vaguely. I was just saying. Finally, he hung his head and slunk out of the crowd. The children watching were wide-eyed with awe. A little boy squatted near Toichi's hunting knife and clapped excitedly. Brother Toichi is so amazing. Even the wild boars and wolves are afraid of him. Another little girl sang the nursery rhyme from earlier. Boar grunts, rooting up crops. Brother Toichi's knife and gun prevail. Several children clapped in agreement, and the square became lively again, even making the adults laugh. At noon, Toichi hung the boar skin on a beam in the house, filling the room with a pungent, gamey smell. His little sister, Toko, ran over from the stove and circled the boar skin. Looking up at the massive pelt, her eyes were full of excitement. This skin is so thick. Those wild boars were so fierce, yet you were able to handle them. Toichi stood by the table carving wood. He smiled when he heard this. Handle them? It's just about knowing the right method. Toko shook her head. It's not just the method. It's that you are amazing. You didn't hear what the villagers were saying about you today. As she spoke, she reached out to touch the boar's fur. It was prickly and frozen stiff, but she still touched it several times, her little face full of pride. What can this skin be used for in the future? Can you make me a hat? Toichi purposely frowned to tease her. This skin is too thick. If you wear it on your head, your neck will get tired and crooked. Toko pouted and muttered, Then make one for Big Sister. At this moment, Tono walked in from behind the house holding a basin of hot water. Seeing the new scratches on Toichi's arm and leg, she stopped immediately, her brows furrowed tightly. Brother, you're hurt again. Toichi put down the piece of wood, raised his head, and scanned them casually. Just a small scratch. It's nothing. Tona set the basin down heavily on the table, picked up a cloth strip and some herbs, and walked up to Toichi. You are the pillar of our family. If this pillar falls, what will we do? Toichi didn't argue. He lifted his arm and let his sister treat his wounds. Tona complained while cleaning the wound with hot water. You always say the mountains are dangerous. Why can't you be more careful? Our family has just started to get back on its feet. If you wear yourself out, how are we supposed to live? Toichi was silent for a while. After Tona applied the herbs to his wounds, he looked at her with a firm tone. Guarding the mountain is my duty. As long as I am standing, our family will not fall. Tona paused in her movements and sighed softly. Since you say so, I won't stop you. But you have to promise me to be more careful from now on and not push yourself so hard. Toichi nodded. Don't worry. After the wild boar incident, several families at the east end of the village went to the brigade office to see Captain Hideo, praising Toichi incessantly. Young Toichi is truly capable. Last night, that group of wild boars overturned our cellar, and my children had nothing to eat. But young Toichi handled the leader of those beasts. We in the village should all thank him. Another villager added, he hunts and lays traps all by himself. We haven't seen a mountain guard like this in the village for years. This job, it has to be him. Captain Hideo scratched his forehead, listening to everyone talking at once. He looked up and said, all right. He is talented, but the boy is guarding the mountain all alone, which isn't easy. In the future, if there's anything you can do to help him, don't hold back. Of course. The villagers nodded in agreement. After returning to the village, several families who had suffered losses took small gifts up the mountain. A man stood in front of the wooden house and placed a basket of eggs on the ground. He said with a simple smile, Toichi, take these eggs. It's a token of our family's gratitude. Toichi came out of the house, startled to see the eggs at his door. He immediately said, I accept your gratitude, but you should keep these eggs for yourselves to eat. Times are hard enough as it is. The man shook his head and insisted on pushing the basket toward him. Don't refuse. If it weren't for you driving the wild boar away, my boy wouldn't have had any sweet potatoes last night. This isn't much. At this moment, a woman walked up with 2 pairs of straw shoes and handed them to Toichi. These were woven by my old man. I made them extra thick to be anti-slip. The mountain is cold. You should wear these. And these pieces of firewood burn for a long time, she said, leaning some dry firewood against the wall of the wooden house. Toichi stood at the door, watching all this, feeling a bit complicated. He wiped his hands on his pants, reached out to take the straw shoes, and nodded. I will remember this kindness. The woman waved her hand and turned to leave. He also said, why keep score of favors? You guard this mountain, and it makes life better for us in the village. Being a mountain guard is not easy. A few days later, the forest was covered by a new layer of wind and snow, the air filled with the chill of mud and ice. Toichi was chopping wood outside the house. The crunch of the axe falling echoed through the empty mountains. He split a piece of wood frozen hard and was just about to pick up another when the sound of footsteps crunching on snow came from the distance. Toichi stopped his work and looked up. He discovered that Captain Hideo was leading 2 brigade cadres, braving the wind and snow along the mountain road toward him. Captain Hideo walked at the front, his steps steady, carrying a bag on his shoulder. The 2 cadres behind him each carried a rifle, and one held a package. Everyone was covered in white snow. Captain, why come up the mountain on such a cold day? Is there something the matter? Toichi stuck his axe into the wooden block on the ground, stood up straight, and went to meet them. Toichi, you ask such questions, Captain Hideo said with a smile, shaking his hand, and walked quickly forward to put the items on his shoulder at Toichi's doorstep. I've brought you these few things as a token of thanks from our commune. Thanks to you, the wild boar issue was solved. The villagers are truly convinced of your skills. As he spoke, he opened a cloth bag, took out a pack of salt and several fabric coupons, and placed them casually on Toichi's broken table. He patted his shoulder again. Your status as a mountain guard has already been reported to the county by the commune. The approval will come down soon, and after that, everything will be official. Toichi looked down at the fabric coupons on the table, reached out to pick them up, checked the quantity, and then pushed the salt back to the corner of the table. He nodded and said in a calm tone, Thank you, Captain. There was no need for you to bring things up here yourself. This is already enough. No need for thanks, Captain Hideo waved his hand. He turned back and said to one of the cadres, Bring the gun. The cadre immediately stepped forward and handed the rifle he was holding to Captain Hideo. Captain Hideo took it and handed the gun to Toichi with both hands. This is a Type 38 Arisaka rifle, an old one left behind by the Japanese. We repaired it once before. It's much better than that broken hunting rifle of yours. This gun is accurate and powerful. You'll find it much easier to use from now on. Toichi looked at the rifle in Captain Hideo's hands, but didn't reach for it immediately, instead eyeing it carefully. The barrel was pitch black and shiny, and the scratches on the wooden stock had been refinished. It was clearly well maintained. He reached out and took the gun, his movements crisp and neat. His right hand supported the stock, and his left hand rested on the barrel as he began to inspect it thoroughly. He pulled the bolt back to open the chamber, confirming it was clean and flawless, then quickly closed it again, hearing a crisp click. He raised the barrel and rubbed the body of the gun with his finger. It felt smooth and cold. Finally, he lifted the stock, pressed the rifle to his shoulder, aimed at a pine tree in the distance, and slowly pulled the trigger. The sound of the trigger being pulled was clear and forceful. Toichi nodded with satisfaction, lowered the gun, and said, "It's truly excellent, much better than my hunting rifle." Seeing this, Captain Hideo patted the gun body with a smile. "Take it, don't be modest. When you're alone on the mountain, a gun is your lifeline. You can't be careless about your equipment." Toichi lowered his gaze, looked at the gun in his hands, and gripped it tighter with both hands. He looked up and said, "I accept this gun. Thank you for the village's trust." Seeing his firm attitude, Captain Hideo gave a gratified laugh and patted Toichi on the shoulder. "Young man, the forest of Qingxi Village relies on you to guard it. If you encounter any difficult tasks, just come find me directly." Toichi nodded, watching as Captain Hideo and his group turned and left. His gaze fell on the Type 38 rifle, his fingers tapping gently on the gun body, producing a low metallic sound. He knew this wasn't just a gun, but a heavy burden of trust. He looked toward the direction of the forest and said in a low voice, "With this mountain and my skills, I can guard it, and I will definitely make our lives better and better." The wind blew over the mountain peak, carrying a chill, but Toichi's hand was on the gun, his gaze like a blade, firm and mountain steady. He slung the gun over his shoulder and glanced back at the two people inside the house. Inside, Tona was mending a tattered cotton coat. Toko was sitting on the edge of the kang, playing with a sweet potato peel, giggling. Toichi revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, stepped into the house, and closed the door. The cold wind outside was instantly shut away. The warmth inside the house made him feel that no matter how tired he was, it was worth it. In his past life, he was a modern Special Forces soldier. Now, he had been reborn into the 1960s. His stepmother was vicious and forced his sister to marry an old bachelor. His little sister didn't have enough to eat and still had to do the housework. With the mountain blocked by heavy snow, Toichi, in a fit of rage, took his sister and left. The village had been peaceful recently. Toichi's status as a mountain guard had gained more and more recognition, but in the heart of Toichi's stepmother, Satomi, all of this was like a thorn, keeping her awake at night. Why should a half-grown brat become the mountain guard? Satomi stood at her doorstep, hands on her hips, complaining to the women in the courtyard. He's the one who calls the shots on everything in the forest, and who knows how much he brings home. He's taking all the benefits for himself, and we haven't seen a thing. Her voice was shrill and grating, quickly attracting several villagers to gather around. A woman whispered, "That's right. I heard he took boar meat up the mountain a few days ago. The village only got a little bit, while he and his siblings ate plenty. Isn't a mountain guard supposed to serve the village? He just looks out for himself and his two sisters." Satomi took the opportunity to stir up trouble and win people over. "You tell me, how could a boy who hasn't even grown hair be so capable?" She grew more excited as she talked, deciding to gather several villagers who were already dissatisfied with Toichi. They headed to the village council hall to demand justice. That kid Toichi simply doesn't follow the rules. The game hunted in the mountain should obviously be handed over to the village, but he hides it away. What the village gets is just scraps. He's eating alone and hoarding national resources. The number of onlookers grew. Satomi patted her chest and continued to yell. Those siblings ran away from their home and even turned their backs on their own father. How can such an unfilial person guard the mountain? He's only in his teens. What does he know about the rules of a mountain guard? Satomi's words sounded reasonable, and some of the onlookers began to waver. That does make sense. Things in the mountain belong to everyone. He can't just take it all. A middle-aged man nodded and whispered, "If the village really lets him handle it alone, how are we supposed to live?" Several elders standing by the hall sighed and shook their heads. The mountain guard's job is meant to benefit everyone. The boy is young and bound to be careless. If this keeps up, I'm afraid something bad will happen. The young hunters nearby began to whisper, their words filled with jealousy and resentment. We hunters go into the mountain and risk our lives, but he just becomes the mountain guard and gets to decide everything. Why? Let's just go tell Captain Hideo to remove him. The mountain guard job should be rotated. Who among us isn't capable? A hunter sneered, his tone provocative. Let's go then! Instigated by the crowd, Satomi led several villagers and stormed into the village office aggressively. Captain Hideo had just stepped out of his office. Seeing their formation, he frowned. What are you all doing here? Satomi put her hands on her hips and spoke first. Captain Hideo, we have something to say. This Toichi isn't fit to be a mountain guard at all. He's deceiving the village and hiding mountain resources. The village needs to investigate him. Captain Hideo scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, Stop shouting! Come inside and explain clearly. The crowd swarmed into the office. Satomi sat down first and continued to speak loudly. Captain Hideo, he's just a child. What rules does he know? The forest belongs to everyone, but most of the game he hunts we never see. Who knows if he's hidden the good stuff? Another villager chimed in. Captain, our village is already poor, and he's hogging all the food. The villagers have all seen it. Such a person can no longer be allowed to be the mountain guard. Hearing these words, Captain Hideo did not immediately express a stance. He turned around, opened the window, added coal to the stove, and lit his pipe. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said, You say Toichi is hoarding game. Do you have evidence? Satomi was stunned and choked up for a moment. She gritted her teeth and continued. Evidence? Everyone saw it last night. He brought so many things up the mountain. Were those for the village? Captain Hideo turned to look at her, his tone steady. I know you have complaints, but without evidence, I cannot listen to rumors. A villager grew anxious and stepped out. The 2 girls he brings with him. They eat and dress better than the kids in the village. Boar meat, white flour. My kid hasn't even smelled it. Captain Hideo stared at the man, his voice slightly raised. Our village is poor. But after the wild boar incident, meat was distributed and your family received some. Now, saying this, isn't it going a bit too far? The man was speechless and could only scratch his head and retreat into the crowd. Captain Hideo snuffed out his pipe and became serious. I will verify the matter regarding Toichi, but I cannot accept you all going around fanning the flames and saying he isn't fit to be a mountain guard. Without concrete evidence, no one is allowed to accuse others arbitrarily. His gaze fell on Satomi, and his tone shifted. And you, Satomi, you are his stepmother. You should have been helping to raise him. You came here to make a scene. Is it to solve the problem, or to make the village a laughingstock? Satomi was left red-faced and furious by this comment. Just as she was about to retort, Captain Hideo waved his hand. All right, disperse. If there are any issues, I will send someone to investigate. All of you, go back and stop spreading gossip. After sending everyone away, Captain Hideo stood by the window, looking at the village road outside, his brows furrowed. He knew Toichi had the skills, but if the villagers' gossip wasn't handled well, it would eventually become a thorn. It would make the village uneasy. He dusted off his clothes and walked back to the table, muttering to himself, This must be solved. These rumors cannot continue. The boy is a hard worker. I can't let him lose heart. He turned and walked out of the office. He instructed a village cadre. Kenji, you make a trip up the mountain and call Toichi down. Tell him I want to see him and talk about the wild boar. Kenji nodded in agreement, swiftly putting on his cotton coat and shoes and bringing along a small knife for self-defense. He hurried out the door, following the snow-covered mountain road toward Qingxi Mountain. Toichi was organizing the boar skin in front of the wooden house. The skinned hide hung under the eaves, dripping melted snow water. He picked up his knife to trim the excess meat from the skin with clean, efficient movements. Just then, he heard footsteps coming from the distance. Toichi, are you there? A man's voice came from the other side of the woods. Toichi put down the knife, looked up toward the source of the sound, and when the person got closer, he recognized Kenji from the village. What are you doing up the mountain on such a cold day? Is something wrong in the village? Kenji stood still, caught his breath, brushed the snow off his coat, and said, Captain Hideo sent me to get you. He says the wild boar matter isn't over yet and wants to talk to you about it. Toichi nodded, put the leather back on the rack, and quickly grabbed his thick clothes to put on. I'll go with you. It gets dark early now. We need to hurry. We can't walk slowly. Kenji said, pointing down the mountain. Toichi shouldered the Type 38 rifle, and the two walked one after another along the path down the mountain. They walked down the mountain together. Under their feet, the snow grew thicker, and the cold wind stung their faces. Kenji walked at the front, occasionally looking back at Toichi. Toichi, the captain is looking for you this time, mostly because of those rumors. Don't overthink it. The captain knows clearly in his heart that you are doing real work. Hearing this, Toichi raised his hand to push aside the branches blocking the road, his tone calm. It's fine. The innocent will be proven innocent. Rumors stop with the wise. I'd actually like to see what those people are trying to do. Kenji gave a wry smile. You certainly have a good mindset. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to hold back from arguing with them. Toichi did not answer, merely quickening his pace. The sunset had just faded from the horizon when Toichi and Kenji arrived at the commune office. Inside the commune, the light was dim and yellow. Captain Hideo was sitting at his desk, holding a cigarette, his expression grave. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, saw Toichi, immediately put down his pen, and gestured for him to come closer. Young Toichi. Toichi walked into the room, patted the snow off his clothes, stood straight, and asked, Captain, did you need me for something? Captain Hideo pointed to the chair nearby. Don't be nervous. It's nothing bad. Toichi did not refuse. He sat down, placed his hands on his knees, and looked at Captain Hideo with a calm, steady gaze. Captain, is it because the rumors from the village reached your ears? Captain Hideo nodded, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. You're a clever kid, truly. I won't beat around the bush. Some say you were hoarding game, distributing it unfairly, and stirring up trouble in the village, claiming you only took the mountain guard job to take advantage of the situation. Toichi listened without much fluctuation in his expression and said flatly, You must know who said it. Captain Hideo took a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, and whispered, It was Satomi. She barged in here with a few people. She even claimed that you siblings are unfilial and ran away from your family. Toichi let out a cold laugh, his tone heavy. That place they call a home? It's just violence and verbal abuse, not even a hot meal to eat. In a home like that, if you don't run away, are you just supposed to wait to starve? Captain Hideo raised his hand and rubbed his temples. I know about the situation in your home. The commune will not easily believe these kinds of rumors. But you cannot ignore the village gossip. Some people in the village are jealous, and if these words spread too much, it won't be good for you. Toichi was silent for a moment, then looked up and asked, Captain, what would you like me to do? Captain Hideo stubbed out his cigarette, his tone composed. When it comes to village matters, it's all about convincing people. You have to speak with facts and put an end to those rumors. Toichi nodded, his tone calm. I understand. Since some say I am hoarding game, let them come and see for themselves. Every hunt I make and who gets what, every single piece is accounted for. Toichi pondered for a moment and said, Captain, how about this? I will propose that every time game is distributed, it is made public so the villagers know exactly who received what. That way, no one can stir up trouble. Captain Hideo patted the desk upon hearing this. Good, you're a sensible kid. You have the guts to act, and the character to take responsibility. We'll do exactly as you say. From now on, every distribution will be clear and transparent. Toichi bowed his head slightly. Also, I hope the commune can set a rule. If people from the village want to go up and hunt, can they follow the rules as well? How the game is split should be clarified beforehand, so the village doesn't misunderstand the responsibilities of the mountain guard again. Captain Hideo raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. That can be done. That's a good proposal. Where there are rules, there is justice. I'll discuss this with the village secretary later and finalize it. Captain Hideo looked at Toichi, his tone shifting. But you're so young, taking on such a heavy burden. It's not easy. The job of a mountain guard isn't just for your family. It's for the dozens of households in our village. You have to stay steady. Toichi tapped his lips, his tone calm. Don't worry, Captain. Since I've accepted this, I will guard this mountain well. Whether it's wolves, wild boars, or people, I fear none of them. Captain Hideo smiled and nodded at these words. Good. That's the spirit I like. How about this? I'll have someone send you some supplies later. Salt, matches, fabric coupons. You go ahead and use them. If you have any other difficulties, just come find me directly. Toichi stood up and nodded. "Thank you, Captain. I can handle matters in the mountains myself. I'll only come to you if there is truly a major issue. Let's go. I'm going to the edge of the village to take a look as well." Captain Hideo knocked his pipe against his shoe and walked out the door with Toichi. As they left the commune, the sky had turned overcast, and the wind and snow picked up again. Not long after Toichi donned his cotton coat and walked out of the village entrance, he saw a crowd gathered at the edge of the village, seemingly arguing about something. When they walked closer, they discovered it was several villagers surrounding a wooden cart, loaded with rice and firewood. The cart was piled high with grain and firewood. The villagers were in a heated dispute, and a woman holding 2 chickens pointed at a man nearby, scolding him. "Your family stole our firewood, and now you want to occupy the grain distributed by the commune as well? Are you trying to bully people?" The man she pointed at turned bright red, roaring back. "Who stole your things? Last night, when the wild boar entered the village, wasn't it the boar that knocked your firewood pile over? Why are you blaming me?" More onlookers gathered, and the noise grew louder and louder. Captain Hideo frowned, stepped forward quickly, and asked in a cold voice, "What is going on here? Arguing and fighting. What kind of behavior is this?" As soon as he spoke, the scene went quiet. The woman turned her head, pointed at the man, and said, "This person stole my family's firewood. You judge this for us." Toichi glanced at the wooden cart and then at the tracks in the snow on the ground, asking, "Where was the firewood knocked over?" The woman pointed to an empty space in the distance. "Right there. My family had the firewood stacked neatly. Today I saw a lot of it missing." Captain Hideo walked in the direction she pointed, squatted down, and examined the marks on the ground carefully. Under the snow, there was indeed a mess of grass debris and kindling, along with some broken wood. Clearly the traces of the wild boar knocking it over the night before. He stood up, clapped the snow off his hands, walked back to the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "This wasn't stolen by anyone. It was the wild boar from last night. The tracks on the ground are clear. If you keep arguing, go talk to the captain to settle this." Hearing him say this, everyone looked at each other and slowly dispersed. Although the woman was reluctant, she didn't say anything more. She hugged her chickens and turned to go home. Watching the villagers disperse, Toichi felt a heavy weight in his heart. These small disputes might seem insignificant, but they were the result of layers upon layers of pent-up conflict. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity, on a night when the heavy snow blocked the mountains, they were besieged by a pack of wolves. It brought up a scent of burning fur. "Awoo!" The lone wolf let out a scream. Its side burned by the flames, and it rolled on the snow. However, its ferocity did not diminish. The lone wolf shook its head. The bloodstains on the snow, mixed with charred fur, only intensified its irritability and murderous intent. The next second, it attacked again, even faster than before. Faster than before, the moment the lone wolf lunged with its mouth wide open, Toichi leaned down to dodge the wolf's claws and immediately took the opportunity to grab a wooden stick, using all his strength to smash it against the wolf's lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked up, and a dull crack sounded from its jaw. Picking up from the previous episode, Tona walked out of the wooden house, holding the wild boar meat from a few days ago and a small bag of cotton. She adjusted the scarf on her head and held the items tightly. She said to Toichi, "Brother, I'm going down the mountain to trade for some thread and fabric. When I come back, I'll make us a thick quilt. It's getting cold, and little Toko needs to be kept warm." Toichi stood at the door and nodded. He cautioned her in a moderate tone, "Be careful, and don't pay attention to idle people." Tona murmured in acknowledgement and stepped down the mountain. The road was covered in snow, and she had to step firmly with every stride, terrified of slipping. When she reached the edge of the village, she saw several people gathered at the roadside, discussing something animatedly. The women among them quickly locked their eyes on her. "Isn't that Tona?" a woman in a cotton coat said loudly, her tone dripping with mockery. "What's the matter? The good stuff up on the mountain isn't enough for you? You still have to come down to buy things?" "Exactly," another woman sneered. "Your brother is a mountain guard now. This is a big job. You shouldn't be lacking anything from the mountain." Tona lowered her head, pretending not to hear, and tried to walk around them, but she was blocked by a young hunter. "Tona, you and your brother have become the masters of the forest. Why are you still lacking things? Can't you just grab some game in the woods to trade?" The people around burst into laughter. Tona stopped her footsteps, looked up at the hunter and said coldly, "Does buying things mean I have to care about what you think? Move." "Oh, quite a temper." A woman walked forward with her hands on her hips, her tone sharp. "Buying things is your business, but I heard your brother hid a lot of game and won't share it with the village. We can't just turn a blind eye. The commune knows everything my brother has done. There's nothing that betrays the village," Tona said coldly, unwilling to waste her breath. She started to walk again, but the woman grabbed her sleeve. "You speak so innocently, but who knows if you hid it? Didn't you siblings abandon your home a long time ago? You don't even recognize your own father. How can you talk about rules?" At this moment, a shrill voice came from behind the crowd. "That's right. How can an uneducated wild girl like Tona talk about rules?" The crowd automatically parted to make way. Satomi walked over with a sneer, followed by Hiroshi. He looked grim, leaning on an old cane, remaining silent. "Tona, your family is living high on the hog now, aren't you? Where do you think these fabric coupons came from? Didn't they come from my house?" Satomi reached out, trying to grab the fabric Tona was holding. Tona stepped back, her tone ice cold. "These were traded for by my brother with his own hunting. Why should they be yours?" "Why?" Satomi sneered. "Because you carry the name, Tong. Everything in the mountain should belong to our family. You are using your brother to guard the mountain. Yet you dare to steal from me, your stepmother?" "Stepmother?" Tona looked at Satomi, her eyes filled with sarcasm. "You dare use that word? If you were a mother, how could you have beaten my little sister until she didn't even have food to eat?" Satomi's face changed. She cursed and lunged at her. "You little brat, daring to talk back to me? Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your dead mother." "Enough." Kenzo finally spoke, his voice deep and filled with anger. He stepped forward quickly and slapped Tona across the face. With a crisp sound, Tona's face was whipped to the side, and a red handprint quickly appeared on her cheek. She was stunned, lifted her head to look at Kenzo, her eyes full of disbelief and anger. "You are going to help her too? Tona, don't forget you are my daughter, Kenzo's daughter." "The forest belongs to our family, and it should remain ours," Kenzo said, his voice devoid of any paternal warmth. Tona wiped the corner of her mouth, took 2 steps back, and hugged the fabric tightly. She said coldly, "This mountain belongs to the village, and everything in it belongs to the village. The things my brother traded for with his own life, why should they be yours? If you want them, go to the brigade and talk it out. Don't throw a tantrum here." Satomi became relentless, shouting, "You think I don't dare? You siblings abandoned this family long ago. You don't even recognize your own father. A family like yours still wants to claim the mountain? Just you wait. Today I'm going to find Captain Hideo to get to the bottom of this." "Suit yourself." Tona's face was devoid of emotion. She glanced coldly at Satomi. "But if you dare to touch the things in my hands, just try it." Satomi felt a sense of guilt under that gaze and couldn't help but step back. But she still wouldn't let it go. "Fine. Let's see how long you can be so tough." Someone in the crowd couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. "Satomi, this was traded for by Toichi with his life. Don't go too far." "Exactly. Who else in our village dares to guard the mountain? These siblings have suffered enough. Can't you just make a concession?" "All right. Everyone say less." An old man with a white beard walked over, leaning on his cane, sighing. "Tona, the stepmother and your father are getting more and more senile. Don't hold it against them. Take your things and go." Tona nodded, hugged the fabric tightly, and walked through the crowd with long strides. Her back was straight, but her footsteps were trembling slightly. As soon as Tona entered the door, she threw the fabric she was carrying heavily onto the table. Her cheek was badly swollen, a stinging, bright red. She wiped away the tears on her face, her shoulders trembling slightly as she evidently struggled to hold back her emotions. Toichi was sitting to the side, whittling wood. Seeing her state, he stood up abruptly. His gaze swept over Tona's red, swollen cheek, and his eyes instantly turned sharp. "Who did this?" Tona kept her head down without answering, her fingers gripping her sleeves tightly as tears splattered onto the floor. "I asked you, who did this?" Toichi's tone grew even icier. He strode over to her, and the wooden stick in his hand snapped in two with a sharp sound. Tona looked up, biting her lip, her voice trembling and choked with sobs. "Who else?" "Father stood on Satomi's side today and taught me a lesson on her behalf." Toichi froze for a moment, then his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He turned and grabbed the Type 38 rifle from the wall, slinging it over his shoulder, his tone weighed down by surging fury. "Fine. If he doesn't treat me as a son, then don't blame me for not acknowledging this father. Just wait, I'm going down to handle him right now." Having said that, he strode toward the door, filled with murderous intent. "Brother, no!" Tona lunged forward, hugging Toichi's waist from behind, her tears bursting forth instantly. "You cannot go! No matter what, he is still our father. Why are you going down there with a rifle? We've already lost our mother. You can't let people say we are unfilial." Toichi struggled twice but couldn't break free. Instead, Tona held him even tighter. Her voice was heart-wrenching. "It won't work. I don't want to watch you risk your life with him. What would we have left? You cannot go." Toichi stopped in his tracks, the Type 38 rifle in his hand creaking as he gripped it. He looked down at his sister, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Tona, hidden behind his back, said in a voice so shaky that the sentences were barely intelligible. "Because we are children without a mother, we can only rely on ourselves. You cannot go, you cannot go." Toichi's hand slowly loosened, and the muzzle of the gun dipped downward. He turned around, looking at Tona, who was clutching him and crying until she could barely stand, feeling as though a massive boulder were pressing down on his heart. He reached out and gently patted her back, his voice low and riddled with helplessness. "Sister, I won't go. Just stop crying." "Brother, don't be impulsive. It's okay," Tona said, sobbing and wiping her tears, trying her best to squeeze out a smile. But the slap mark on her face and the wet tear tracks made that smile even more heart-wrenching. Toichi leaned the Type 38 against the wall and pulled Tona to sit down. He took a clean piece of cloth from his pocket, dampened it with a little water, and gently wiped her red, swollen cheek. Though his movements were light, every touch was infused with his suppressed rage. "Does it hurt?" Toichi asked in a low voice. Tona shook her head, sniffled, and smiled forcedly. "It doesn't hurt at all. I've long since gotten used to it. When I was beaten as a child, it's not like I didn't endure it." Toichi's hand paused, his gaze lowering. He knew Tona was telling the truth, but the more she said, the worse he felt inside. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fire in his chest, and said, "Nah, remember this. One day, we will live a life where we don't have to bow our heads. When that day comes, even if they beg us to return, we will never acknowledge them again." Tona nodded, biting her lip without a word, her eyes glistening with tears. The wind outside howled, and the door frame rattled. Toichi looked out the window, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, "From now on, you don't have to go down the mountain again. I'll handle these messy matters." "Brother, don't always carry everything yourself," Tona said in a low voice, her eyes filled with worry. "It's already good enough that we two can guard this mountain. I'm fine." Toichi did not answer, merely pushing the fabric on the table toward her, his tone low. "Make the quilt quickly. Don't let little Toko freeze." Tona nodded, bowing her head as she silently tidied up the fabric. Tears slid down her cheeks onto the table without a sound, but she didn't raise her hand to wipe them, simply burying herself in her work. Inside the house, the firewood in the stove crackled. The siblings' silhouettes in the firelight appeared increasingly stark and silent. Shortly after the silence, Toichi picked up the Type 38 rifle and headed out. He checked his ropes, animal traps, and water canteen, then grabbed an old burlap sack and prepared some dry rations. He stepped into the mountains over the accumulated snow. At this moment, he wasn't just hunting to sustain their lives. He was also patrolling the forest to see if anyone had come to poach. The mountain road was quiet, the sound of snow being crushed underfoot echoing with a rhythmic crunch. Occasionally, a few sparrows flew up from the branches, flapping their wings with a flurry of noise. Toichi followed a familiar path, tracking the animal prints he had seen along the edge of the woods the night before. His eyes scanned his surroundings vigilantly, his ears carefully catching the slightest movement. "There are plenty of wild rabbits in this area." Toichi squatted down, brushing away the snow layer to reveal small claw prints. He touched the marks in the snow and whispered, "Not far from here. They must have been active this morning." He found a hollow area where the trees were dense. There were signs of grass being pushed aside on the ground. clearly an active zone for animals. He efficiently pulled the animal trap from his bag and used his knife to inspect the iron teeth. He tied it firmly with a rope, buried the trap in the snow, and scattered some grass leaves and dried fruit scraps around as bait. Rabbits have keen noses. They should come over when they smell this. Toichi clapped his hands, looked up at the sky, and chose a hidden spot to wait. He held the Type 38 rifle and waited silently. Time ticked by. The cold wind in the forest whipped up snow dust, and the branches made sharp cracking sounds in the wind. Toichi crouched behind a tree, his legs slightly bent, the Type 38 pressed tightly against his shoulder, his gaze constantly sweeping his surroundings in vigilance. He kept his breathing as shallow as possible, trying not to let the cold air escape his mouth to avoid startling the prey. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the snow. His brows flickered, his focus immediately shifting, eyes glued to the source of the sound. In the distance, a gray-brown shadow appeared, a plump wild rabbit. Its fur blended into the snow. If it weren't for his long-term hunting experience, it would be hard to spot at first glance. The rabbit hopped cautiously across the snow, each step landing lightly, its nose constantly sniffing the air as it scanned for safety. Toichi's gaze followed the rabbit's movements, his body remaining perfectly still. Only his hands gripped the rifle tightly, his finger slowly finding the trigger. He regulated his breathing in secret, his eyes locked onto the rabbit's form through the sights. The rabbit slowly approached the trap laid out in front. It seemed to catch the scent of the bait, dipped its head a few times, then slowly took a step forward. Toichi held his breath, his gaze never leaving the rabbit. He knew the closer the prey got to the trap, the less he could make a single sound. He could even hear the wires on the trap vibrating slightly in the wind. The trap suddenly sprang up. The iron teeth clamped down firmly, locking onto the rabbit's hind leg. The rabbit let out a piercing cry, its body struggling wildly on the ground in an attempt to escape. Its hind leg dragged the trap, leaving long marks in the snow as snow dust flew. Toichi stood up immediately, took a few quick steps, shouldered the Type 38, aimed at the rabbit's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In truth, he didn't have to shoot. He only had 2 boxes of ammunition, fewer than 50 rounds total, but with a new gun in hand, his trigger finger was itching. The gunshot exploded in the silent forest. The rabbit gave a violent twitch, then went limp on the ground. After a few more shudders, it was completely still. Toichi walked over, bent down, and removed the rabbit from the trap. The iron teeth of the trap had left deep marks on the rabbit's leg, and fresh blood had stained the surrounding snow. He took a piece of rope from his waist, efficiently tied the rabbit's hind legs together, and hung the prey at his waist. "First one down," he whispered, wiping the blood off the snow with his palm. He stood back up and began searching for his next target. Toichi continued to track the claw prints along the snow. As he walked, he kept an eye on his surroundings, occasionally stopping to observe or using his hands to push aside bushes to check for tracks. Finally, he discovered deeper hoof prints, clearly the trace of 2 rabbits passing through one after another. He followed the prints quietly to an open area and, through a gap in the trees, saw 2 rabbits lying on a pile of withered grass, gnawing. Their ears twitched from time to time, and their noses wiggled, seemingly wary of the wind, yet still focused on the food in the grass. Toichi squatted down, used his knees to support his weight, and slowly lifted the Type 38 from his shoulder. He pulled the bolt back, checked the chamber, and confirmed the round was loaded before slowly raising the barrel, aiming through the sight at the nearest rabbit. "Don't rush. Stay steady." Toichi took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the rabbit's neck. He held his breath and gently pulled the trigger. In his past life, he was a modern Special Forces soldier. Now he'd been reborn into the 1960s. His stepmother was vicious, forcing his sister to marry an old bachelor. His little sister didn't have enough to eat and still had to do the housework. With the mountain blocked by heavy snow, Toichi, in a fit of rage, brought his sister and little sister into the deep mountains to live in a dilapidated house. Picking up from the previous episode, Toichi took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the rabbit's neck. He held his breath and gently pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the forest once more. The nearest rabbit was hit accurately by the bullet and fell right beside the brush, twitching a few times before it stopped moving entirely. The other rabbit was startled by the gunshot and leaped into the air, ears standing straight, scattering its legs as it fled toward the distant bushes. Toichi, seeing this, rapidly pulled the bolt to chamber a new round. He stood up and aimed quickly. The rabbit was extremely fast. With a few leaps, it vanished deep into the bushes, leaving behind a few patches of trampled snow. Toichi frowned, lowered the gun, and sighed. It runs fast. He walked over to the fallen rabbit, bent down, grabbed its hind legs, and stuffed the prey into the burlap sack. The sack already held one plump rabbit. Adding another made it look even more stuffed. Toichi looked up at the sky and saw the sun beginning to set to the west. He shouldered his rifle again, picked up the burlap sack, and walked in the direction of the mountain foot. Along the way, his steps were light. He was thinking to himself, "Not bad luck today. 2 rabbits are enough for a big pot of stew. I'll make some dry rations when I get back, and life will be manageable." On the way back, Toichi passed through an orchard of fruit trees. He looked up and saw strings of small, deep red fruits hanging from the branches, swaying in the wind and snow. This was a fruit unique to the mountains. Even after air drying in the winter, it could still be eaten. It was sour, sweet, and appetizing, a good supplement for the family. Toichi reached out, picked one, and took a bite. The flesh was sour and sweet, with a hint of astringency. In northeast China at this time, most people obtained a hint of sweetness from these few berries. He leaned the Type 38 against the tree trunk, efficiently took the rope from his bag, picked the fruits in bunches, tied them into a small bundle, and hung them at his waist. Halfway through, he saw a few fruits that had fallen into the bushes, so he bent down to pick them up, putting the clean ones into his cloth bag. After working for a little while, Toichi finally had enough fruit. His waist was weighed down with them. With his waist heavy, the Type 38 on his back, he looked up at the sky and muttered, "That's about it." On the journey back, Toichi's bag held 2 plump wild rabbits, and he had several strings of bright red air-dried fruits hanging from his waist. He calculated as he walked. The rabbit meat could make a stew, and the fruits could be soaked to make a sweet drink. This winter, there was finally some flavor to be found. Upon arriving at the wooden cabin, Toichi pushed open the door and saw Tona sitting under the dim light, sewing clothes with fine, focused stitches. Toko was crouching by the hearth, her little hands stretched out long, trying hard to soak up the warmth. "You're back!" As soon as Toko saw him, her eyes went wide, and she jumped up from the floor in excitement. "Yes, I brought you all something good." Toichi's mouth curled upward with a bit of pride as he untied the cloth bag and dumped the wild rabbits and fruits onto the table all at once. "The rabbit is so big, and fruits too," Toko cheered, pouncing like an agile little monkey, grabbing a bunch of fruits to stuff into her mouth. Tona lightly tapped her on the head, pretending to be angry as she scolded. "The fruits must be washed before you eat them, and the rabbits need to be skinned and processed." "Don't cause trouble," Toko pouted, her face full of grievance. Toichi smiled and patted her head. "Listen to your sister, be a good girl. Wait until tonight, and I'll stew the rabbit meat for you." The stove was burning brightly, the orange flames licking the bottom of the pot, reflecting a warm glow on the faces of the 3 siblings. The 3 of them gathered around the table and began to busy themselves. Toichi was skillful. In no time, he had skinned the rabbit, removed the innards, and chopped it into small pieces. He grabbed a handful of green onions, chopped them into small segments, and found a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns, some soy sauce, and the lard rendered from the wild boar meat a few days ago. Then, he sprinkled the onions over the rabbit meat, poured in the soy sauce, and reached in to stir it evenly, ensuring every piece of meat was coated in the sauce, leaving it to marinate. He set the pot on the fire and poured in the lard. The lard slowly melted in the pot, creating shimmering oil spots. As the oil temperature rose, Toichi put in the peppercorns, which crackled, and the aroma of the spice instantly filled the air. Immediately after, he poured the marinated rabbit meat into the pot and stir-fried it quickly. As it sizzled, the rabbit meat gradually changed color from pink to golden, and the fragrance became increasingly rich. Toichi stirred continuously, allowing the meat to heat evenly until the surface was slightly browned. He added a suitable amount of water, covered the pot, and turned the heat down to a slow simmer. 20 minutes later, Toichi lifted the lid and a thick, savory aroma rushed out to meet them. The rabbit meat was tender and flavorful, the broth thick and glistening with an enticing sheen. Toichi scooped the rabbit meat onto a plate, steam rising from it. The three sat together, eating with relish alongside coarse-grained steamed buns. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, but inside, it was full of warmth and happiness. Just as dawn was breaking, Tuichi carried several complete skins and a rabbit on his back, heading down the mountain through the morning mist. He walked steadily. Although the snowy path under his feet was slippery, the weight of the prey and the matters on his mind kept his steps firm. Arriving at the commune office, Tuichi pushed open the door and placed his load on the table. He took off his hat, patted off the snow, and stood straight. "Captain Hideo, this is the game I caught over the last 2 days. According to the rules, I'm giving it to the commune." On the table lay several perfect rabbit skins and a plump rabbit. The skins were smooth and the fur was bright, clearly handled with great care. Captain Hideo was behind the desk reviewing documents. Hearing the noise, he looked up and saw the game, nodding with satisfaction. "You've done a good job as a mountain guard. You've really been working hard these past 2 days." "This is my duty," Tuichi replied calmly, his tone filled with determination. He paused slightly, then added, "However, I'm not just here today to deliver game. There is something else I hope you can help me with." Captain Hideo put down his fountain pen and looked at him with interest. "Speak. What is it?" Tuichi stood straight, his voice steady. "Captain, I have to be honest with you. The situation in the mountains is not good. There are more and more wild beasts. Leopards, wolves, and wild boars are appearing more frequently than before. This Type 38 rifle is too old. Not only is its power low, but it jams easily. Last time in the mountains, I was almost gored by a boar. If I hadn't been lucky, I wouldn't have made it back." Captain Hideo frowned after hearing this. He tapped his pen on the table, pondered for a moment, and asked, "You mean you want to apply for better equipment?" "Yes." Tuichi nodded and said bluntly, "I hope the commune can support me with a better hunting rifle. With stronger equipment, I can not only protect the forest better, but also deal with these predators more effectively. Besides, all the game I catch can be distributed to the commune according to the rules. I will never hoard anything." Captain Hideo blinked and reassessed him, then nodded. "I understand your difficulties. A hunting rifle is indeed troublesome. Supplies are scarce right now, and such weapons require approval. But don't worry, I will try to apply for one for you. In a few days we are having a collective hunt here. You should participate. If you bring back some good results, it will be easier for me to file the application." "Results?" Tuichi looked at Captain Hideo and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will bring back even more game and achievements. As long as the commune needs it, I will do my absolute best." Captain Hideo stood up, walked around the desk, and patted Tuichi on the shoulder, his tone tinged with emotion. "You kid have the village and the commune in your heart. That's enough. The job of a mountain guard is not easy. It's dangerous, and you have no one to help you. But our village cannot do without you." Tuichi grinned. "Since I've accepted this job, I don't plan on backing down." Captain Hideo nodded. "With that mindset, I'm very happy. I will strive to get the rifle. Once the news of the approval comes down, I'll be the first to notify you." He paused and warned, "However, little Tuichi, I must remind you, the people in the village are gossipy and there will always be rumors. Just focus on doing your work steadily and ignore the idle talk. Over time, Captain, don't worry, I won't be affected by those things. As long as the commune trusts me, I will do this job well." Tuichi stood in Captain Hideo's office, his palms slightly sweaty. He looked up at Captain Hideo sitting behind the desk, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Captain, I have one more request." Captain Hideo put down his documents, looked up at him, and raised an eyebrow, as if he sensed his hesitation. "What is it? Just say it." "As long as it is fair, I will definitely make the decision for you." Tuichi licked his dry lips and lowered his voice. "Captain, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Please help our family split the household. I'm the only one handling things on the mountain now, but my stepmother and my father are still always trying to suppress us. I don't want to be dragged down by them anymore. It needs to be done." When Captain Hideo heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyes filled with contemplation. "You mean splitting the family, completely separating and no longer having dealings?" Tuichi nodded, his voice filled with suppressed emotion. "Captain, you also know what kind of person my stepmother is. How many beatings we siblings have suffered at her hands. How much suffering we've endured. You've been in the village for a long time. You should have heard plenty. I really don't want to be mixed up with them anymore." Captain Hideo sighed, evidently having heard about the Tong family situation long ago. He pulled a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, and exhaled a ring of white smoke. "You're right about that. Your father, Sai, he's too pathetic. He treats the commune's rules as decorations, yet he can't even manage his own home. It's chaotic." He paused, his eyes falling back on Toichi. "But in our village, splitting a family is not as simple as just saying so. Your father and your stepmother have tempers. They definitely won't agree easily. If you really tear off the mask, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble." Toichi's gaze did not waver at all. He looked up, meeting Captain Hideo's eyes. "Let them cause trouble. I'm the one doing the work on the mountain, and the game is caught with my own hands. I can support my brother and sister, but my stepmother and her son want everything without doing a thing. This kind of life cannot go on." Speaking to this point, he paused slightly, suppressing his emotions. "Besides, we siblings have already left that home. This wooden cabin is ours. If it's not clearly separated, the days will never be peaceful. I just want to live securely with my sister and little sister, and I don't want them coming to stir things up again." Captain Hideo looked at Toichi, his eyes reflecting complexity. He exhaled a ring of smoke and said slowly, "You kid are tough, but I can see that you are truly doing this for your family's sake. I'll take on this task. Don't worry, I will personally talk to your father and stepmother about the division, and we will settle it in front of the villagers." Captain Hideo put out his cigarette, his tone steady but stern. "Not just for your sake, but for the stability of the village. If this continues, not only can you not stand it, but the villagers are also tired of watching." Hearing this, the tension in Toichi's eyes eased slightly. He lowered his head, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. I'm sorry for the trouble." Captain Hideo waved his hand, stood up, and patted Toichi on the shoulder, smiling. "You've done a good job as a mountain guard, and the commune and village can see it. I will back you on this. No one will be allowed to bully you. As long as you siblings can live peacefully, our village can also have peace." Toichi nodded, stood straight, and gave a standard military salute. "I won't let you down." Captain Hideo was amused and waved him away. "Don't do that. Go get to work. Once there's a result regarding the family split, I will send someone to notify you." As he left, he looked at the gate of the village and vowed to himself, "This separation must succeed. No one will ever be allowed to take advantage of our siblings' hard-earned labor again." Through the wind and snow, his back was straight, as if the heavy burden on his shoulders had become a little lighter. Inside, the fire flickered. Tona was sewing while watching little Toko, who was sitting by the stove, her little hands frozen red, poking at the embers with firewood, steam rising from her nose. The wind blew outside, snow piling on the windowsill, adding a touch of chill to the wooden cabin. Toichi had gone out to patrol the mountains early, with his rifle on his back. Before he left, he had warned them repeatedly. "The weather is freezing these days. The beasts on the mountain will definitely come down looking for food. Don't go out. Just stay in the house." "I know, come back soon," Tona said, watching Toichi as he stepped through the snow and disappeared into the forest. The house returned to silence, with only the crackling sound of the fire. Just as Tona was focused on her needlework, there was a sudden clatter-clatter from outside. She became alert instantly, put down her sewing, and walked to the door, peeking through the gaps. She saw Satomi leading her son Hiroshi and 2 village women, swaggering toward the cabin. Kenzo followed behind, head hung low and holding a large burlap bag, his steps hesitant. "Open the door!" Satomi's shrill voice came through, making Tona's head buzz. Tona frowned tightly. "What are you here for?" "What for?" Satomi walked to the door and pounded on it hard, sneering. "I should be the one asking you. You have occupied everything on the mountain. You don't even think about sending something home. Today, I'm here to see exactly what you have in this house. There's nothing of yours here. Go back!" Tona stood behind the door, holding it tightly, her heart thumping. "Nothing of mine?" Satomi snorted and signaled to her son Hiroshi. "What are you standing around for? Smash it open!" Hiroshi didn't say a word, lowered his shoulder, and slammed into the wooden door. The bang-bang noise shook the door frame. The bolt creaked, looking as if it might snap at any moment. Tona braced herself against the door with all her might, her face flushed red as she shouted, "Don't you dare come in! This is our home!" Satomi saw the door wouldn't open. Furious, she bent down, picked up a brick from the ground, and smashed it against the window. Crash! The glass shattered, and sharp shards scattered all over the floor. Her son climbed onto the windowsill and scrambled through the broken window. He ran to the door and pulled the bolt open. Picking up from the previous episode, the door creaked open, and the cold wind instantly surged into the room, making the hearth fire flicker wildly. Tona was pushed backward by the force of the door and fell to the floor, but she immediately scrambled up, spreading her arms to block the room. "Don't touch anything in here! Get out!" "Who dares to stop me?" Satomi sneered and pushed Tona aside. She rushed straight to the cupboard and pulled it open, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the grain bags and fabric inside. "Heh, there's still so much good stuff here." She bent down, grabbed a bag of grain, and tried to pull it out. Tona pounced, hugging the grain bag without letting go, shouting angrily, "This is ours! You cannot take it!" Satomi snorted, pulling with all her might. "Who do you think you are? This house is your father's, and the things in it are your father's. So what if I take them?" Tuna bit her lip tightly, her arms wrapped firmly around the grain bag, refusing to let go no matter how hard Satomi tugged. "This is our life. No one can take it." "Life? What is your life worth?" Satomi cursed in anger, reaching out to grab Tona's hair and throwing her aside with force. "You little brat, get out of my way!" Tona was thrown to the ground, her head striking the door threshold, the pain causing her vision to go black for a moment. But she gritted her teeth, braced herself on her elbows, and crawled back up, clutching the grain bag tightly. Kenzo hesitated, looking at her with an inner struggle. After all, she is my daughter, but the family at home needs supplies. He sighed, walked over to the cupboard, picked up a roll of fabric and whispered, "Stop making a scene. What's the harm in taking a little?" "Put it down!" Tona turned to look at her father, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Father, this is ours too. How could you take it? You don't lack for food up on the mountain. I still have people at home waiting to eat." Kenzo's tone carried a hint of shame, but his actions did not stop as he shoved the fabric into his bag. Tona was burning with fury. She grabbed the fabric and began to wrestle with Kenzo. "This was traded for with our lives. You cannot take it." When Toko saw Satomi snatching the grain bag, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward. She bent down, picked up a small wooden stool from the floor, and used all her strength to throw it at Satomi's back. Her small body trembled with the effort. "Bad woman! Don't you dare bully my sister." The stool hit Satomi's back. Though it didn't have much force, it made her stumble. Enraged, she turned around and glared at Toko. Her face darkened. She strode over to Toko, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted the girl off the ground. "You little mongrel!" Satomi's voice was sharp and cold, and she threw the child aside with a violent jerk. Toko flew like a discarded cat and hit the side of the door, her little head knocking against the frame with a dull thud. Her thin body rolled to the floor, her hands bracing against the floorboards as she struggled to lift her head. "Sister," she cried as she climbed up, her face smeared with tears and snot. Yet she stumbled over to cling to Satomi's leg. She wrapped her little hands tightly around Satomi's knee, sobbing and screaming, "Don't touch my sister. Please don't take our things." Her voice grew smaller, gradually turning into intermittent sobs, her thin shoulders trembling with the crying. Satomi sneered, hoisting the grain bag onto her shoulder. "Useless trash. And you think you can fight me?" She turned her head and shouted at Kenzo, "What are you staring for? Hurry up and carry it out. Don't drag this on." Kenzo looked at his two daughters collapsed on the floor, his heart tightening. He said in a low voice, "That's enough, right? Don't let this go too far." "What do you mean, enough?" Satomi glared at him. "If you don't carry this out today, I'll make sure you have a miserable time when we get home." Tona watched this scene from the floor, and a fire ignited in her chest, anger surging from her heart to her head. She pushed herself up against the table, dizzy and lightheaded, yet she gritted her teeth and lunged at Satomi. "Are you even human? Bullying a child? You cannot move these things." She grabbed Satomi's arm, desperately trying to snatch back the grain bag. "Get lost!" Satomi, furious to the extreme, shoved Tona away with force. Tona was pushed back hard, her back hitting the corner of the table with a dull thud, her entire body sliding to the ground as if her strength had been drained. Then her forehead struck the edge of the table, opening a bleeding wound. Dark red blood flowed down her forehead, dripping onto the floorboards and seeping into the wooden cracks. A shocking sight. Her vision blurred. She reached up to wipe the blood, the warmth and stickiness on her palm, making her dizzy. Yet she gritted her teeth, braced herself halfway up from the floor, and glared at Satomi, shouting in a low voice, "I won't let you succeed." Toko looked at the blood dripping from her sister's forehead, and her tears became unstoppable. She threw herself toward Tona, her little hands trembling as she cradled her sister's face. Her voice was full of terror and despair. Sister, please don't die. We won't fight them anymore. We don't want anything." Her voice grew weaker and weaker until she buried her head against Tona, sobbing uncontrollably. Her small hands gripped Tona's shoulders, her body shuddering with every spasm of her crying. Satomi looked coldly at the two siblings on the floor, a cruel smile curling her lips. She hoisted the grain bag onto her shoulder and turned back, mocking, "Look at you all crying like your mother is dead. Don't forget, everything in this house belongs to my family. And you want to fight me?" She triumphantly looked at the fabric and grain scattered on the floor and sneered. "Bastards are bastards. No matter how well they live, they can never flip the sky. Today I'll take these things, and let's see how long you can last." She turned to Kenzo and ordered, "What are you doing? Hurry and move the rest! It won't do us any good if this gets too big." Kenzo stood by the cupboard, clutching the fabric, his gaze falling on his two daughters on the floor. Blood was continuously flowing from Tuna's forehead, dripping onto her pale face, while little Toko was curled on the floor, hiccuping from her crying. "After all, they are my daughters." Kenzo's throat moved, and a sharp pain surged in his heart. He instinctively wanted to step forward, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead and wouldn't lift. Satomi's shouting rang in his ears. "Kenzo, are you going to move it or not? The family at home is waiting to eat. Or do you want me to starve my son to death?" These words pierced Kenzo's heart like a thorn. He forced himself to stop, lowered his head, and comforted himself. "I have to take care of my home. The siblings are on the mountain. No matter how hard it is, they can endure. But at home, there's no grain. People are really going to starve to death." He hardened his heart, turned away, and stopped looking at his two daughters. He hugged the fabric and walked toward the door, his steps unusually heavy. This scene was witnessed by a villager collecting firewood, who ran back to the village, shouting, "Satomi is stirring up trouble on the mountain again. She even beat Tona and the little girl." The villagers gathered, discussing the news. Some elderly people shook their heads, sighing. "Sigh, this Satomi is truly ruthless. To beat children like this, isn't she afraid of karmic retribution?" Others sneered. "They call it stealing, but it's really just a family dispute. The Tong family occupies the benefits of the mountain but doesn't share with the village. Who wouldn't be jealous?" Toichi was treading through the thick snow, two wild rabbits hanging from his shoulders and a burlap bag in his hand, walking along the familiar path toward the cabin. Just as he was within a few dozen meters of home, he vaguely heard the sounds of crying and quarreling coming from the cabin. Something happened at home. Toichi's heart tightened. He dropped the burlap bag and sprinted forward, his feet making crunching sounds in the snow. He rushed up to the cabin, saw the grain scattered at the door, the broken window glass, and the torn fabric, and a wave of fury instantly surged in his chest. Bang! Toichi kicked open the slightly ajar door. His gaze swept through the room. Tona was collapsed on the floor, her forehead covered in dried blood. Little Toko was sprawled over her sister, crying until her face was bright red and her voice was hoarse. Satomi was stuffing a bag of grain into her large burlap sack, while Hiroshi was rummaging through the cupboard as if no one were there. "Stop right there!" Toichi's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the people in the room to freeze. He stood at the door with a Type 38 rifle in hand, his eyes cold and his face like iron. Satomi looked up and saw it was Toichi, her triumph growing even sharper. Her tone was biting. "Oh, the little bastard is back! What, we can't even take a few things from our own family?" Toichi ignored her, his gaze locked directly onto Kenzo. He put down his rifle and walked toward Kenzo, step by step, his feet crunching on the discarded fabric on the floor. Toichi stared at Kenzo, his voice extremely low. "Are you even a father?" Kenzo's face stiffened. He instinctively took a step back, muttering, "I am... But this is Father's house, and these things are mine. What's wrong with taking some of my own things?" "Taking some things?" Toichi let out a cold laugh, reached out, grabbed Kenzo by the collar, and slammed him against the wall, his voice low but filled with murderous intent. "My good father, look closely. These are things we traded for with our lives. You dare to rob us? Look closely. They are bleeding." He pointed at Tona and Toko. "Are you even human?" Kenzo shuddered at the shout, his mouth opening and closing, unable to say a word. Satomi shrieked. "You dare lay a hand on your father? You unfilial animal! If you dare touch your elder, I'll make sure everyone in the village knows what an animal you are." Toichi turned his head coldly to look at Satomi, his face devoid of emotion. He slowly released his grip, picked up his Type 38 rifle, and said in an icy tone, "If I were truly unfilial today, I'm afraid you'd have already stolen the pillars of this house." Satomi's heart tightened when she heard this, but she wouldn't back down. "So what if we did? Everything on the mountain belongs to the commune. You little brats occupy the mountain and want to hoard all the benefits for yourselves. Don't think you can bluff people just because you have a gun." She cursed while grabbing a broom from the side, swinging it at Toichi. Smack! The broom head smashed down. Toichi sidestepped, avoided the broom, grabbed the handle with his other hand, and pulled. Crack! The broom snapped in two. He threw the broken broom to the ground, his eyes sharp as knives, pointing at Satomi. "Try moving again. I dare you." Satomi's heart trembled, but she forced herself to keep cursing. "What do you think you're doing? You dare to strike me?" Toichi's eyes were cold. He stepped onto the floorboards, raised the Type 38, and bang, a shot rang out. Everyone in the room jumped. Satomi's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the floor, her face turning deathly pale. Her son had long since shrunk into the corner, his face white, not daring to utter a single word. "This is your last warning." Toichi stood in the center of the room, the muzzle pointed at the floor, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Anyone who dares to touch the things in this house again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as family." Kenzo turned pale as he was stared down, his eyes darting away, muttering, "Fine, fine, fine, we won't take anything, let's go." He tugged at Satomi's sleeve and whispered, "Stop it. Let's go back." "Go back?" Satomi snapped back to reality, pointing at Toichi and cursing. "You little bastard! You think this bit of trash is worth something? If we don't take it today, we'll make the commune judge this for us sooner or later." She grabbed her two sons and glared viciously at Toichi. "Let's go! I don't believe everything on this mountain belongs to you three siblings." Satomi cursed while picking up her burlap sack. Kenzo carried the two rolls of fabric and whispered, "Can we really not take these back?" "Get out!" Toichi's voice was as cold as ice. He stepped toward Satomi, his gaze fierce, holding his rifle even higher. "Leave the things, and get out immediately." Kenzo's face looked terrible. He moved his mouth, but eventually threw the fabric on the ground and dragged Satomi toward the door. "Stop making a scene!" "Don't let anything bad happen." Satomi continued to curse as she walked. "You motherless child, you'll suffer karmic retribution sooner or later." Hiroshi followed behind, glancing back at Toichi from time to time, but when he saw the gun in Toichi's hand, he immediately pulled his neck back in. Tona was still lying in the corner. Seeing Toichi's rage, she forced herself to sit up, grabbed his arm, and pleaded, "Brother, don't be angry anymore. No matter how much of a bastard he is still our father." Toichi looked at the blood on her face, his eyes cold and hard. "You saw what he was doing just now. He doesn't deserve it." "But..." Tona's voice was hoarse, and tears finally rolled down. "We don't have a mother anymore. What can we do? No matter what, he is our father. You can't really risk your life fighting him." Toichi looked at her tear-filled face, and his chest felt like it was being crushed by a boulder. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes freezing. "I'm not striking him because I'm afraid of him, but because we have to survive on our own. He doesn't deserve to be a father, and he doesn't deserve to take anything from us." Toichi shook off Tona's hand, looked at Kenzo's family, and said in a low voice, "This is the last time. I'm letting you leave. If you dare to come back, don't blame me for not recognizing you." Kenzo kept his head down, not daring to speak, picked up the burlap bag and turned toward the door. Satomi gritted her teeth and shot a vicious glare at Toichi, cursing, "You animal! With someone like you, you'll be driven off this mountain by the villagers sooner or later." Toichi didn't respond. He just watched them coldly until they walked out the door and gradually disappeared along the snowy path. He slammed the door shut, leaned his back against the door panel, and slowly slid down, his chest heaving violently. Tona crouched beside Toichi, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, can we still hold on?" Toichi looked up at the roof, his gaze calm and determined. "We can definitely hold on. If they want to rob us, no way. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch our things, I'll make sure they don't leave in one piece." The room was quiet. Toko snuggled in her sister's arms, sobbing quietly. Toichi's fists were clenched tight on his knees, his eyes sharp as knives, looking through the window toward the forest in the distance. He turned and walked to the table, picking up the scattered grain bags one by one and pulling the openings tight. His movements were steady and heavy. In the room, only the rustling sound of grain being poured into the bags could be heard, along with Toko's intermittent sobbing. "I am the mountain guard whom everyone in the village looks down upon. Yet I was forced by my own father and stepmother to hold a gun against my father in public." Even the whole village gathered around to watch the spectacle. However, in the next second, I made them lose all face on the spot. Picking up from the previous episode, Satomi dragged Kenzo all the way back to the village along the snowy path. She was cursing and swearing, "No, this cannot end like this. We have to go to the commune and let Secretary Hideo judge this. So what if he can fight? He's still just a mountain guard. As long as we make a big scene, let's see if he still has the face to stay in this village." She looked back at Kenzo, who was bowing his head and saying nothing. She glared at him. "Say something, that's your son! He dared to point a gun at you, and you're just going to endure it?" Kenzo's face turned from blue to white. He rubbed his fists and then released them, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Let's make a scene then. It's good to make it big so he knows this home is still mine." Early the next morning, the clear, snowy light illuminated the brigade's courtyard. The cold wind blew through the forest, carrying gusts of howling. Outside Captain Hideo's office, it was relatively calm. The village cadres had just lit the charcoal stoves to warm their hands, occasionally exchanging a few words in low voices. However, all this was broken by a sudden commotion. "Oh, I can't go on! My heavens! You must be the one to uphold justice for me." Satomi's shrill voice was like a long, thin needle, piercing the silence. While slapping her thighs, she sat in the snow and wailed. On the handcart beside her lay the gravely wounded Kenzo. His head was wrapped in a wrinkled, tattered cloth. His face was messily smeared with a grayish-white powder. He looked just like a sickly puppet. Her son, Hiroshi, was pushing the cart, his face full of disdain. But he dared not complain. He could only rub his frostbitten hands while whispering, "Mom, if you want to make a scene, do it, but finish quickly. It's freezing." "Freezing? Let me tell you, if we don't make a big scene out of this today, our family won't have the face to stay in the village." Satomi glanced at her son. She began slapping her thighs again and shouted, "My own son has rebelled, pointing a gun at his own father. There is no justice in this world anymore." As her cries rang out, the surrounding villagers gathered around one after another. Some were wearing thick cotton jackets, still yawning. Some who were passing by carrying shovels couldn't help but stop in their tracks. In the cold wind, everyone hunched their necks, whispering and discussing. What's this about? What else could it be? The usual mess with the Tong family. Listening to her, it seems Toichi pointed a gun at his father. Puffed. This woman is used to causing scenes. How much of what she says can you believe? But then again, that kid has really been something lately. I heard he even killed a wild boar. Yeah, he's doing a good job as a mountain guard. It's a pity the family is such a mess. The father doesn't manage things, and the stepmother is a total disaster. The voices of the villagers rose and fell. Some were filled with sympathy, while others carried a bit of mockery. Satomi was long accustomed to such sounds. Not only did she not mind, but she cried even harder. While crying, she pounded the ground. She cursed filthily. That little bastard's conscience has been eaten by dogs. Using the commune's gun, robbing the commune's mountain, he doesn't even recognize his own father. Satomi saw that the crowd was growing larger. She cried even more vigorously. You all be the judge. Toichi, that little animal, pointed a gun at his own father and beat our whole family. Is he trying to revolt? Kenzo lay on the handcart, pretending to be weak. He said feebly, "Sigh, this unfilial son. I really raised him for nothing. This life was a total waste." What are you arguing about? Accompanied by a low voice, Captain Hideo walked out of the office. He was wearing a thick cotton jacket, his brows furrowed tightly. His footsteps carried an air of authority, and he held a cup in his hand. He spotted Satomi sitting on the ground acting out at a glance. After sweeping his gaze past her, he landed on Kenzo in the handcart. "What's all this noise?" Captain Hideo's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of pressure. "Making a scene here early in the morning? Do you think this is some kind of stage for a play?" As soon as Satomi saw Captain Hideo come out, she immediately jumped up. She lunged at him and grabbed his sleeve. "Captain Hideo, you have to do something. We have a little animal in the village who wants to revolt. Look, Toichi, that little brat pointed a gun at his father and beat me up like this. Whew, you must uphold justice for us." Captain Hideo slightly turned his body to avoid her grabbing hand. He asked coldly, "Pointing a gun at you and beating you? Where's the evidence? Don't just shout. Show some proof." Satomi's eyes widened. She pointed her finger at Kenzo on the cart, her voice shrill. "Isn't this proof? Look at him. My old man was almost beaten to death by him. He can't even move now. You tell me, is there any law left?" Captain Hideo turned his head to look at Kenzo on the cart upon hearing this. His gaze was like a knife as he glanced at the cloth covering Kenzo's head. He stared at his powdered face and couldn't help but frown. He was beaten? Why does it look like he's sleeping? Kenzo stiffened upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He just kept groaning. Satomi hurriedly chimed in. "He's really injured. The wound on his head was caused by that little rabbit Toichi hitting him with the gun. Captain Hideo, we have never had such an unfilial son in our village. If you don't take care of this today, how will we uphold rules in the future?" The surrounding villagers heard this, and some couldn't help but discuss in low voices. "This story sounds a bit outrageous. Yeah, Toichi has talent, but he wouldn't actually hit his father, right? Look at the way that old man is lying there. Why does it feel so weird?" Captain Hideo listened to the whispers around him, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. He suddenly slapped his water cup and shouted coldly, "Enough!" "Shut up. You lot watching the show, don't stir up trouble. The commune is a place for serious business, not a place for you to gather around and watch a play." Captain Hideo looked at Satomi and said in a deep voice, "If you truly have a case, wait for the village elders to come and judge it. For now, bring the parties involved here." He turned to instruct the village cadres, "Send someone up the mountain to bring Toichi down. I want to hear what he has to say." When Satomi heard this, a trace of triumph flashed across her face. She slapped her thigh and continued to nag, "Right, get him here. Let's see how he explains it. Everyone is watching. Does he dare deny it?" The crowd of onlookers gradually thinned out, but some still stood in the distance, looking on with expressions of onlookers. Captain Hideo stood in place, his brows furrowed, his expression becoming more and more somber. Upon receiving the message, Toichi headed down the mountain against the cold wind. His pace was steady, his gaze sharp as a knife. Deep inside, a fire was burning. When he reached the commune office and saw Satomi's family acting out, he took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He walked straight to Captain Hideo and stood tall. His voice was deep and clear. "Captain." Captain Hideo nodded. He pointed at the surrounding villagers and the crying Satomi and asked coldly, "What is going on? Explain it clearly." Toichi looked up, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. His voice was calm but powerful. "We live on the mountain, and our grain and cloth are traded for through hunting. We risk our lives just to exchange for a little food. They have come up the mountain several times to rob us. And yesterday they even injured my sister and little sister. I warned them not to do it again, otherwise they would have to face the consequences." His voice was not loud, but every word was powerful. The villagers heard every word clearly. Traded for by hunting? That is indeed not easy. Some in the crowd nodded in agreement. But pointing a gun at his father, that is really inappropriate. Others frowned in disgust. But the behavior of his father and stepmother. Who wouldn't feel cold-hearted? The old man is a mess. More people muttered in low voices with complex expressions. Among the onlookers, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "I think I heard about Satomi's family going up the mountain the day before yesterday. Were they making trouble again? Need you ask? If they could be honest, it would stop snowing." Just as Satomi was crying and shouting at her best, a middle-aged villager walked out from the crowd. He was thin, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. There was hesitation on his face, but he eventually stood in front of Captain Hideo. "Captain, I have something to say." Captain Hideo blinked and nodded, saying, "Tojikan, go ahead." Tojikan swallowed hard. He turned his head to look at Satomi, then at Kenzo, and sighed. Yesterday, I went up the mountain to collect firewood, and from a distance I saw the three of them, along with the two sons, go up to Toichi's cabin. Once they entered, they started moving things. As he said this, his voice grew lower, as if he feared inviting trouble. But seeing Captain Hideo's stern expression, he steeled himself and continued. I saw with my own eyes that Tona stood in their way to stop them, and as a result, she was pushed to the ground, hit the door frame, and her head was cut and bleeding. Upon hearing this, Satomi stood up abruptly. Pointing at Toji-kan, she cursed. Toji-kan, have you grown guts of steel? What are you talking nonsense for? Are you blind? Just because you're a wood gatherer, what could you possibly see? Toji-kan frowned and stepped back, but he remained firm, stating, I am not talking nonsense, I saw it very clearly. It wasn't dark yet. You pushed Tona down, the little girl was crying loudly, and you slapped her. I also saw you dragging grain bags out. Bullshit! Satomi was so angry she hopped on the spot. There wasn't even a ghost on the mountain. You dare say you saw us? Did you and that little bastard Toichi collude on this beforehand? Toji-kun's face flushed red from her cursing, but he stood his ground and said, Everything I say is the truth. No matter how much you curse, you can't change the facts. Captain Hideo raised a hand to stop the argument. He turned to Toichi. Toichi, you heard it. Satomi said you pointed a gun at people and beat them. What do you have to say for yourself? Toichi looked at the crowd with a calm gaze. His voice was clear. A conflict did indeed occur yesterday. They came up the mountain to steal things, pushed my sister, and hit my little sister. You all heard it, right? Seeing the discussion starting to grow, Satomi sat on the ground and began to shout. Her voice was grating. This little animal admitted it himself, pointing a gun at his own father. Is there any justice left? Tell me, does he have any humanity left at all? She pointed her finger at Toichi. Her tears mixed with mucus flowing down. You all judge for yourselves. I raised him for over a decade, and he doesn't even recognize his father. Is he even human? If he keeps making scenes like this, how can our family survive? Toichi looked at her coldly. There was not a trace of warmth in his voice. Whether I recognize him as a father or not is for me to decide. If I had really wanted to attack him yesterday, would he still be lying here? He paused and pointed at Satomi, his tone growing colder. Or if I had really wanted to use a gun, or really wanted to fight, would you even be alive standing here and making this scene? The villagers began to whisper among themselves. This kid has killed wolves and boars. If he really started fighting, he wouldn't be pretending. Yeah, he isn't lying. If he had really used the gun, something would have happened last night. Toichi continued. I explicitly warned them at the time that the things on the mountain were earned by my siblings and me with our lives, and it is our lifeline. If anyone steals even a fraction, we won't be able to survive. They didn't listen to the warning and insisted on stealing. The result is a situation of their own making. Captain Hideo looked at Toichi, then looked at Satomi sitting on the ground. A trace of coldness shone in his eyes. Toji-kan's words and what Toichi said are consistent. Satomi, what else do you have to explain? When Satomi heard this, she panicked. She hurriedly changed her tone and said with an innocent face, Captain, it's all a misunderstanding. We just wanted to go up the mountain to see how they were doing, not to steal anything. We saw the children were living better and just wanted to ask about their situation. Ask about the situation? Captain Hideo let out a cold laugh, his voice rising sharply. Is pushing someone until they bleed asking about the situation? Is carrying grain bags just passing by? You think you can turn black into white by acting out here? Captain Hideo turned to Kenzo, pointing at him coldly. And you said you were beaten so badly you couldn't even stand. Then I want to see for myself if this injury is real or fake. When Kenzo heard this, his body shuddered. He pretended to be weak and said, Captain, I am really hurt. Yesterday, that child. Before he could finish, Toichi suddenly walked up to him. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a cold laugh, Father, are you really hurt? That shoulder pat felt pretty solid, didn't it? Kenzo's expression stiffened. Toichi suddenly raised his hand and forcefully slapped Kenzo on the thigh. Kenzo let out an ouch and instinctively jumped up. The onlookers burst into laughter. Look at that! He can jump! Is this what he calls too hurt to stand? That act was too fake. He couldn't even keep it up himself. Captain Hideo was so angry, his face turned livid. He slammed his cup and pointed at Kenzo, scolding. As a father, you've brought shame all the way to the commune. Speak up. What exactly are you trying to do? If you don't make it clear, don't think about leaving today. Kenzo lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that her scene-making had failed, Satomi knew it was useless. She could only grit her teeth, glare at Toichi, and curse. You little bastard. You wait and see. This isn't over. Captain Hideo waved his hand. From today on, Toichi's position as a mountain guard is under the jurisdiction of the commune. Whoever dares to make trouble again, don't blame me for being impolite. As for the affairs of the Kenzo household, I will find the village elders to judge and separate them clearly. From now on, don't get mixed up with each other. Satomi still wanted to continue cursing, but she was pulled by the sleeve by Kenzo, who whispered, "Let's go, don't make any more of a fool of yourself." The two of them dejectedly pushed the cart away. Their retreating figures looked utterly miserable. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but the discussion among the villagers did not stop. With this family causing such a scene, they will have to split up sooner or later. Captain Hideo turned to Toichi, his tone grave. "Don't worry, this time I will preside over the separation and give you and your siblings an answer." Toichi nodded. His gaze was firm. "Thank you, Captain. This time I only ask for a clean and honest life. I protect my sister and brother so we can survive in the village. Hunting and mountain patrolling are my specialties. My father and stepmother not only don't love me, but they open their mouths like lions, demanding 300 yuan as a separation fee. Not only am I not intimidated, I accept it directly." Picking up from the last episode, there are 2 rows of long benches in the main hall. Several village elders from the Tong and Li families sit in the hall with serious expressions. The atmosphere in the hall is stiff. Satomi sits on the side with her arms crossed. Kenzo keeps his head down and says nothing, looking a bit guilty. On the other side, Toichi and Tona stand side by side with expressionless faces, while Toko pulls tightly on Tona's sleeve, staring blankly at the people in the hall. "Separation is a good thing," an old man with silver hair says with a flat tone, yet with indisputable authority. Toichi is doing the job of a mountain guard, supporting himself and his family with his own skills. You, as parents, should be happy. Living separate lives is cleaner for everyone. Why do you insist on being entangled? The patrols are skills he earned with his own sweat. Your family shouldn't always be thinking about taking advantage of him. An older woman from the Lai family sighs, her tone softening slightly. "Satomi, we have to be reasonable as people." Toichi hands over many of his hunted animals to the commune. Your family shouldn't always be thinking about squeezing things out of him. The siblings are having a hard time. Splitting up is good for everyone. Kenzo opens his mouth, but doesn't say a word, clearly unwilling to commit. Seeing this, Satomi raises her head, rolls her eyes, and sneers. "Happy? Happy my foot. He is a child in my family. Why should he be separated? The game on this mountain was caught by a child in the family, so it belongs to the family." "What do you mean, belongs to the family?" Tona speaks coldly. "Where were you when we were hungry and cold? Now you want to take things from our hands? On what basis?" Satomi sneers and crosses her arms. "On what basis? On the basis that he is a child of my family. The mountain he guards is a public mountain, and the game he hunts is public game. We are already giving him face by letting him separate. Are you even being reasonable?" An old man is so angry he strikes his cane. Toichi's work as a mountain guard is recognized by the commune. If you continue to make such a scene, the villagers won't be able to stand it. "What do I want?" Satomi stands up, her tone becoming increasingly shrill and mean. "Simple. Since we are separating, you have to give us a sum of money as compensation. We raised you for so many years. Isn't it owed?" "You want money?" Tona opens her eyes wide, trembling with anger. "You still have the face to ask for money? All the suffering we have endured for so many years was entirely because of you." "Shut up! It's not for you, a little girl, to talk back to me," Satomi snaps back. The elders hurriedly advise, "Everyone, stay calm. We must be reasonable." But Satomi is unrelenting, sneering. "Since we are separating, it must be 500 yuan. If you can't come up with it, don't even think about separating." 500 yuan! A villager exclaims, and the crowd watching suddenly erupts in chaos. Is she crazy? In a village that lives on work points, earning 20 yuan a year is a lot. She is actually demanding 500. This is forcing Toichi and his siblings to their deaths. Several elders also changed their expressions. One of them is so angry he pounds the floor with his cane. "Satomi, 500 yuan? This isn't separating. This is daylight robbery." Satomi doesn't care at all. She crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow. You think it's too much? All these years, the food he's eaten and the clothes he's worn, didn't it all come from the family? And the mountain guarding, the benefits the commune gave him. Who can prove he hasn't been hoarding it? When Captain Hideo hears this, his face darkens. I know the commune's affairs best. Every time Toichi hands over game, it is recorded in the books. If you really have questions, I can bring the ledgers for you to see. Satomi is choked but quickly reacts. She resorts to acting out again. That still won't do! Our family has lost out for so many years. We can't let them take advantage of us for free. 500 yuan. Not a penny less. You're just bullying them because they have no one to rely on, aren't you? Someone in the crowd can't stand it anymore and mutters, Bullying? Satomi put her hands on her hips, her voice rising. Who is bullying whom? We haven't even gone to report him yet for pointing a gun at his own father. Upon hearing this, the elders quickly tried to persuade her. 500 yuan is simply too much. It's impossible for them to give. Please reconsider. Don't push things to the brink. Satomi snorted coldly. Then a bit less, 400 yuan, not a cent less. Tona was so angry she stood up straight. Why don't you just go rob someone? Toichi suddenly raised his hand to signal his sister to stop speaking. He looked coldly at Satomi and asked in a low voice, 400. Is that really your bottom line? Seeing Toichi's calm attitude, Satomi assumed he had softened. Her eyes flashed, and she pushed further. Deliver it within 3 months, and the family is split. If you can't come up with it, we must follow the rules. Every time there is game from the mountain, half of it must be given to us. The room went quiet. Everyone stared at Toichi, waiting for his answer. Toichi was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, his voice cold and firm. 300 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in chaos. That kid really agreed to it? 300 yuan is not a small amount. Captain Hideo frowned and stared at Toichi, asking in a deep voice, Toichi, are you sure? This is not a small sum. People in the village don't save 30 yuan in a year. I am sure. Toichi's voice was not loud but was crystal clear. Within 3 months, I will definitely deliver the money to them. After the separation, I will have no further ties with them. Tona grabbed his arm in a panic and whispered, Brother, where are we going to get 300 yuan? Don't force yourself. Toichi gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I have a way. Captain Hideo looked at him, his expression complex, and finally sighed. Since you have decided, I will make the call. Satomi, once the money is received in 3 months, the family is completely separated. From then on, we will live like well water and river water, never mixing. Hearing Toichi agree to 300 yuan, Satomi beamed with joy, though her words remained sharp. Wouldn't it have been better to be this straightforward earlier? I'm telling you, 3 months. If there's even a cent missing, I'll report you to the county. Captain Hideo barked with a cold face. Enough. Since Toichi has agreed, stop making a scene. Today's matter will be resolved this way. I will personally oversee the separation agreement, and the village elders will witness it. The people in the hall agreed one by one. The separation was finally settled, but a hint of worry remained in the eyes of many villagers. He agreed so readily. Can he really come up with 300 yuan? Sigh, he's still just a kid. I hope he's not just bluffing. This Satomi is too cruel. She won't even let him go after splitting the family. Toko stayed close to Toichi, whispering, Brother, can we really save up 300 yuan? Toichi clenched his fists, his gaze cold and sharp, his voice low but filled with strength. We definitely can. The decision to separate temporarily settled the disputes in the hall, but Toichi's determination shocked the villagers. Raising 300 yuan in 3 months was a true test of life and death, but he had no way back. On the way back to the village, Satimi wore a cold sneer. Dragging Kenzo along, she turned to her 2 sons following behind and said, See that? Our tactic worked, didn't it? The little bastard agreed so quickly. 300 yuan. That's such a huge amount. Let's see how he manages to come up with it. She stopped and looked back at her own sons, her eyes full of pride. Even if he risks his life hunting in the mountains, there's no way he can save that much money in 3 months. When he can't produce it, we'll have them firmly in our grip. She paused, lowering her voice with a venomous tone. Once he can't hold on, we'll make him hand over his sister's dowry, and we'll send the little brat off to the city as a child laborer. Then the family will be ours anyway." Kenzo remained silent, his footsteps faltering. Watching Satomi's haughty behavior, he muttered, "That's enough. Making such a scene. The villagers are all watching as a joke." "So what if they are watching a joke?" Satomi glared, her tone aggressive. "Didn't you hear what the elder said? If I hadn't forced the issue, our family would have long been outdone by those two siblings." Kenzo lowered his head, complex emotions rolling in his heart. He felt guilty, but at the same time, he made excuses for his own weakness. He is my son, after all. Could he really be cold-hearted enough to not recognize his own father? But thinking of how Toichi had pulled him straight up earlier, he couldn't help but shiver, and didn't dare say anything more. The villagers slowly dispersed, but people still gathered in twos and threes to whisper. "That kid is too reckless." He dared to agree, but where will he get the money? Sigh, Toichi has had a hard life. 300 yuan is no small amount. How will his family survive? An older man shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. "Yeah, that stepmother is too cruel. 300 yuan. How can he earn that just by hunting? It's so dangerous in the mountains with the beasts." Another villager sighed, full of worry. The fellow villagers saw him and worried on his behalf. "You and Tona were raised before our eyes. Your mother passed away early, and your father is a coward. You are the only pillar left in this family. We know you have a point to prove, but the debt your father is demanding isn't 8 yuan, it's 300. Several elders of the Tong family gathered around Toichi. An older man with white hair patted Toichi on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Child, your father is no good. We all know that. If you really are in urgent need of this 300 yuan, our families can surely help you a little. Nephew, I'm just an old man with nothing, but I have saved some coffin money. Exactly 64 cents and 2 mills. Don't mind it. Take it first to help out." Once someone started, the other fellow villagers couldn't sit still. Another uncle pulled a small handful of ration coupons from his bosom and shoved them into Toichi's hands. "Child, take these coupons. Don't be polite with us. We'll help where we can. This amount, no problem. Only when they have enough will those dead rats grown in the sewer finally shut up." Toichi stood still, looking at the ration coupons and money being handed to him, and remained silent for a long time. He lowered his head and took those items with both hands, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. He opened his mouth, his voice a bit raspy. Thank you, everyone." But after a while, he looked up and returned the ration coupons one by one, his tone firm. "I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot take these. I have hands and feet. I can go into the mountains to hunt. If I go into the forest a few more times, I can solve these problems." The older women became anxious. "Why are you being so stubborn with us, child?" An old man with white hair named Totai noticed a hint of the situation and quickly held back the group of warm-hearted villagers. "Since Toichi says he has his own plans, let him try it first." Totai turned his head and whispered to the others, "Toichi is a prideful kid. We must not hurt his self-esteem with our good intentions. Why are you suffering like this? The mountains are dangerous, and in winter the beasts are starving. If something happens..." An older woman shook her head, her tone full of worry. Toichi said firmly, "Don't worry. I will be careful. The mountain guard job is mine. Since I've taken it, I have to protect this mountain, and I have to protect our home." The elders sighed helplessly. This child is truly stubborn. Back at the cabin, Tona's gaze was fixed on Toichi. As soon as he closed the door, she rushed over and grabbed his arm, her voice full of anxiety. "Brother, 300 yuan. How are we supposed to earn 300 yuan in 3 months? We have nothing now, and we're relying on your hunting to get by. What are we going to do?" Toichi looked at Tona's tear-reddened eyes, and his heart felt a faint prick of pain. He gently patted her hand, his tone steady. "Don't worry, I have a way for these 3 months. We can't keep being dragged down by them. This separation is an opportunity." "But that's 300 yuan. Tona's voice was trembling. 3 months? You couldn't earn that much even if you risked your life. Can't we think of another way?" Toichi shook his head, his gaze firm. "This is the best way. I've already agreed, so I must do it. Don't worry. Once we get through this time, we'll never have to look at their faces again." Toko walked over from the corner, pulled on Toichi's hem with her small hand and whispered, "Brother, I can help you. You can let me do anything. I want to contribute too." Toichi looked at his little sister's tender face, bent down to pat her head, and said softly, "You! Don't run around. Just stay home and help your sister guard the house. When I go hunting in the mountains, I will definitely earn enough money." The night was quiet, and a faint fire glowed in the cabin. Toichi sat at the door, his gaze fixed on the forest in the distance. Scenes from the day played back in his mind. Satomi's curses, the elders' sighs, the villagers' support, all of this weighed on his shoulders like a heavy stone. The matters of the separation had to come to an end with the sound of wolves howling in the deep night. The wolves were here again. Perhaps the Wolf King had already claimed this patch of forest as his own territory. Previous mountain guards were either bitten to death or barely managed to keep their lives. And this mountain guard named Toichi had killed 2 of his top warriors and occupied his territory. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity, on a night when heavy snow sealed the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. A charred smell wafted up. Ooh! A lone wolf let out a miserable shriek as its side was burned by the fire, hitting the ground and rolling twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished. The lone wolf shook its head. The bloodstains on the snow mixed with the singed fur, further stimulating its rage and killing intent. In the next second, it launched another attack, faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth wide open, Toichi dodged the wolf's claws with a stoop, then seized the opportunity to grab a wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against the wolf's lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and its jaw made a dull crack sound. Picking up from the previous episode, I never imagined that the howling of the wolf pack last night was just the beginning. In the early morning, I stood at the door of the cabin, gripping the Type 38 rifle in my hand, staring intensely at the woods ahead. The messy wolf paw prints on the ground clearly showed they had been circling the house for the entire night. Tona was squatting in front of the stove, building a fire, and Toko was playing with mud in a broken wooden bowl. Toko looked up and asked me, "Brother, what are you looking at again?" After hearing this, I remained silent for a while. I said softly, "Last night, I heard the wolves howling again. I'm wondering if the pack really charges in, can we hold them off?" Tona frowned. "Will the pack really come in? Can this house still be defended?" I lowered my eyes, my voice low but firm. "If the pack is hungry enough, they will do anything. When the house can no longer be defended, we need a place to hide. I've decided to dig a cellar, at least for a retreat." Tona was full of worry. "In this winter, the frozen earth is harder than stone. How will you dig it?" I waved my hand. "No matter how hard it is, I have to dig. If we can't even save our lives, what's the point of talking about winter?" I took the axe and shovel off the wall and picked a spot in the corner of the house. After tapping the ground with the axe, I lowered my head and said, "We'll start here." Tona couldn't stop me, so she had to bring a small stool to help clear the soil blocks. Toko was even more excited, running over with a small wooden shovel. "Brother, let me help you dig." I smiled and patted her head. "All right, then you're in charge of putting the dirt into the basin." Toko grinned and sat down beside me, conscientiously starting to shovel the dirt. Once the floorboards were pried open, the frozen earth revealed underneath was as hard as iron. I raised the axe. Every blow felt like hitting stone. The edge of the axe split the soil layer, and small chunks of dirt splashed onto my face. Tona couldn't help but say, "Brother, take a break. If you go on like this, you'll tire yourself out." I waved my hand, panting. "It's okay, this bit of work is nothing." But my movements had already slowed down, and my arms began to go numb. The axe in my hand felt as if its weight had multiplied several times over. Seeing me drenched in sweat, Toko grabbed a gourd ladle, scooped up some hot water, and ran over. "Drink some water." I took the ladle, drank a mouthful, and smiled at her. Little Toko is the most thoughtful. After finishing the water, I gripped the shovel again and continued to dig. Seeing me gritting my teeth and persisting, Tona decided to pick up a basin to load the dug-up soil. She took it outside to dump, saying as she worked, "Our family relies entirely on you. What would we do if something really happened to you?" I didn't turn back, my voice low but resilient. My voice was low but resilient. "I'll be fine. Things are tough for us now, but we will definitely get through this." Toko suddenly said in a childish voice, "When I grow up, I want to be as strong as you." Hearing this, I stopped what I was doing, turned back, and patted her head. "All right, then our family will have one more pillar of support." After a full day of digging, the shape of the cellar finally took form. A small pit about 2 meters deep appeared in the corner of the room, with the bottom lined with dry grass. The opening was covered with wooden boards and disguised with miscellaneous items. I jumped into the pit to inspect it and nodded. Although the place was rudimentary, it could easily hide 2 or 3 people. The cellar was on the side of the cabin. Pulling the cover would allow entry. Once inside, the door could be latched from within. All the meat jerky we dried would be stored here. Toko lay at the edge of the pit and asked excitedly, "Brother, do we have our own secret base now?" I said half jokingly, "It's not a secret base. It's a place to save our lives. Remember, only come in when there is danger." Tona handed me a bowl of hot water. Seeing the blisters all over my hands, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. "Your hands are all worn out like this. You don't even know how to cherish yourself." I took the water, drank it, and smiled. "Sister, when spring comes, I'll take you out for a stroll. Our family will only get better." Tona bit her lip, her eyes turning red as she whispered, "Brother Twitchy, as long as you are here, we won't collapse." That night, I sat by the door keeping watch, clutching my Type 38 rifle. My gaze passed through the window toward the mountain forest in the distance. The cold wind howled, but my heart was exceptionally calm. In the dead of night, I carried a torch and patrolled the snow, which crunched loudly under my feet. Looking down at the wolf paw prints on the ground, my footsteps suddenly stopped. Not far away, the new wolf prints were still steaming. The number of prints had doubled since the morning. I crouched down to touch the edges of the prints. The cold snow seeped into my fingertips. I whispered, "They are getting closer and closer." After looking up, the distant woods were silent as death, but this silence only made my heart tighten. I turned and walked quickly back to the cabin, shut the door decisively, took the gun off the wall, and checked the bullets. My voice was low, but forceful. "There might be a wolf pack approaching tonight. I have to strike first." I took a shovel, animal traps, hemp rope, and some rabbit meat from the toolbox. While quickly organizing the tools, I shouted at the 2 sisters, "Stay in the room. No one is allowed to come out. Don't open the door, even if you hear a commotion." Toko huddled by the fire and asked nervously, "Brother, are wolves really coming?" I said coldly, "They are already testing us. But don't worry, once they arrive, they won't leave alive." I quickly walked out of the cabin with my tools. The snow made a series of crisp sounds under my feet. After reaching the clearing in front of the cabin, I used the shovel to dig several shallow pits. The cold wind stung my face, but I paid it no mind. I hid the animal traps in the shallow pits, covered them with a thin layer of snow, and sprinkled chicken blood and rabbit meat scraps as bait. The fresh blood seeped into the snow, emitting a pungent, raw smell. I looked up at the sky with a furrowed brow. The wind tonight was blowing toward the forest, so the scent would definitely lure them over. Next, I went to the back of the cabin to choose a sturdy tree and used hemp rope and springs to create a snare trap. I hung the loop on the path the wolves often used, with the other end tied to a spring. As soon as a wolf triggered the mechanism, it would be hoisted into midair. When all the arrangements were finished, the sky had turned completely dark. I returned to the room, the mud and blood on my hands not yet wiped off. The heat from the fire hit me in the face, and I let out a long breath. Tona handed me a cloth. "Brother Twitchy, are the traps set?" I said while wiping my hands. "They are set, but the wolves' actions are unpredictable. We cannot let our guard down tonight." I took a piece of rabbit meat from the wooden cabinet, cut it into 3 pieces, and threw them into the iron pot on the stove. The hot water bubbled, and soon the aroma of meat filled the cabin. Halfway through the meal, I suddenly set down my bowl and my ears twitched slightly. A low howl came from the silent night, sounding as if it were coming from afar, and yet also as if it were prowling nearby. Toko's voice trembled. "Brother, is it a wolf?" I slowly stood up, slung the Type 38 rifle over my shoulder, and walked to the window to look out. The traps in the snow were peaceful, but I knew this was just the calm before the storm. I turned and told the 2 sisters, "Don't take off your outer clothes when you sleep tonight, and be ready to enter the cellar at any time. If the pack really comes, I will have you hide in there." After a day of hard work, I felt like my whole body was falling apart. As soon as I closed my eyes, leaning against the door, a wave of heavy sleepiness washed over me. My mind was still calculating. The food in the house was running low, and I had to find time in the next few days to go hunting in the forest. Otherwise, let alone the 300 yuan separation fee, the siblings might not even be able to fill their stomachs before winter was over. I thought vaguely about waking up early tomorrow, and my consciousness gradually blurred. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from outside the cabin. The sound was very light, with an eerie rhythm. Had it not been for the dead silence all around, it would have been impossible to detect. Lying on the bed, I opened my eyes suddenly. My pupils contracted, and I immediately held my breath, pricking up my ears to listen carefully. The sound was extremely regular, like the claws of some creature scratching the snow. In the gaps between the sounds, there was also a hurried panting. Not human. I had served in the Special Forces and experienced countless life-and-death tests. Long-term wilderness survival training made me highly sensitive to any abnormal movement. Even the slightest disturbance, I could perceive it at the first moment. The frequency of the sound was fast, like the snorting of some creature, carrying the stench of the cold air. Wolves. Realizing this, I squatted up from the bed in a flash. My movements were as light as a cat's. I quickly put on my clothes, grabbed the Type 38 rifle hanging on the wall, and walked quickly to the door. Using the dim light, I looked out through a crack in the window. On the snow outside the window, several long, fuzzy paw prints were visible, stretching straight from the woods toward the cabin. I turned around suddenly, rushed to the stove, and whispered to Tona, who was still sewing sheepskin, "Stop working, hurry up and wake Toko to go to the cellar." Tona was startled. "What's wrong, Brother Toichi? Did you have a nightmare?" I stared at her. "Don't ask. Listen to me. Hurry." Tona froze for a moment, then reacted, put down her work, and walked hurriedly to Toko's bed. She patted her sister's shoulder gently. "Toko, wake up. We need to get into the cellar immediately." Toko rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Sister, what's wrong? What happened?" "Hurry, come with me." The cold wind outside the house whistled, mixed with the sound of tree branches being moved by the wind. But at this moment my attention was completely drawn to the continuous low panting. The pile of wood outside the fence made a creaking sound. Clearly, something was testing it by hitting it. I held my breath and swept my gaze out through the crack in the door. Through the faint moonlight, I vaguely saw several pairs of eyes gleaming with eerie green light, staring fixedly at the cabin. When Tona heard me say that the wolves had come, she was too scared to move. Tona's voice trembled. "How is that possible? We just set those traps during the day, and they came at night." I whispered, "Wolves hold grudges. I've been circling their territory for the past few days, and I've probably been targeted for a while." Tona hurriedly picked up Toko and walked quickly to the cellar. "Thanks to this cellar being repaired, otherwise we'd be in trouble today." As she walked, she looked back at me. "Come in quickly. Don't try to be a hero." I shook my head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "If I go in, you won't be able to escape if the wolves break in. Just stay in the cellar and keep a good eye on Toko. Don't worry about me." Tona's voice contained a sob. I closed the cellar cover with my own hands and moved several wooden boards on top of it. After listening to the low sobbing coming from the cellar, my gaze gradually became icy. I turned slowly and returned to the cabin, my eyes falling on the rusted Type 38 rifle on the wall. I took it down and checked the magazine. Confirming the bullets were still there, I grabbed the hunting knife hanging behind the door and held it in my palm. The house was dim, and the air was filled with a faint dampness. I leaned against the wall, hiding my figure in the dark, and held my breath to listen to the movement outside. The snow night was silent, with only the cold wind whispering with the dry branches. However, I could hear it very clearly. That faint and intermittent panting was approaching. The wolf pack outside did not attack rashly, but roamed slowly in the snow. Low panting intersected, accompanied by the sound of claws digging into the frozen earth. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity, on a night when heavy snow sealed the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. Toichi threw a torch precisely at the face of the lone wolf. A charred smell wafted up. Ooh! The lone wolf let out a miserable shriek as its side was burned by the fire, hitting the ground and rolling twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished. The lone wolf shook its head. The bloodstains on the snow mixed with the singed fur, further stimulating its rage and killing intent. In the next second, it launched another attack, faster than before. The moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth wide open. Toichi dodged the wolf's claws with a stoop, then seized the opportunity to grab a wooden stick and smashed it with all his might against the wolf's lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back, and its jaw made a dull crack sound. Picking up from the previous episode, the snowy night was silent. Only the cold wind whispered with the dry branches. However, I could hear it very clearly. That faint and intermittent panting was approaching. The wolf pack outside did not attack rashly, but roamed slowly in the snow. Low panting intersected, accompanied by the sound of claws digging into the frozen earth. As soon as I heard it, I knew these beasts were testing us, looking for a weak breakthrough point. Suddenly, a slight panting sound came from the corner of the room. I looked in the direction of the sound. A wolf was pressing against the window of the cabin with its sharp front claws. It was trying to crawl into the room from the windowsill. My heart sank, yet I remained motionless, patiently waiting for the best moment to strike. A dark, vague shadow appeared through the gap in the window. The head of a gray wolf slowly poked inside. Its nose twitched slightly, sniffing the scent inside the room. Its ears were pricked up alertly, its tail swaying slightly as it judged whether there was an ambush. I held my breath, cold and sharp light flashing in my eyes, waiting silently. The gray wolf cautiously squeezed in a bit more, its front paws resting on the window frame as it made a tentative leap. The wooden window lattice creaked, and the paper covering the window was torn by the wolf's claws. Wind and snow poured in, bringing a bone-chilling cold. The gray wolf poked its body inside, its forelimbs stepping nimbly onto the windowsill. Its gaze swept through the room vigilantly, its fangs slightly exposed, ready to pounce at any moment. I counted silently in my heart, a little closer. My fingertips tightened around the hunting knife. The gray wolf finally leapt into the room, the moment its forelimbs landed. I exerted force suddenly and kicked over the wooden stool beside me. Bang! The wooden stool smashed hard against the window frame. The massive sound of the impact caused the gray wolf to tense up instantly, its body recoiling. The moment it prepared to retreat, I charged forward like a thunderbolt. The hunting knife struck like a venomous snake, stabbing viciously into the gray wolf's flank. Swish! The blade broke through the flesh, and wolf blood splattered out. The warm blood spilled onto the back of my hand, carrying a fishy heat. The gray wolf let out a shrill howl and struggled frantically. Its sharp claws ripped toward my leg. My eyes were sharp and my hands quick. I swerved violently, avoiding the wolf claws while increasing my strength, pressing down hard on the hunting knife, driving the blade deeper into the gray wolf's body. The gray wolf's howling became even more shrill as it kicked its limbs wildly. Its hind legs kicked hard into my chest. The impact force sent me stumbling backward onto my knees. But I gritted my teeth, twisted my wrist, and pulled out the hunting knife, taking advantage of the momentum to stab toward the gray wolf's neck. The sharp hunting knife stabbed in repeatedly until the blade was buried in the wolf's throat. After its windpipe was completely severed, the gray wolf's howling stopped abruptly. Its body twitched violently a few times before finally going completely limp. It collapsed in a pool of blood and stopped moving. I leaned against the wall and caught my breath. My arms trembled slightly from the excessive force. I raised my hand to wipe away the cold sweat. My heart held no relaxation. There were still 2 wolves outside that had not retreated. The air was filled with a thick, fishy smell of blood, which stimulated the wolf pack outside. I heard their low whimpers and restless footsteps. The 2 wolves sensed their companion's death but did not immediately charge in. They remained in the snow, vigilantly spying on the situation inside the cabin. I gripped the Type 38 rifle tightly and stepped slowly toward the door. Looking through the gap to observe the movement outside, I saw 2 pairs of flickering green lights. The 2 wolves crouched low in the snow, one behind the other, their fangs clattering with a clack-clack sound. They attempted to force me to reveal a weakness through intimidation. My gaze was cold. I knew I had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the delay continued, It might attract a larger wolf pack. I slowly pulled back the bolt, pushing a cartridge into the chamber. Without hesitation, I pushed the door open, and the cold night wind instantly rushed in. The wolves sensed danger and quickly backed away a few steps, their tails stiffening. They emitted low, threatening growls from their throats. I steadied the muzzle and aimed, aiming at the front leg of one of the wolves. I pulled the trigger decisively. Crack! The gunshot shook the forest and startled the birds into flight. The wolf hit in the front leg, let out a heart-wrenching howl. It leapt up suddenly, but lost its balance, falling hard into the snow, leaving behind a shocking trail of blood. The other wolf turned and ran away. I raised the gun and aimed for a moment, but in the end, I did not pull the trigger. I lowered the gun and turned to look at the injured wolf. It used its remaining strength to try and crawl toward the fence, its front leg bleeding profusely. Its body shook constantly from the blood loss. I gripped the hunting knife and walked over slowly. The wolf sensed me approaching and used all its strength to let out a threat. Its fangs glinted coldly in the moonlight as it tried to make a final struggle. I whispered, "Don't struggle anymore," my gaze as calm as water. I raised the hunting knife suddenly and stabbed viciously toward the wolf's heart. The tip of the knife pierced straight through the wolf's chest, and fresh blood spilled onto the snow, dyeing it deep red. After twitching a few times, the wolf finally stopped struggling entirely. I stood in the snow, looking at the wolf carcass at my feet for a long time. I knew the wind and snow tonight had not yet stopped, and the real danger was far from over. After confirming the yard was completely safe, I walked to the entrance of the cellar and bent down. I lifted the wooden board cover and heard Tona's urgent voice. "Are you okay?" Her voice was filled with sobs. I leaned against the board, sat at the edge of the cellar entrance, and panted as I said, "I'm fine. The wolves are all dealt with. Come on out." Hearing that I was fine, Tona and Toko crawled out of the cellar. As soon as Tona stood steady, she looked up and saw that my face was covered in blood. She turned deathly pale in terror and hurriedly rushed over to grab my arm. "Are you crazy? Where are you hurt? Let me see quickly." Watching my sister shake with worry, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. I raised my hand to wipe the blood off my face and said, "Sister, this isn't my blood. It's the wolf's." Tona paused for a moment, then immediately realized. She hurriedly picked up the oil lamp nearby and rushed into the courtyard. As the lamplight flickered, 2 wolf carcasses clearly appeared before her eyes. She stood frozen in place for a long time before she came to her senses and asked, "You killed the wolves?" I shook the blood off my short spear and nodded, my tone calm. "Yes, 2 of them. The others ran away." Tona's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "2 of them? You, by yourself?" I wiped the blood off my hands. My tone was nonchalant. There was no other way. I wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully if I didn't kill them. Toko also walked out at this moment, her eyes lighting up when she saw the wolf carcasses. "Brother, you are truly amazing. You actually managed to kill 2 wolves." She trotted over to the wolf carcasses and circled around me. Filled with admiration, she said, "Brother, are you a mountain god?" I smiled and shook my head. "What mountain god? The animals in the forest are just afraid of me, that's all." Tuna, however, wasn't as happy. She stared at the blood on my body, her eyes reddening. She reached out to check for wounds and said, "Why must you be so reckless?" I waved my hand to dodge her, saying, "Sister, I'm really fine. I was prepared. Stop crying, at least we are safe now." The last wolf howl outside the courtyard dissipated along with the mountain wind. The cellar cover was still open, and a thick smell of blood remained in the air. Tona looked at the blood-stained short spear in my hand, and her heart ached. "Brother Toichi, you have really grown up, but I wish you hadn't grown up so quickly. We shouldn't have to live such a hard life." I remained silent for a moment and then turned around. I dragged the wolf carcasses to the corner to cover them with dry grass. Covering them with dry grass, I whispered, "Sister, we have no choice. In this day and age, just staying alive is hard enough. Don't think about it too much. Tidy things up. We have to head into the forest tomorrow." Tona looked at my back and sighed, wiped away her tears, and nodded. Taking advantage of the fact that the wolf meat hadn't frozen stiff, I began to process the 3 wolves. I dragged the wolves to the open space outside the wooden cabin and gripped my sharpened dagger tightly. I started by slicing open the abdomen of the first wolf with clean, efficient movements. The blade carefully navigated along the limbs and spine to peel the fur off completely. I muttered to myself, "This fur is thick enough." After laying the wolf skin flat on the ground and fixing the edges with wooden sticks, Tona walked out with Toko. Tona frowned when she saw the wolf carcass, but soon calmed down. She walked to my side, crouched down, and said, "Let me help you clean the residual meat from the hide." I said, "Sister, this kind of work is dirty." Before I could finish, she had already picked up the dagger. She skillfully scraped the bloodstains and residual meat off the fur with swift movements. Toko stood by, her eyes wide open and filled with excitement. She asked, "Brother, what can we make with these skins?" I looked up and smiled. "They can be made into cloaks. Wearing them in winter is both warm and windproof. Once you wear wolfskin, the wild beasts in the mountains won't dare to get close when they smell the scent." After peeling the wolf skins, I began to process the wolf meat. I divided the carcass into several parts. The wolf leg meat was cut off and carefully coated with salt. I packed it into an earthenware jar to cure, saying, "I'll save this part to eat in a few days." After being cured, it could be stored longer. The other part was cut into small pieces and put into a cloth bag. Tona asked curiously what these were for. I explained while busy, "This part has to be handed over to the brigade. According to the rules, when you hunt game, you have to share it with the village. After all, I am a mountain guard now. I have to follow the rules." As for the wolf bones and internal organs, I did not waste them. I tied them up with hemp rope and hung them on a tree behind the wooden cabin. I pressed my palms together and whispered, "Mountain God, these are for you. Please bless us so we can pass the winter safely." The next morning, the mountain village was completely silent. In front of the Toichi family's wooden cabin, several freshly peeled wolf skins were hanging neatly beside the fence. The fur gleamed with oil under the morning sun. A villager passing by to fetch water put down his water bucket and stared blankly at the fence. "Are those wolf skins?" Another person stopped to come over and look. "Indeed they are. These skins look quite fresh. They look like they were just hunted. The wolves on this mountain are not to be trifled with. Who did this?" "I heard wolves broke into Toichi's house last night. Could it have been him?" The onlookers discussed it heatedly, the conversation growing more animated by the moment. A steady sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. The village party secretary, Wei, pushed through the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the wolfskins on the fence. As an old hunter himself, he took one look at the knife wounds and bloodstains and determined they hadn't just been scavenged. Captain Wei leaned in to inspect the skins closely, his brow furrowing deeper. He turned to look at the Toichi family cabin, his voice tinged with urgency. "Tona, Tona, are you home?" Hearing the call, Tona walked out of the house, seeing the yard crowded with people. A flash of nervousness crossed her eyes. She asked, "Secretary, what is it?" Captain Wei pointed to the wolf skins and asked where they came from. Tona sighed and said, "Wolves broke in last night. Toichi killed 3 of them to protect us." "What? By himself?" Captain Wei widened his eyes. Tona nodded. "He kept watch all night and dealt with all the wolves. He's sleeping now. I don't want to wake him." The crowd erupted in an instant. "Is it really that boy? How old is he?" "He really is a man. He killed 3 wolves last night." Captain Wei stared at the wolfskins, his expression shifting from shock to relief. He laughed loudly and said, "Good, very good. With a young man like this in our village, we won't have to worry about things in the mountains anymore." Captain Wei instructed the villagers to disperse and handed a piece of paper to Tona, saying solemnly, "Tona, give this to Toichi. The whole village has seen his ability. From now on, he is the official mountain guard of Qingxi village." Tona carefully took the paper, her hands trembling slightly. She asked the captain, "Is this really approved?" Captain Wei smiled and patted her on the shoulder. "This is the brigade's decision. Your family is struggling, but this boy really has what it takes. Tell him to keep at it and not be afraid of the gossip." Tona returned to the house and handed the appointment letter to me as I had just woken up. I took it, gave it a look, and grinned. "Sister, this time, not only are we in charge of our own lives, but even the wild beasts in the mountains are under my jurisdiction." After dinner, the siblings sat around the oil lamp to discuss the plans ahead. I said in a low voice, "Sister, our food supply is low. I plan to make one more trip to the black market to trade the remaining wolf skins for grain. If we don't trade them before the heavy snow sets in, we'll have a hard time getting by. Tona hesitated and said, "Trading is fine, but the black market is strictly monitored. What if you get caught?" I waved my hand to reassure her with a smile. "Don't worry, people in the black market only care about the goods, not who you are. Besides, I'm the official mountain guard. Who would dare question my game?" Tona was moved by my words and nodded. "All right, just be careful. Sister is counting on you to bring back enough grain so we can survive this winter." I nodded firmly. "Don't worry, sister, we won't go hungry." Paragraph removed as it repeats previous context. In the 1960s, a time of extreme material scarcity, on a night when heavy snow sealed the mountains, they were besieged by a wolf pack. A charred smell wafted up. "Ooh!" The lone wolf let out a miserable shriek as its side was burned by the fire, hitting the ground and rolling twice. However, its ferocity was not diminished. The lone wolf shook its head. The bloodstains on the snow mixed with the singed fur, further stimulating its rage and killing intent. It launched another attack, faster than before. Faster than before, the moment the lone wolf pounced with its mouth wide open. I dodged the wolf's claws with a stoop, then seized the opportunity to grab a wooden stick and smashed it with all my might against its lower jaw. The stick hit the target precisely. The wolf's head jerked back and its jaw made a dull crack sound. I am the youngest mountain guard in the village, yet I was mocked by a strong man for being just a kid. When 5 wild boars came charging in a frenzy, they were terrified to the point of collapse on the spot. Witnessing this scene, I pierced a boar's heart with one strike, becoming the village's top combatant. Feeling the moisture in the cold morning wind, my hands felt a bit stiff. I carefully wrapped the cured wolf meat in linen and tied it tight. Slinging my basket over my shoulder, I started walking toward the village. Seeing Captain Wei in his old cotton jacket drinking tea, I stopped. Captain Wei said, "Toichi, what good stuff are you bringing today?" I put down the basket and laid out bundles of cured wolf meat on the ground. I said, "This is wolf meat from last night's hunt. According to the rules, I'm sharing it with the commune." Seeing the meat, Captain Wei smiled and patted my shoulder. Captain Wei said, "Young man, this skill of yours is unmatched. Well done." Hearing the villagers' praise, I just smiled slightly without responding. After packing up my basket, I nodded at Captain Wei and prepared to leave. Captain Wei said, "Don't rush. I have something to discuss with you." Drinking his tea, Captain Wei lowered his voice to reveal the secret of the wild boar forest. Captain Wei said, "I released rabbits in the forest in the summer, and now there are hundreds of them." Captain Wei said, "Take some people you trust to catch them and divide them among the village." Hearing this, my heart stirred. So he was the one who raised them. I said, "Captain, is it dangerous to take people there?" Captain Wei said, "You are the mountain guard. No one will say anything if you bring back game." After a moment of thought, I agreed to take people there tomorrow morning. Walking on the dirt road, I trudged through the mud toward the black market. Seeing a few torn cloths acting as a sunshade, I calmly observed my surroundings. Confirming there were no strangers tailing me, I stepped into the black market. Smelling the mixture of cured meat and old grain, I remained vigilant. Adjusting my basket, I used wolf skins to cover the meat at the bottom. Seeing the one-eyed man leaning against his stall, I nodded politely to greet him. The one-eyed man said, "Brother, you've brought quite a haul this time." I put down the basket and pulled out 3 thick wolf skins, shaking them open. Seeing the luster of the skins, the surrounding merchants turned curious eyes toward us. After touching the fur and checking the cut marks, the one-eyed man nodded with satisfaction. The one-eyed man said, "Nice skins, 30 apiece, 90 for all 3. Calculating that the price was fair, I agreed to the deal. Taking the 90 yuan, I stuffed it into my chest and handed over the wolfskins. The one-eyed man said, "Can you get me a bear gall bladder before the new year?" Hearing the request, I frowned, knowing it wouldn't be easy. The one-eyed man said, "If you get it, come to the armaments department to find me. I'll pay a high price." I nodded in agreement, and the one-eyed man turned and melted into the crowd. Seeing some red hair ties, I remembered my sister Tona's busy figure. The vendor said 5 cents per foot. I bought a foot of the brightest red hair tie. After buying the items, I felt much lighter carrying my basket. Early in the morning, taking my sister and Uncle Tosan, We headed toward the wild boar forest. Seeing us carrying gunny sacks, my uncle Tosan asked with concern. Tosan said, "Where are you taking the sacks?" I said, "To the wild boar forest to hunt and complete the task assigned by Captain Wei." Hearing about hunting, Tosan rolled up his sleeves and followed. Seeing the villagers waiting in the snow, I took out the snares from the bag. Tosan said, "Why choose this spot?" Clearing away the snow to expose the tree roots, I pointed to the rabbit activity traces and explained. I said rabbits forage in winter, and this is where they frequent. Estimating the time, I urged everyone to set the traps quickly. Hearing my shout to hurry, everyone skillfully fixed the rope snares. Seeing the bloody photograph in the snow, I was stunned. Seeing a white shadow dart out from the snow pile, the villagers were instantly energized. Seeing a rabbit about to dive into its hole, I whipped out my snare. The rope caught the rabbit's leg, and it was flipped over onto the snow. Tosan said, "Nice shot, Toichi." I said, "Rabbits panic and run toward familiar holes when surprised." Hearing a crisp snap, the villagers cheered, "A rabbit's in the snare!" Seeing a gray figure flopping in the snow, everyone rushed over to retrieve the catch. Seeing over 70 fat rabbits, everyone was filled with joy. Tosan said, "We'll have wild game for the new year. We'll make a big pot of rabbit stew." Hearing an unusual noise in the distance, I immediately gripped the short spear at my waist. Seeing a few figures running in terror, I loudly urged my family to hide. Tosan said, "But Toichi, what will you use to deal with the danger?" I said, "I am the mountain guard. Follow my instructions and stay quiet." Seeing Tosin pull Tona into hiding, I gripped my Type 38 rifle and walked forward. Seeing 5 black wild boars charging out, I held my breath and locked onto my target. Seeing a middle-aged man fall while calling for help as his companions ran away, I pulled the trigger. The bullet precisely pierced the shoulder of the leading boar. Hearing the boar scream and roll, I charged out like an arrow from a bow. Seeing the injured boar charging at me, I dodged its sharp tusks. I plunged my short spear into the boar's neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Taking advantage of the moment to leap on top, I gripped the short spear with both hands and pierced its heart. Seeing the boar fall and stop moving, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Seeing the remaining boars showing fear, I held my spear high and roared. I said, "Whoever isn't afraid of dying, come and try it." Witnessing the gruesome death of their companion, the boars turned and fled into the forest. Seeing the boars retreat, the shocked onlookers finally regained their senses. Tosin said, "I told you, our Toichi is a real man." Seeing their respectful gazes, I coldly warned them not to enter the mountain again. I said, "The mountains are full of wild beasts. Don't blame me for not saving you if you go into the mountains on your own next time." Seeing Captain Wei standing in front of the brigade office with a gloomy face, I walked up to him. Captain Wei said, "Who gave you the nerve to run into the mountains?" Hearing Captain Wei's angry reprimand, the fleeing villagers lowered their heads and dared not speak. Captain Wei said, "From now on, only Toichi is allowed on the mountain. Anyone else who violates this will have their grain rations deducted." Seeing the heavy atmosphere, I patted Captain Wei on the shoulder to ease the mood. "Captain, don't be too harsh. I will solve the wild boar problem as soon as possible." Captain Wei said, "Since you say you can do it, I believe you." Captain Wei added, "If you are short of supplies, you can trade with others. Helping each other is the rule." Hearing Captain Wei set the rules, the villagers nodded in agreement. Seeing the injured man sitting on the stretcher, I handed him a large, fatty rabbit. I said, "Take it back to make soup and build up your strength. Remember what I said before going up the mountain." The injured man said, "It was a lucky break to meet you. If I make another mistake, I don't deserve to stay in the village." I turned and looked toward the rolling mountains. For 80 yuan, a stepmother actually sold her eldest daughter to an old bachelor in the neighboring village. The villagers put down their firewood one after another and looked up. Seeing the red flower pinned to the old bachelor's chest, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The old bachelor said, "Today is my big day. Everyone help yourselves to the candy." Upon hearing this, some villagers asked curiously whose family the bride belonged to. The old bachelor said, "It's Tona from Chen's family. I'm here to pick up the bride." Hearing this, Tona's face turned pale instantly, as if struck by lightning. Seeing the old bachelor eyeing her lecherously, Tona's legs went weak. Tona said, "I don't know him. There is no such thing." The old bachelor said, "The money was received by Setsuko. It's a good day today, come with me." Seeing the old bachelor reach out with his dirty hands, a villager grabbed a broom and lashed out. The villager said, "Tona is an innocent girl. How dare a beast like you covet her?" The old bachelor said, "I bought her for 80 yuan. Don't blame me for being impolite if anyone blocks me." Hearing this, the old man with the limp walked up in a rage. The old man said, "Tona is the treasure of our village. Are you, a dead bachelor, even worthy?" Seeing the villagers rolling up their sleeves, the old bachelor continued to shout loudly. The old bachelor said, "The money was taken by Setsuko. I'll fight anyone who tries to stop me." Hearing this, I walked out of the crowd with my short spear in hand. I said, "You want to buy my sister for 80 yuan? Who taught you that rule?" The old bachelor said, "The money was taken by Setsuko. It is only right and proper that I come to pick her up. Go find whoever took the money. If you dare to take her away, I'll send you to your grave." Seeing the old bachelor still trying to act tough, I kicked him to the ground. I said, "Do you want to be paraded through the streets or get lost?" Witnessing Captain Wei rushing over, the old bachelor scrambled to crawl over and lodge a complaint. Captain Wei said, "Tona is not a piece of merchandise. Get out of here today." Watching the old bachelor scurry away, I coldly warned him. I said, "If anyone dares to bully my sister again, I will never let them go." Hearing the strong man's call for justice, the villagers were filled with righteous indignation. The strong man said, "Tuichi risked his life to save us. We must seek justice from Chen's family." Seeing Chen leaning on the earthen kang, smoking, and Setsuko counting money, Chen said, "Selling your daughter to an old bachelor, that was not the right thing to do." Setsuko said, "It's a money-losing commodity, turned into 80 yuan. What are you being so pretentious for?" Hearing Chen mention that I could hunt wolves, Setsuko rolled her eyes in disdain. Setsuko said, "Even a blind cat catches a dead mouse sometimes. She'll probably be snatched by a wolf one of these days." Seeing the wooden door kicked off its hinges by me, Setsuko was so scared she almost fell down. Setsuko said, "Toichi, have you lost your mind? Daring to kick in my door." Seeing me holding the short spear in my palm, I walked straight to the kang. I said, "Where is the money you sold my sister for? Take it out." Hearing my questioning, Setsuko jumped up, slapping her chest and wailing. Setsuko said, "Everyone judge this for yourselves. This little brat is smashing doors and bullying people." Upon hearing this, the onlookers spat on the ground and sneered. The villagers said, "The old bachelor already confessed. You took an 80 yuan dowry to sell Tona." Seeing Setsuko refusing to admit it, I slammed the short spear fiercely into the dirt platform. "If you dare to touch my sister again, I will throw you into the forest to feed the wolves." Setsuko said, "You fatherless bastard, get out of our house!" Seeing Setsuko acting like a shrew, I kicked over the stool in front of her. The villager said, "Taking a dowry to sell a person, why don't you sell yourself?" Seeing Chen jump off the kang, he raised his hand to slap me across the face. After taking the slap, I lifted my head, my eyes like blades. I returned a vicious slap and kicked Chen, who had rushed up, to the ground. I said, "Whoever dares to sell my sister, I will make them regret it for the rest of their lives." Witnessing Captain Wei walk into the house, Setsuko immediately rushed over to complain. Setsuko said, "He's pointing a spear at Chen. Captain, you have to do something." Captain Wei said, "You took a dowry to sell a person. There will be a village-wide meeting tonight to criticize you." Hearing Captain Wei announce the separation of the family, I coldly withdrew my short spear. I said, "This is the first time, and it will be the last time." However, I didn't know that what I would face this time in the mountains was not just a bear. Seeing a pair of eerie green eyes staring at me on the hillside, a lethal intent had arrived. Seeing Tona holding Toko huddled in the corner, I let go of my weapon. I said, "Sister, don't cry." The old bachelor was driven away, and Setsuko was warned. Seeing my swollen left cheek, Tona's tears welled up instantly. Tuna said, "He hit you? For what reason? I'm going to settle the score with him." Seeing me hold her back, Tona's voice was filled with irrepressible heartache. Tona said, "I am his own daughter. Why should he let you take this kind of abuse?" I said, "Sister, be good. I traded for peace, so it's a fair deal." Hearing me say I was going to take a job, Tona quickly put down her chopsticks. Tona said, "What job?" "Toichi, tell me quickly." I said, "If we get a bear gallbladder, our family's life can turn around completely." Seeing Tona freeze, she stood up suddenly and glared at me. Tona said, "How dangerous is a bear? You insist on risking your life for money." Hearing my younger sister Toko pleading, I calmly reassured them. I said I wouldn't have this idea if I wasn't confident. Give me 3 days. Seeing Tona grit her teeth and agree, I secretly made up my mind that I had to give it a try. Seeing Tona sewing the wolfskin bag, I put down my short spear and persuaded her to rest. Tona said, "Instead of having time to persuade me, why don't you think about how to stay alive tomorrow?" Hearing my sister's worry, I comforted her softly. This isn't gambling with my life. Seeing my sister helping prepare the equipment, I wiped each tool clean. Seeing the hardtack and dried, salted fish, I packed them into my backpack. Feeling the heavy moisture in the deep mountains, I specifically brought a few pounds of grain liquor to stay warm. Seeing the sky just starting to brighten, I put on my wolfskin cape and slipped away. Hearing the snow crunch, I scanned my surroundings vigilantly. Feeling the biting cold wind, I raised my cape collar and kept my head down. Seeing the snow reach above my knees, each step I took consumed a huge amount of energy. Feeling my body temperature dropping, I grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into my mouth. Seeing the dried salted meat as hard as stone, I chewed it hard to replenish my protein. Hearing the eerie silence all around, I stopped and cleared away the snow. Seeing the messy tracks on the ground, I gripped my short spear and avoided the wild boars. Feeling my stamina reaching its limit, I leaned against a big tree and bit off some salted fish. Seeing drag marks appear on the ground, my eyes lit up. I said, "Bear tracks. It must be nearby looking for food." Seeing the cave opening under a snowdrift on the hillside, my heart sank. Hearing the weak breathing coming from the cave, I held my breath. I said, "It's sleeping. This is the best and also the most dangerous opportunity." Seeing an open area, I quietly retreated to set up iron hooks and steel ropes. Seeing the salted meat bait spread out, I climbed a large tree and hid among the branches. Feeling the wind die down, I waited quietly with my short spear in hand. Little did I know, the real enemy was far more dangerous than the bear. Seeing those eerie green eyes on the hillside on the other side, the murderous intent had arrived silently.